Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Proposed to Momo Yaoyorozu and Got Friendzoned Part 1. Before we start, please go support cismomusic for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. After learning what he didn't want to know, Izuku decides to confess his feelings to the woman he loves. But not everything will be a happy ending in the life of our protagonist Izuku Midoriya. Chapter 1. One question, just one simple question, was enough to cause thousands of feelings in me. Until now I had never asked myself that question. I just looked my friend in the eyes without knowing what to answer. He just looked at me anxiously waiting for an answer. Was it really that obvious? I just looked at my partner who just looked at me and showed me that beautiful smile, the one that made my heart race. That simple but beautiful smile was what motivated me not to give up. Until that day I understood that everything I did was only for her. Again I only looked at my partner. Kirishima, an old man, you still haven't answered my question. You like Yaoyorozu, don't you, Midoriya? He said in the freckled boy's ears so that the rest wouldn't hear. Izuku simply didn't know what to say. If he said no, he would be lying to himself, because something inside him told him that that raven-haired girl, with shiny black eyes, was the cause of that feeling that had sprouted inside him. Izuku knew that every time he separated from Yaoyorozu, he felt like he was missing his other half. Izuku, Kirishima, I knew it, old man, you would make a cute couple. Without a doubt you have all my support, Izuku. The red-haired boy only showed him a big smile. Izuku would only lower his head, somewhat embarrassed. Izuku, thanks, Kirishima. Kirishima, you don't have to thank me, after all we're friends. By the way, you haven't told him yet, right? Izuku, tell him what? Kirishima, come on man, you know what I mean, you didn't tell him about your feelings. Izuku, not yet, I don't want to ruin our relationship as friends. What will happen if I tell her my feelings and she rejects me? I don't want to. I don't want our relationship to end or for us to grow apart. I prefer to continue as her friend. Besides, I don't think someone like me could be with a girl as pretty as Momo. We just belong to different worlds, he would say with his head down. Kirishima, and have you ever wondered if she feels the same way about you? Maybe she's just waiting for you to make the first move. Man, you know that it's sometimes difficult for a woman to be able to openly express her feelings. I'm telling you, you know very well that I was like that before I confessed to Mina. I also thought that she was going to reject me. But she accepted me and told me that she liked me, but that she didn't know if I felt the same way about her. That's why she was insecure about expressing her feelings. And look at me now we're a couple. I'll never regret having confessed my feelings to her. That day I was prepared for rejection, but if she rejected me, at least I would be happy to have told her how I felt about her. So at least try, Izuku. Izuku would just give a smile and say, I'll try. After all, you're right. If she rejects me, at least I'll have told her my feelings. Kirishima, that's how you talk, old man, he said, showing him his thumb up. At that point his homeroom teacher had entered the classroom. The hours had passed. Lunchtime had arrived. The boys would be leaving the classroom heading to the academy cafeteria. Izuku and Momo would be the last to leave the classroom. Before Momo left, Izuku would hold her hand and say, "And Momo-san." Momo, what's wrong, Izuku-kun? Izuku, can we talk after school? I want to tell you something. Momo with a smile would say, All right. Izuku, well then I'll wait for you on the roof, said the green-haired man with a smile. Momo, it's okay. They would both just stare at each other. Momo, let's go to the cafeteria. Izuku, oh yes, it's true. Both young people would leave the room with a smile. Once in the cafeteria, Momo would go sit next to Jiru, Tsuyu, Uraraka, and the rest of the girls. Izuku, on the other hand, would sit next to Kirishima and Bakugo. The three of them would start talking about trivial things. While they were talking, Kaken would say, Hey nerd, when are you going to tell your feelings to the ponytail? Izuku, who was drinking a soda, would choke on his drink. Izuku, what are you saying, Kaken? Izuku would look at Kirishima. Kirishima, hey old man, don't look at me, I didn't say anything to him. Kaken, come on, It's pretty obvious that you like him, even a fool would notice. Izuku, no, I haven't told him yet. Kaken, let me know if she rejects you so I can kill her, he said, creating big explosions. Izuku, calm down Kaken, but thanks for worrying, friend. Kirishima would tap Kaken's shoulders saying, You're a great friend, Bakugo. Kaken, if you're going to get sentimental, I'm leaving. So lunchtime would be over. In the afternoon the young people would have hero practice with All Might. They would have finished the practice and everyone would leave the gym. The girls would go to change in the women's locker room, since after practice they had no more classes. Izuku and Kirishima along with Bakugo would be walking through the hallways, passing by the women's locker room. Kirishima, old man, are you going with us? Izuku, I'm not sorry now, I have to see Momo, I will tell her my feelings. Kirishima, I understand, old man, you can count on our support, he said, showing a smile. At that point they heard voices coming from the women's locker room. Voice, Momo, are you and Midoriya dating? The three boys, upon hearing those words, stood still. Kirishima, that's Mina's voice. In the Momo women's locker room, somewhat blushing, she would say, but what the F question is that, M? Mine. Mina with a big smile would say, It's that you're always with him, you two look like a couple, that's why I asked you if you're dating Midoriya. Do you like him? The pink-haired girl asked curiously. Momo would blush slightly at the question. Outside the locker room the three young men would be standing. Izuku was the most attentive, waiting to hear the brunette's answer. Momo, no, Izuku and I are not dating, I just see him as a friend and that will never change. The truth is that I like Todoroki, the brunette would say with a slight blush. Izuku is a great guy, he's kind and sincere, he always cares about others, that's what I appreciate most about him. But if I have to be honest, my heart belongs to Todoroki, that's why tomorrow I'll tell him my feelings. Mina, oh I see. She would say something sad since she knew that Izuku liked Momo. Mina, you told me that Midoriya had invited you to meet on the rooftop after class, right? Momo, yes, why do you ask? Mina, what will you do if Midoriya confesses to you in that place? Momo, I would tell him that I can't reciprocate his feelings, but to be honest, I don't want that to happen. I don't want our friendship to be ruined. I want us to continue as we are. Mina, oh I see. Izuku would just have his head down. Kirishima, hey old man, are you okay? Kirishima would open his eyes wide as he saw some tears falling from the green-haired boy's cheeks. Izuku would quietly say, Whether I told you or not, a girl like Momo could never be with someone like me. Kirishima, I'm really sorry, Izuku. Izuku, it's not your fault, I knew what reality was like, but for a moment I imagined that maybe I had a small chance. Izuku would look up and say, I don't want to regret anything, even though I already know your answer. I will still tell you my feelings, she said, showing a smile. Obviously that smile was fake, the freckled man was hurting inside. Izuku, well, I'll go to the rooftop to wait for Momo. After saying that, Izuku left. Kirishima and Kaken just watched the freckled boy walk away. At that point they would hear the sound of the door opening. Kirishima quickly grabbed Bakugo, and they hid. Momo and Mina would be in the hallway. Momo, well, see you Mina, I have to go see Izuku. Mina, goodbye Momo. A few minutes passed and Momo arrived at the roof, meeting the freckled boy who was standing with his back turned and his head down. Momo, Izuku-kun, what did you want to talk to me about? Izuku would turn around staring at Momo. Momo would see the freckled boy's gaze. Izuku, Momo, you. Chapter 2. Momo, Izuku-kun, what did you want to talk to me about? Izuku would turn around staring at Momo. Momo would see the freaked boy's serious look. Izuku, Momo, I really like you. Momo would just open her eyes wide. Why did he have to say that? Why did it have to happen right then? Thought the brunette. Momo would only look at the freckled boy's eyes, noticing the great sadness in them. Momo, Izuku, I. Izuku would just lower his head saying, Don't say it, those words will hurt me more than you think, I accidentally heard the answer you gave to Mina. I know that you will never be able to see me as anything more than a simple friend. Momo would now see tears falling from the freckled boy, and she felt somewhat bad. Izuku, to tell the truth, I never thought that a girl like you could be with a disaster like me, but still, for a moment, for a small moment, I wanted to escape from reality, giving myself the false hope that maybe you and I could be more than friends, but that was my worst mistake. I think it would have been better to face reality, and know that something like that would never happen. Izuku would look up and with a smile said, I didn't want to regret anything, even though I already knew your answer and that your heart belongs to someone else. I still wanted to tell you my feelings. I didn't want to keep them in any longer. I don't pretend anymore. Without realizing it, little by little you were giving color to my world. Every time I saw you I couldn't help but feel happy. Every time you smiled at me your beautiful smile made my heart race, and no matter how hard I tried to forget those feelings, at the end of the day I always ended up thinking about you, Momo. I ended up realizing that you are the one who motivates me to continue. Because of you is that I strive harder than anyone else. I want to become the best hero, not for everyone to admire me, or for money or anything like that. I want to become the best hero to protect you, to protect the woman who little by little stole my heart. It doesn't matter if I have to wake up every day knowing that I don't even have a small place in your heart. I don't care if I have to see the girl I like with someone else every day. I know you're strong, Momo, but still let me protect you. It doesn't matter how damaged my body is to save you. As long as I see you well, I wouldn't mind dying seeing the woman I love happy. Momo would only have tears falling from her eyes. Izuku would approach Momo. Both of them would be close to each other. Izuku with tears in his eyes would say, Please at least let me be by your side. I don't want my confession to ruin and end our friendship. The last thing I want is to lose you. I don't want to lose you for anything in the world. You are someone irreplaceable to me. Tears fell from Momo's cheek. She would only look into the green-haired man's eyes. Every word Izuku said was full of feeling. Momo in her thoughts would say, Why? Why does everything have to be like this? Why did Izuku fall in love with me? Without realizing it, behind the door which led to the roof of the academy, Mina, Kirishima and Bakugo would be listening to everything. Mina would be crying, because the freckled boy's confession was very nice and sad. Even though he already knew her answer, he still continued to love her. Kirishima would quietly say, That's for men. Bakugo would just keep his head down. He knew what Izuku was like. He knew that his friend, no matter if Momo rejected him, he would always be there for her. Izuku was like that. No matter how hurt he was, whether emotionally or physically, he would never abandon anyone. Momo with tears in her eyes would say, Why? Why did you fall in love with me? Izuku with a slight smile said, I could list every detail that made me fall in love with you, and how could I avoid not falling in love with you, if you were always by my side, giving me that beautiful smile of yours? You were the one who gave this disaster a reason to keep smiling. It's like the saying goes, love comes without warning. You can't choose the person you're going to fall in love with, you just fall in love and that's it. And I couldn't have fallen in love with anyone else but you. They say that you write your own destiny, but I don't think that's true. I think that every person has their other half who holds their hand and helps them write a destiny with them. But I realize that maybe my destiny will remain blank, but what I am sure of is that you were the author who wrote these feelings in my heart. Momo would just open her eyes wide. Izuku, I know this will sound selfish, but let me be by your side. Momo, I don't want our friendship to end either. You're my best friend, Izuku. Izuku would just hug Momo in a big warm hug. Izuku would whisper in her ear, Todoroki is lucky to have won your heart. You have my full support. I will help you to be with the person you truly love. Momo, I'm sorry, Izuku, for not being able to reciprocate your feelings. Izuku, no, it was my fault for getting my hopes up with something that could never be. Momo would only hug the freckled boy. Izuku, if you want, you can act like none of this happened. And let's continue like our current relationship, said the freckled boy with a smile. Izuku would part ways with Momo saying, Sorry for wasting your time, that was all I had to tell you, and see you tomorrow, Momo. Momo, See you tomorrow, Izuku. Izuku would just give him a smile. When he turned around, his face changed. His smile had disappeared. Izuku would walk towards the door of the roof. Mina, Kirishima, and Bakugo hid to the side. Izuku would open the door and start to walk down the stairs, but he would stop dead, saying, "You can get out of there now. I know you heard everything." Mina and Kirishima along with Bakugo would come out from where they had hidden. Kirishima, "Old me." Izuku, "I don't regret anything." He would look at his friends, bringing his index finger to his cheek. Izuku would give a smile, saying, "I'm fine," forcing a smile. Mina, "Izuku, you don't have to pretend with us." Izuku, "See you tomorrow, guys. For now, I just want to be alone." Izuku would leave, leaving his friends alone. The freckled boy would arrive home. His mother would greet him as always. Inko would see her son, noticing the freckled boy's sad look. "Inko, Izuku, are you okay?" Izuku, "Yes, Mom, I'm fine." After saying that, the freckled boy went into his room. Upon entering his room, Izuku would just sit against the door, saying, "Heart, there is still a lot to feel and suffer, so prepare yourself." On the other hand, Momo would have arrived at her mansion. The brunette would only be lying in her bed looking at the large ceiling of her room. She would be remembering Izuku's confession. "The last thing I want is to lose you. I don't want to lose you for anything in the world. You are someone irreplaceable to me." Momo would just turn around hugging her pillow, saying, "I'm sorry, Izuku." Chapter 3. "The last thing I want is to lose you. I don't want to lose you for anything in the world. You are someone irreplaceable to me." Momo would just turn around hugging her pillow, saying, "I'm sorry, Izuku." The next day, Izuku would be leaving his house heading to the academy. Then he would see Momo waiting for him outside his house. Izuku would only be somewhat surprised since he knew that the brunette always went to school in a limousine. "Izuku, and Momo, what are you doing here?" Momo, "Good morning, Izuku. Well, I wanted to walk with you to the academy." Izuku, I understand." Izuku certainly didn't want the situation between them to be awkward, so the freckled boy just acted like always. The two young men were talking on the road as they always did. "Izuku, Momo, do you still remember the first time we met?" Momo would just give a big smile, saying, "Of course, Izuku, how to forget that day. That time I had fallen asleep and hadn't been able to make it to the limited sale of the new book by light novel writer Cismo. I love every novel he writes. His stories are my favorites. That day I was sad for not having got that book, and then you appeared." "Izuku, you were really sad that day. Thank goodness I had bought the same book twice." Momo, "Yes, that day you gave me the other book. I was very happy that day. I still keep that book with great appreciation, since that book was the beginning of our beautiful friendship," said the brunette, looking at the green-haired girl. "Izuku, you're right. Thanks to that book I met you." Momo, "I never thought you would like those kinds of stories." Izuku, "Of course, every story he writes always gives me different feelings. I can't wait for June to come. In that month he will publish his new novel." Momo, "This time we have to go together." Izuku would give a slight smile, saying, "I would be happy to go with you." Izuku would hide his smile, saying, "Are you going to tell him today, isn't it?" Momo, "What are you talking about, Izuku?" Izuku, "Today you're going to confess your feelings to Todoroki, aren't you?" Momo would only lower her gaze because she didn't know whether to answer or not. It wasn't easy to answer something like that, even more so knowing that the person at her side had fallen in love with her. Momo wouldn't say anything. They both had stopped walking. Izuku would just look up at the sky. In his thoughts he would say, "Wow, I asked a pretty stupid question. I don't know why I asked it, knowing that your answer will hurt me more than yesterday." Izuku, "You have my full support, Momo. I know Todoroki won't reject you." Izuku would start walking. Momo would only raise her gaze after hearing the freckled boy's words. "Momo, what if he rejects me?" Izuku would stop dead in his tracks. He would turn around, saying, "If that happens, first I will hit him hard with all my strength, and second, I will be by your side to hug you and comfort you. After all, we are friends, aren't we?" This would give Momo a warm smile. Momo would just give a smile, saying, "If he rejects me, don't hit him so hard, okay? Izuku, I can't promise you anything, the freckled boy would say, letting out a small laugh. Momo, and if that happens, please don't let me go. Izuku, I would never let you go, Momo. Both young men would just stare at each other. Both were like that for a couple of minutes. Izuku, let's keep walking, Momo, otherwise we'll be late, and you as the vice president should set a good example, right? Momo, it's true, you're right. They both started walking again without realizing that they were both walking well in step with each other. The boys hadn't realized that Mina and Kirishima were coming behind them. Mina would see Izuku and Momo would say, I don't understand what Momo saw in Todoroki. Izuku is undoubtedly 1,000 times better, plus I think they would make a very nice couple with Izuku. Kirishima, I think the same too, it's like Izuku said yesterday. Love comes without warning, you can't choose the person you're going to fall in love with, you just fall in love and that's it. Mina, you're right, but I still feel bad for Izuku, he's willing to sacrifice his happiness to see her happy with someone else even if it's not with him. Kirishima, I wonder how Izuku feels. Mina, I bet he doesn't swim well, you know how he is, he has always preferred to suffer in silence so as not to worry others. Kirishima, yes I know, and yet he is always there for others when they need him, he is definitely a great friend. Both young men would arrive at the classroom, each would sit in their respective seats, Kaken would walk to where Izuku was. Kachan, Deku, are you okay? Izuku, of course, friend. Kaken, you know you can't fool me, nerd. How about we go somewhere to eat after class? With Kirishima and Mina, you know they care about you too. Izuku, okay Kaken, let's do that after school. Kaken, you know I was going to take you anyway if you said no, right? Izuku, yes I know you never took no for an answer. Kaken, you know me well, Deku. In this way the school day had come to an end, everyone was leaving the classroom. Izuku Midoriya, could you please take these books to the library? Izuku, okay sensei. Kachan and Mina along with Kirishima would say. We'll wait for you outside, Izuku. Izuku, okay kid, I'll be with you in a few minutes. Momo would approach Todoroki and with a slight blush would say. Todoroki, do you have a moment to talk? Todoroki, of course Yaoyorozu. Izuku would have taken all the books to the library, he would be returning through the halls passing in front of his classroom, and that the freckled boy saw the most painful image for him. Izuku would only read against the wall while some tears fell from his eyes. Izuku, I knew this was going to happen, I thought I would be prepared to face it, but I was wrong. Izuku had seen the woman he loved the most kissing Todoroki. Momo would have her arms around his neck, while Todoroki had his arms around the brunette's waist. Flashback. Momo and Todoroki had waited for everyone to leave the classroom. Todoroki, what did you want to talk about, Yaoyorozu? Momo, Todoroki, I like you, please go out with me. The brunette would blush greatly and be nervous about the answer Todoroki was going to give. Todoroki wouldn't say anything. Momo would just lower her head somewhat sadly, and in that she would feel how Todoroki had drawn her to him. At that the brunette would raise her gaze, and her eyes had opened wide, feeling Todoroki's lips on hers. Momo would only reciprocate the kiss. End of flashback. Both would separate. Todoroki, I like you too, Yaoyorozu. Momo would just be very happy since the boy she loved so much had reciprocated her feelings. Todoroki, will you be my girlfriend, Yaoyorozu? Momo with a big smile would say. Yes, I would love that. Every word Izuku heard was a stab to his heart. Izuku would just leave the hallway without making any noise. When they arrived outside, their friends would be waiting for them. Kaken, why did you take so long, nerd? Izuku didn't want to worry his friends, he would just show a smile saying. Sorry guys, what happened is that Aizawa-sensei stopped me in the hallway to thank me. Kirishima, okay, come on, old man, we'll take you to some amazing food places. Mina, yes Izuku, you will love the food they prepare there. The boys had passed through several places, where they had eaten, talked and laughed about various things. All the boys would now be on the street. Kirishima, It sure was fun, wasn't it, Izuku? Izuku, of course, thanks guys. Kirishima, well, see you old man, I have to accompany Mina to her house. Izuku, see you guys. The freckled boy would see his friend walking away hand in hand with the girl. Kaken, it's time for us to go too, Deku. Izuku, I'm sorry Kaken, I want to go for a walk on the beach for a while. Kaken would see his friend and he would say, I understand Deku, see you tomorrow. Izuku, goodbye friend. The freckled man would start walking until he reached the beach that he had cleaned as part of his training with All Might. Izuku would see how in the middle of the sand there would be an orange-haired girl sitting, looking at the beautiful sunset. Izuku, that's it. He would walk to where that girl was. Izuku, can I sit next to you, Kendo-san? The girl, now known as Kendo, would only look up saying, Ah, but it's you, Midoriya. Izuku would see that the orange-haired girl's eyes were watery. Kendo, of course you can sit down if you want. Izuku would sit next to her. Izuku, sorry for asking, but why are you crying, Kendo-san? Kendo would just turn his gaze towards the sunset, remaining silent. Izuku, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Kendo, if I told you, you might not understand. Izuku, I'll try to understand it. Kendo would look into the freckled boy's eyes, noticing that he carried a bit of sadness just like her. Kendo, I saw the boy I liked with another girl and today I was going to confess my feelings to him. If only I had told him my feelings sooner, maybe, just maybe I could have had the ending I wanted. Tears fell down Kendo's cheek. Izuku, yesterday I confessed to the woman I loved, knowing that she loved someone else, and yet I still confessed my feelings to her. I told her that I was going to support her, that I was going to do everything possible for her to be happy with the person she loves. And just today I saw her kissing the boy she likes. I thought I was ready to face it, but I realized that I wasn't. It's funny, isn't it? There are people who smoke, people who drink, and people who just fall in love. But they all have something in common. Kendo, and what do they have in common? He asked. Izuku, everyone kills themselves in their own way. When there is love between two people, there will always be a third party who gets hurt. He who falls in love always loses. You who lost, Kendo? Kendo said with a sad and trembling voice. I lost the desire to love in you? Izuku with tears on his cheeks would say. I lost the woman I loved so much. What does that saying go like? Eyes that don't see, heart that doesn't feel. For me, the person who loved the most deeply always loses. Kendo, we both lost something on this day. Izuku, I told her that I would support her even if I am not part of her happiness, although to be honest I don't think I can stand having to see her with someone else. But when you truly love someone you have to let them go. Kendo, you're right, thank you for sharing your pain with me, Midoriya. Izuku would just give a smile saying, We are two people with broken hearts, we must listen to each other. Kendo would just give a slight smile, wiping away his tears. Kendo, you're right. She would stand up and say, Thank you for listening to me. Izuku, when you need to talk, I'll be here to listen to you even if we don't talk much. At that a small cold blizzard would blow on both of them. Kendo would be wearing the UA uniform. She would hug herself saying, How cold it is. Kendo couldn't finish saying his sentence when he felt something warm on his skin. Kendo would look up seeing how Izuku had placed his jacket on him. Izuku, at least it will cover you a little from the cold. The freckled man showed a smile. Kendo in his thoughts would say, Even with his broken heart, he never stops being kind and transmitting that warm feeling that characterizes him. I don't know who the girl was that rejected him, but she lost someone who truly loved her. Kendo, thanks Midoriya. Izuku, you can call me Izuku if you want. Kendo, thanks Izuku. The sun had set and night would come. Kendo, well, it's time for me to go home, otherwise my dad will worry about me. Izuku, come on, I'll go with you. Kendo, no need, I can go alone. Izuku, I won't take no for an answer. Kendo would just look at the freckled man saying, All right. Both would start walking, and as the minutes passed they would have arrived at Kendo's house. Kendo, thanks for accompanying me, Izuku. Izuku, you're welcome, it was fun accompanying you. Kendo, oh, take your jacket. The orange-haired girl would be about to take off her jacket. Izuku, you can keep it. Kendo, but it's your jacket, and it's a little cool. Izuku, don't worry, besides, the jacket looks better on you than on me. The jacket was black, with a drawing of All Might on the back and the words Plus Ultra on the front. Kendo, thanks for everything. Kendo would approach Izuku and give him a small kiss on his cheek. Kendo, thanks to you my day changed. After saying that, the orange-haired girl turned around and entered her house. Izuku would just give a slight smile. He would start walking when he received a call. Izuku, hey All Might, what happened? All Might would tell him something very important. All Might, what do you think, young Midoriya? Izuku, it's a new opportunity to start from scratch. I'll give my best. Chapter 4. All Might, what do you think, young Midoriya? Izuku would be silent for a couple of minutes thinking. All Might, Shonen, are you there? Izuku, yes, here I am, All Might. What happens is that I was thinking about it carefully. It is a new opportunity to start from scratch. I will give my best. All Might, are you sure about that, Shonen? Once you do it, there will be no turning back. You still have these 2 months to think about it over carefully and also to prepare yourself well. I know that this is not a decision that you can take so lightly as if nothing. You can talk to your mother about what I told you. You can think about it well, Shonen, and when you are sure to give me your answer, yes, Shonen, whatever you choose, you know that I will always be proud of you. I could not have chosen an even better successor. Izuku, thanks, All Might. All Might, well, I'll leave you, Shonen. I have to help Director Nizu with some paperwork. Izuku, okay, bye, All Might. The call would be cut off. Izuku would look up at the sky, looking at the stars and the beautiful moon. Izuku would quietly say, what should I do? The freckled boy would have stayed to look at the sky for a few minutes thinking about All Might's proposal. After that, Izuku would start walking to his house. When he arrived, Izuku would take a bath, have dinner, and while he was eating with his mother, Izuku just looked at her with some nostalgia. Inko, Izuku's son, are you okay? Why are you staring at me so much? Is there something on my face? Izuku would just give a slight smile and say, I will make you very proud of my mom. Inko would just smile and say, I'm already proud of you, Izuku, you're my little hero. Izuku would give a big smile. After having dinner, Izuku would go to his room and then he would lie down on his bed. The freckled boy would be looking at the ceiling of his room. While the image of Momo kissing Todoroki would pass through his mind, he would remember every word. Will you be my girlfriend, Yaoyorozu? Of course, that's what I want most. Izuku would bring his hand to his face and cover his eyes with his forearm, while tears fell from his cheek. Izuku, at least she's happy. He who falls in love always loses, and today I lost the woman I love. On the other hand, Momo had come out of the bath. The brunette would be wrapped in a towel. She would lie down on her big bed with a smile because she was happy. Momo was happy that the boy she loved had accepted her, and that they were now a couple. Momo certainly had a big smile on her face. Meanwhile, an orange-haired girl would be lying on her bed, and like Izuku, she would be looking at the ceiling, remembering everything that had happened to her during the day, from the moment she saw the boy she liked with another girl, until the moment she had been with Izuku. Kendo would remember the freckled man's smile. She would look to the side, looking at the chair that was next to her bed. On the back of the chair she would be hanging the jacket that the freckled man had given her. She would just give a slight smile, saying, You are a very kind person, Izuku. Even though you were very sad, you still gave me a big smile. Without a doubt, your smile overshadowed my sadness in seconds. As if you had taken it so that I would be well. I wonder, who was the girl who rejected you? She certainly didn't know how to value someone as special as him. Kendo would fall asleep remembering the freckled boy's smile. The night had passed. The sun began to illuminate every corner, every street, indicating the arrival of a new day. Izuku would get up and say to himself, Come on, Deku, you have to pretend another day, you have to be strong. After half an hour, Izuku was walking towards the academy. Then the freckled boy felt a hand on his back and a warm voice that said, "Good morning, Izuku." Izuku would look to his side and his eyes met beautiful emerald green eyes, which shone delicately, highlighting their beautiful and delicate tone. In addition, that beautiful long orange hair matched the beauty of his eyes. Izuku would give a slight smile saying, "Good morning, Kendo-san." Kendo would have a beautiful smile on his face. "Kendo, good morning, Izuku-kun. Can we walk to the academy together?" Izuku would see the smile on Kendo. Kendo would look to the side asking, "What's wrong? Do I look bad?" "Izuku, it's not that, it's just that I've never seen that cute smile on you before." Kendo would listen to Izuku's words, slowly turning his face, showing that smile. "Kendo, well, you drew this smile." Izuku would open his eyes wide asking, "Did I draw it?" Kendo, "Yes, I wanted to smile like the person who listened to me and was with me yesterday." Izuku would look Kendo in the eyes saying, "Will Picasso send me?" he asked, scratching his cheek tenderly. "Kendo, why do you say that?" "Izuku, why I drew the most beautiful smile in the world." Kendo would have a big blush, and as he could he answered, Don't say things like that, Bibaka." Izuku would just let out a small laugh. Kendo would see Izuku and laugh too. Both young men began to walk together to the academy. Along the way they were talking about things that they both liked. "Kendo, Izuku, sorry for asking, but when is your birthday?" "Izuku, huh? My birthday is next week, it's Monday, April 20th. Note. Let's suppose that Izuku's birthday is that day. End of note. Kendo, it's almost here. Izuku, to tell the truth, you're right. Kendo, I have time to think about what to give you. Izuku, you don't need to give me anything. Kendo, I'll give you a present anyway, he said with a big smile. Izuku, you and Kaken are quite alike, either of you accept no for an answer. Kendo, well, that's how I am, said the orange-haired girl. Izuku would just give a slight smile. The days passed and Izuku and Kendo were getting closer and closer. Momo and Todoroki's relationship had been announced by them the next day when they had started dating. All the girls had been happy for the new couple except for Mina, since she knew that seeing Momo with Todoroki was painful for Izuku. During those 6 days Izuku and Momo had hardly spoken. Momo now spent more time with Todoroki. Izuku noticed how every day he was losing her more and more, while the pain inside him grew more and more. The freckled man could only show a smile pretending to be fine, but the reality was different. During training, Izuku gave his all. Mina, Kirishima and Bakugo had noticed. Kirishima, wow, Izuku is really motivated. Bakugo, it's not that, this is the only way he has to get out all the frustration he carries with him every day. Kaken was right, that was the only way Izuku could momentarily dull the pain he carried. There was only 1 day left for the freckled boy's birthday. Izuku was in his free time in the library reading a book. At that point he would get up to go home. When he was about to grab the door handle to leave the library, Momo had opened the door and met Izuku. Momo, I finally found you, Izuku. Izuku would be happy to see the woman he loved. Izuku, were you looking for me, Momo? Momo, yes, sorry I couldn't spend more time with you these days, it's just that I... Izuku, don't say anything, it doesn't matter anymore, I'll be fine as long as you're happy. Momo would just look into the freckled boy's eyes. Izuku would do the same. Momo, Izuku, it's your birthday tomorrow, right? Izuku, if that's so, why do you ask? Momo, can you and I go out? Izuku had been happy to hear those words. He would say, I would love to go out with you tomorrow, Momo. Momo with a smile would say, Okay, tomorrow we'll go to the movies. Does that seem okay to you? Izuku, I would love that. The freckled man didn't care where they went, just being with the woman he loves for a moment made him happy. Momo, it's decided, we'll see each other tomorrow. Do you think we can meet where we first met? Izuku, I'll be waiting for you there eagerly. Momo, tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. we'll meet at that place, so we can go to the cinema and watch a film that's coming out. It's very beautiful. It's called the Garden of Words. And I'd love to watch it with you. Izuku, tomorrow I'll be there an hour earlier. Momo would just let out a small laugh saying, See you tomorrow, Izuku. They both exchanged glances one last time, after which Momo would have left. The freckled boy was happy because tomorrow he would spend the afternoon with the girl who had entered his heart. The next day Izuku would wake up happy because the day had arrived. His mother would have congratulated him on his birthday. Izuku was leaving his house. He was surprised to see Kendo waiting for him outside. Izuku, Kendo, what are you doing here? Kendo, well, today is the birthday of a very important person to me, and I wanted to be the first to greet you. Kendo would give the freckled boy a hug saying, Happy birthday, Izuku. Izuku would reciprocate Kendo's hug. Kendo would raise his hands, revealing a red bag. Kendo, take your gift. Izuku, thanks, Kendo. He would open the gift and see a beautiful light brown scarf. It would have the name Deku written on it. Kendo, do you like it? I made it for you. Izuku would give a slight smile saying, She's beautiful. The day was cool and cloudy. Izuku would put on the Kendo scarf, making the orange-haired girl blush. Izuku, how's my Kendo? Kendo, it suits you good. Izuku, thank you. Izuku would see that Kendo was wearing a scarf like his, but this one would have Kendo's name on it. Izuku, your scarf? Kendo, well, I made our scarves a set. Izuku, thanks for the gift. Kendo is very cute. He would give her a big warm hug, which Kendo had reciprocated. They would both have walked together to the academy. At the academy, his classmates and teachers had congratulated him, even All Might. Classes had passed normally. Izuku would be at the exit with Kaken, Kirishima, and Mina. Kirishima, we have to go celebrate your birthday, old man. Mina, yes, let's go, Izuku. Izuku, sorry guys, but I already have plans for this afternoon. Kaken, and what is that nerdy plan? Izuku, I agreed to go to the movies with Momo. Kirishima, are you serious, old man? Izuku, yes. Mina, I hope you have a nice time. Izuku, we understand. Izuku, thanks guys. Kaken would just stay silent. He had a bad feeling. Izuku had arrived home, taken a bath, and got dressed well to go out with the brunette. He was wearing a tight black t-shirt, black jeans, and red tennis shoes. And a black leather jacket. The freckled man had already bought the tickets to see the movie with Momo. He was waiting for her at the place they had agreed upon. The minutes passed. 20 minutes had already passed since the agreed time to meet. Izuku would write a message to Momo. Chat. Izuku, Momo, I'm already here waiting for you. Izuku kept looking towards the street, hoping to see the brunette, as he didn't know if Momo would arrive in a limousine or walk. Izuku was still waiting. A light drizzle had appeared. An hour had passed and the movie had already started. Izuku was still in the same place. The rain had gotten heavier. The freckled boy was still sitting in the same place waiting for Momo. Izuku would quietly say, Maybe he's already coming. It was already 8 o'clock at night. Momo had not appeared. The movie ended at 9 o'clock at night. Another hour had passed and the freckled boy was still in the same place getting wet. The freckled boy's entire face was wet. Well, Izuku was grateful that it was raining because then no one would see his tears. He would look at his cell phone and 15 minutes had passed since the movie had ended. Izuku, I feel like I'm waiting for something that's not going to happen. The tickets would be wet. Izuku, so this is what it feels like to be stood up. The freckled man would tear up the tickets and let them fall to the ground, saying, I guess I'm not that important to you. The freckled man would turn around and walk away from the place. Chapter 5. Izuku was walking with his gaze down, and then he felt the water no longer fall on him. Izuku would look up and see that there was an umbrella above him, and he would turn around and see Kaken. Kaken, you've waited too long, my friend. Izuku, since when? Kaken, since you came to this place. I only worry about my friend. Let's go to Deku's house. Flashback. Ever since Izuku had told them that he had agreed to go to the movies with Momo, Kaken had a bad feeling, so he had followed the freckled boy. And just like Izuku, Kaken had stayed to wait to see if Momo arrived. He had been hiding, and when he saw that Momo hadn't arrived, Kaken had gotten upset. Well, the freckled boy hadn't moved from the spot. He was still waiting for her. Kaken had seen how happy his friend looked when he had told them that he was going out with Momo, and now he could only see his friend with his head down. End of flashback. Kaken would have accompanied Izuku to his house. Upon arrival, Izuku would say, "Thanks, my friend. Kaken, go change, otherwise you're going to catch a cold. See you tomorrow at the Nerd Academy." Izuku, see you tomorrow, Kaken. The two friends had said goodbye. Upon entering his house, Izuku had dried himself and taken off all the wet clothes he was wearing. Elsewhere we can see how a limousine had stopped where Izuku was before. Momo had gotten off and walked to the place. She would see how the pieces of the ticket were on the ground. Momo would only shed a couple of tears, saying, "I'm sorry, Izuku." Flashback. There were 2 hours left for Momo and Izuku to meet. The brunette was in her room. On her bed there were a lot of very beautiful dresses. Momo would be looking at them, saying, "Which one should I wear? I still have time." At that point, her mother would knock on her bedroom door. "Momo, oh, it's your mom. What's wrong?" "Mrs. Yaoyorozu, daughter, your boyfriend Todoroki is looking for you." Momo's face would light up with happiness. She would go down to greet her boyfriend. Upon seeing him, she would greet him with a big kiss, which Todoroki would reciprocate. When they separated, Momo would ask, "What are you doing here?" Todoroki, "Well, today I have the afternoon free and I came to see you so we can have a date." "What do you say?" Momo, "I would love that, but can we have the appointment another day?" Todoroki, "Can't you today?" Momo, "I was supposed to meet Izuku at 6:30 to celebrate his birthday." Hearing that without Momo noticing, Todoroki would clench his fists. Todoroki, "But there are still 2 hours left. We can have our date, and then you can see Midoriya." Momo would think about it a little because she definitely wanted to go out with her boyfriend, but she had promised him that she was going out with Izuku. Todoroki, not receiving any response, would say, "I give you my word that you will be home before 6 so you can see Midoriya. What do you think?" Momo, "Really? Do you promise?" Todoroki, "Of course, love, I promise." Momo would blush greatly because it was the first time her boyfriend had called her that. Momo, "Then wait a few minutes. I'll go get ready to leave." Todoroki, "I'll wait for you here." Momo would go change in her room. When the brunette came out, she was dressed in a white shirt with black sleeves which were transparent. She also had on a beautiful red skirt which reached her knees, and on her legs she had a black cancan and beautiful red heels. She certainly looked beautiful. Momo, "How do I look?" Todoroki, "You look very pretty." The young people would have gone out on their date. They would have gone to an amusement park where they had gotten on a lot of rides and had visited several places. Momo was undoubtedly happy, and being so distracted she had forgotten about the notion of time. The brunette had her phone inside her bag so she wouldn't have heard it vibrate. Both young people were walking while Momo would check her bag, and when she saw her cell phone her eyes had opened wide. It was already 9:10 p.m. Momo would have seen Izuku's messages, since she had several messages. Momo, "Todoroki, why didn't you remind me of the time?" Todoroki, "How strange that my cell phone didn't notify me. Since I had set an alarm." He would take out his cell phone and say, "I'm sorry, love, it seems the battery has run out." This was a lie. Todoroki hadn't set any alarms, he simply didn't want Momo to go see Izuku. Momo, "It can't be, I failed Izuku." Momo would try to call him, but the freaked boy didn't respond. Momo would call her limo driver to pick her up. When her limo arrived, Momo would say goodbye to her boyfriend. End of flashback. Momo would just stand in the rain because she knew she had hurt Izuku. She would go back to her limousine. And with some tears she would dial the freckled boy's number again. "Momo, please answer me, Izuku." Meanwhile, the freckled boy would be lying on his bed. When he felt his phone vibrate on his nightstand, Izuku would get up and see that they were calling him. The freckled boy would see that the person calling him was Momo. He simply turned off his cell phone and lay back down on his bed. Momo knew she had hurt her friend and felt bad. Momo, if only I had told Todoroki no, maybe I would have been able to be with Izuku on his birthday. Tomorrow I will apologize to Izuku, although I don't expect him to forgive me. It continued like this all night, and the rain never stopped. Izuku would have gotten up and felt his body very hot and weak. The freckled boy would try to walk but would faint. His mother had heard the knock in Izuku's room. When she entered, she saw her son unconscious. She quickly picked him up and touched the freckled boy's forehead, who had a very high fever. Inko would lay Izuku down on the bed. She would be leaving towards the pharmacy to buy medicine for Izuku. When she opened the door, she saw Kendo, who was about to knock on the door. Inko, but it's you, Kendo. Kendo would give a smile, saying, Good morning, Mrs. Midoriya. I came to pick up Izuku to go to the academy. Note: Kendo and Izuku went to the academy together. Izuku always passed by there, and Kendo, not seeing Izuku, went to look for him at his house. End of note. Inko, oh, I'm sorry, Kendo, but Izuku can't go today. Kendo, what happened to him? Inko, you see, this morning I found him passed out in his room, and when I touched him he had a pretty high fever. Apparently I caught a cold. It must be because I came home all wet last night. Kendo would think for a moment and say, Can I take care of him? Inko, hey, but do you have to go to class? Kendo, it doesn't matter, Izuku is more important to me. Inko would see Kendo's look and say, Thank you for being with Izuku, I appreciate it, and I won't be able to be at home all day to take care of him since I have to go to work. Please take care of him for me. I'll go to the pharmacy for some medicine. Kendo, don't worry, I'll be with Izuku at all times. Kendo would enter the house. Inko would take her to the freckled boy's room. After that, Inko would go to the pharmacy. Kendo looked at the freckled boy's room and couldn't help but let out a small smile. Kendo, wow, you really are an All Might fan. Kendo would approach the freckled man who would be lying down sleeping. She would touch the freckled man's forehead and say, Wow, you're flying in fever. This one would go to the kitchen for a towel and some water. Kendo would place a wet towel on the freckled boy's forehead. Minutes had passed and Inko had returned with the medications, which she had given to Kendo so that he could later give them to the freckled boy. Now Kendo would be alone with Izuku in the house since Inko had left for work and would return in the afternoon. The hours had passed and it was already 12 noon. Izuku would slowly open his eyes. He would see Kendo, who was leaning towards him. Kendo was changing the towel on his forehead. At that, Izuku had woken up. Kendo, you finally wake up, sleepyhead. Izuku, Kendo, what are you doing here? Kendo was going to speak, but the hand she was leaning against the wall with had slipped. She would fall against Izuku, who by instinct had held her by the waist. Their faces were so close. Izuku, are you okay, Kendo? Kendo would just give a smile, saying, That's what I should ask you. She would have her hands around the freckled boy's neck. As Izuku held her waist, Kendo would place her forehead against Izuku's. Izuku would have a big blush just like Kendo. She would say in a low voice, It seems your fever has gone down. Izuku, thanks for taking care of me, but you missed a day of school. Kendo would look Izuku in the eyes and say, You are more important to me. Each could feel the other's breathing. Kendo only clung tighter to the freckled boy's neck. Kendo, I was worried about you, Baka. Izuku, I'm sorry. Kendo, what would you do if I wasn't your best friend? Izuku, I would have done several crazy things. Both young men would only let out a small laugh. Kendo would separate from Izuku and with a smile say, So you think I'm a cool girl, huh? Izuku, hey, what are you talking about? Kendo would pick up a book where there was a drawing of her in her outfit. Kendo, you left this book open on your nightstand and well, I accidentally saw it. And I found this drawing of mine. Izuku, of course you seem like a cool girl to me. Kendo would only have a slight blush. Izuku, I was drawing you in your outfit, and I made some improvements. I don't know if you'll like them. Kendo, yes, I saw them and I liked them a lot. Izuku, And that apron you're wearing? Kendo with a big blush would say. Well, I prepared food for you. I know you must be hungry. She would put a lock of her hair behind her ear and with a tender look she would say. How does it look on me? Izuku with a warm smile would say. You look very pretty. Kendo responded with a big smile saying. Thank you. Both young people had lunch together. The afternoon had arrived. Inko had arrived and would see Izuku, who was already better. She had thanked Kendo for taking care of Izuku. Kendo, you're welcome. Well, it's time for me to go. Dad will be waiting for me. Izuku, I'll go with you. Kendo, no, you haven't fully recovered yet. Izuku, I won't let you go alone. Kendo, you're always so stubborn. Izuku, I learned it from you in Kaken. Kendo, just this once I'll let you come with me. Izuku, for this and many more. Both young men would walk down the street until they reached Kendo's house. Kendo, thanks for joining me. Izuku, thank you for taking care of me today. Kendo would give a slight smile saying, well, goodbye. She couldn't finish her sentence when she felt Izuku's lips on her left cheek. Kendo would have a big blush. Izuku, thanks for everything. Kendo would quietly say. It's not fair. Izuku had heard those words. Izuku, what's not fair? The freckled boy asked. Kendo, nothing, he would say with his blush. And see you tomorrow. After saying that, she would go into her house. Izuku would just give a smile saying, wow, she's so cute when she gets like this. Izuku would turn around and head back to his house. When he arrived, his eyes had opened wide, as he saw a dark-haired girl standing there waiting for him. Izuku would remember what happened yesterday, and felt himself breaking down inside. How was it possible that the person he loved the most hurt him without him realizing it? Momo would see Izuku. The brunette had a sad look that would say, Izuku, I'm so sorry for failing you yesterday. Izuku would just approach Momo, and with a slight smile that had great sadness, he would say, this is not your fault. It was my fault for having gotten my hopes up, for having thought that everything would be the same as before. But I realized that I was the only one who thought that. Momo would have a couple of tears in her eyes. The freckled boy's words hurt her. Izuku, this is what I decided. I caused myself all this pain by continuing to hold on to feelings that will never be reciprocated. I told you before or not, I only want to see you happy. My happiness stopped mattering to me since the day I lost you. Although the reality is different because I realized that I never had you. Momo would hug the freckled boy tightly saying, I'm really sorry, I know you must be mad at me. Izuku would only reciprocate the hug saying, I could never get angry with you. I understand that there are people more important than me in your life. Chapter 6. Momo, don't say that, you are also important in my life. Izuku would quietly say, I'd like you to prove it to me. Momo would not have come to hear the freckled man's words. The day was a cool one. Both young people would be hugging each other for a while until they separated. The black-haired girl didn't want to let go of her friend's warm embrace. Momo, Izuku, tomorrow is Saturday. Could we go out? I want to make it up to you for yesterday. Izuku, I'm sorry Momo, I can't tomorrow. Momo, are you busy or something? Izuku, I promised Kendo that tomorrow we would go have ice cream together. Those words had for some reason caused a small pain in the brunette's chest. Momo with a somewhat sad voice would say, I see, so can we go out another day? Izuku, sorry Momo, since last week I'm starting a new training routine so I'll be training until late, so I won't have much time. Momo was about to say something but Izuku interrupted her saying, But if it's you, I can set aside a day for us to go out, said the freckled man with his typical smile. Those words had made Momo happy, who out of excitement would jump into the freckled boy's arms. This would take Izuku by surprise, both of them would fall to the ground. Izuku would have his eyes closed and in his thoughts he would say, What is this warm feeling I feel on my lips? He would open his eyes and see how Momo's lips were on his. Momo would also open her eyes, seeing that she was kissing the freckled boy. Immediately the brunette would get up somewhat blushed. Momo, I'm sorry Izuku-kun. Both of them had accidentally joined their lips when they fell. Izuku, blushing a little, would say, It's okay, this was just an accident. The freckled boy and Momo would only look to the side, either of them could look at each other's faces. At that Izuku would let out a small laugh. Momo, blushing a little, would ask, What are you laughing at? Izuku, your face. Momo, what's wrong with my face? Izuku, it's redder than Kirishima's hair. Momo, don't laugh, be baka. Izuku would just laugh. Momo would just pout cutely as she watched her green-haired friend laugh at her. But the brunette's eyes had opened wide, seeing that smile so characteristic of the freckled boy. Momo would just look at Izuku, and then Izuku would snap her out of her thoughts. Izuku would extend his hand to Momo, who would say, Come on Momo, I'll walk you home. Momo would just look at the freckled boy's hand and take it, saying, Since you insist. Both young people would begin to talk about trivial things until they reached Momo's mansion. Momo, well, we're here. Izuku, yeah, well, see you tomorrow, Momo. Momo, see you tomorrow, Izuku. They both just stared at each other. Momo approached Izuku, and being so close she stopped, because she had remembered the accidental kiss they had given each other. That beautiful blush that Izuku liked so much had appeared again on Momo's cheeks. Izuku would only give a slight smile. He would approach Momo and give her a tender kiss on the cheek. Izuku, goodbye Momo. The freckled boy would start walking. Momo could only watch the freckled boy walk away. In a low voice he would say, His lips were warm and soft. The brunette would enter her mansion, and upon doing so she leaned against the door, clutching her chest. The freckled man would have arrived home. Izuku, I'm home now, Mom. Inko, you finally arrived. It took a while. Thanks for accompanying Kendo to his house. Izuku, I wasn't going to let her go alone. After all, she took the time to take care of me and stay by my side. Inko, oh by the way, Bakugo came a few minutes ago. Izuku, hey Kaken? Inko, if he was worried about you, I told him everything and that you were better now. After that Bakugo left and told me that he's glad you're better. Izuku, Kaken worries a lot. Inko, it's amazing how it has changed over the years. Izuku, you're right, Mom. Inko, okay son, dinner will be ready in a few minutes. If you want, you can take a bath and change your clothes. Izuku, yes, Mom, I'll do that. The freckled boy would go take a bath. While he was showering, he would remember the accidental kiss he had with Momo. Izuku would quietly say, Her lips were so warm and tender. Why didn't I hold her any longer? Surely that accident won't happen again. That was the first and last time I felt her lips again, after all, in a few days. While the brunette was in a large bathtub, she would be looking at the ceiling of her elegant bathroom. Momo would also be remembering the kiss with Izuku. She would say, Why? Why can't I stop thinking about his lips? The black-haired girl would bring her hand to her chest and say, Why did it hurt me when he told me he would be with Kendo tomorrow? Since when do he and she get along well enough to go on a date? Why do I have this pain in my chest? The night had passed and a new day had arrived. The small rays of the sun entered through the freckled boy's room. Izuku would only slowly open his eyes, giving a big yawn. He would check his phone, seeing that there were a couple of messages from Kendo. Kendo chat. Good morning Izuku, how are you? Don't forget our date. Izuku would just give a smile, saying, Wow, she's been so active since early in the morning. Chat Izuku. Good morning princess, I'm fine. And you? And of course not, I would never forget our date. Kendo chat. I would just send happy faces. Kendo, then we'll see each other at 5 p.m., okay? Chat Izuku. At that time I will stop by your house to pick you up. Kendo chat. Well, see you Izuku, I'll wait for you at that time. Kendo would be lying on her bed. She was happy. No doubt she wanted to spend more time with the green-haired boy, since he was her best friend. Since they met, Izuku had never left her alone, nor she him. Kendo, I have to find something nice to wear. The orange-haired girl would get up and open her closet, showing several beautiful dresses. On the other hand, Izuku would get up, wash his face and teeth, have breakfast, and after that, the freckled boy went to the beach that he had cleaned, because there he had to meet All Might. When the freckled boy arrived, he found All Might in his muscular form. All Might, nice to see you again, Shonen. Izuku, likewise All Might. All Might, tell me, Shonen, what did you decide? Izuku, I decided to accept your proposal but with one condition. All Might, sure, tell me, what's your condition? Izuku would tell his condition to All Might. All Might would just be surprised. Izuku, if you can fulfill that condition, I don't leave mine for as long as necessary. All Might, if that's what you want, Shonen, I have no problem. Izuku would give a slight smile, saying, Thank you, All Might. All Might, okay, young man, are you ready for your training? Izuku, of course. All Might, show me all the control you have over One for All. Izuku would give a challenging smile. Izuku, here I go. They had spent the whole morning training. Until noon we can see an Izuku lying on the sand of the beach. All Might would be sitting to the side in his slim form. Izuku, my body can't take it anymore. All Might, you did well, Shonen, you really surprise me more and more every day. He would stand up and say, In 2 weeks everything will be ready, Shonen, so get your things ready. Izuku is fine, All Might. All Might would give a smile, saying, We'll see you on Monday at the academy, and by the way, on Monday you can move into your bedrooms since they're finally finished. Izuku, really? All Might, yeah, well, I didn't have to tell you anything about this yet, but I'm telling you this so you'll be prepared. Izuku, thanks, All Might. All Might would give a smile and leave the place. Izuku would get up and go home. When he arrived, the freckled boy would take a bath. The hours had passed and there were only 10 minutes left until Izuku met Kendo. The freckled boy would say, See you, Mom, I'll be back later. After saying that, the freckled boy would leave his house heading to the orange-haired girl's house. On the other hand, Kendo would be looking at himself in the mirror saying, Do I look okay? But what am I saying? It's not like I got pretty just for him. I just dressed normally, she would say with a slight blush. She would look at the time on her cell phone and it was already 5 o'clock. Kendo would leave her house and meet the green-haired man who was waiting for her with a smile. The freckled man was dressed in a black jean, a tight red short-sleeved shirt and his red tennis shoes. Kendo would approach Izuku saying, I'm ready now. Izuku, you look very cute. Kendo would just look to the side with a slight blush saying, Thanks, you look cute too. Izuku would just let out a small laugh saying, I like it when you're like this. These words had made Kendo blush even more. Izuku, well then let's start our first date. Kendo would just nod his head. Both young men began to walk together until they reached an ice cream shop which was located in the city's large shopping center. Note: it is the same place where Shigaraki meets Izuku in the anime. End of note. Izuku, wait for me here, Kendo, I'll go get the ice cream. Kendo would just nod his head and sit on one of the benches that were there. Kendo just watched the freckled boy as he lined up to buy ice cream for both of them, since that ice cream shop was very well known and famous since they made the best ice cream. She would only smile looking at the green-haired boy, then a voice behind her would say, Kendo, what are you doing here? Kendo's smile immediately disappeared upon hearing and recognizing that voice. She turned around to see Monoma, who was dressed in a black vest. Underneath it he had a white shirt and some black jeans. Monoma, aren't you going to answer me? Kendo, I don't have to give you any explanations. Monoma, I know you're still mad at me. I just wanted to apologize for that time. In fact, I did it to see if it was true that you liked me. Kendo would just be angry saying, You're an idiot if you knew I liked you. Why did you kiss someone else? Monoma would grab Kendo's hand and bring her closer to him, pressing his face against hers, and he would say, I wanted to see how jealous you got. Kendo, you're an idiot, let me go. Monoma, please, I know I did wrong, but we can have a relationship. What do you say? I know you still love me. Kendo would only get angry. This would say, I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. I was a fool to set my sights on an idiot like you. Monoma, come on, don't be like that. He would approach to give Kendo a kiss. Kendo was just trying to break free from Monoma's grip, when she felt an arm that held her tightly and gently by the waist and pulled her towards him. Izuku would push Monoma's hand away while with his left arm he held Kendo over his chest. Izuku, you put your hands on my Kendo again and I swear I won't mind breaking your arm. Kendo had heard the freckled boy's words as she clung to Izuku's chest, slightly blushing. Monoma would just make an annoyed face saying, Are you serious, Kendo? You traded me for this useless guy. Wow, I see you're a nobody. Monoma had not been able to finish speaking when he felt a strong blow to his face. Izuku, insult her one more time and I'll beat your face to death. Izuku's punch had split Monoma's lip, causing him to bleed quite a bit. Monoma would just put on a painful face. He would say, You're going to pay for this, Midoriya, and you too, Kendo. After saying that, he would leave the place. Kendo, thanks, Izuku. Izuku would just gently hug Kendo while whispering in his ear, I will always protect you. Kendo would only blush greatly but would reciprocate the hug. She would put her hands around the freckled boy's neck, making Izuku blush. Izuku K. Kendo. Kendo with a tender smile would say, So I'm your Kendo, huh? Izuku would blush greatly and look to the side saying, WLI. Kendo with his right hand would take the green-haired man by the chin, making their eyes meet again. Kendo, without stopping to look at Izuku, would say, I want to always be your Kendo. She would put her forehead with Izuku's. Izuku would have a big blush. Kendo would just smile saying, I love it when you get like that. Izuku, so you want to play like this? He would take her by the waist and support her against him, and with his left hand he would take Kendo by the chin. Izuku would bring his lips closer and closer to Kendo's. Kendo, Izuku, what are you doing? Izuku, I want you to be only mine. Being a few centimeters away from kissing Kendo, she would separate from Izuku, blushing deeply. Izuku would only let out a laugh. Kendo, Baka, why are you doing that? Izuku, you started it. Kendo would just pout, blushing a little. Without a doubt, that little moment had accelerated the orange-haired girl's pulse. Well, Kendo always played that kind of joke on Izuku, but now she was the one who had lost. Izuku, come on, let's go get our ice cream. Kendo would just nod his head. Both young men had ordered their ice creams and had sat on a bench to eat their ice cream together. Kendo couldn't get those words out of Izuku. You put your hands on my Kendo again and I swear I won't mind breaking your arm. Kendo in his thoughts would say, Why did those words make me so happy? When I'm with him I feel happy and protected. That girl who rejected him was definitely a fool. Kendo would give a slight smile after having eaten the ice cream. Izuku and Kendo would be walking around various places, passing by several clothing stores where Kendo had tried on several dresses. Now Izuku and Kendo were walking and that Kendo would say, Wait for me here, Izuku, I'll be back in a moment. Izuku, I'll wait for you here, Kendo. As Izuku waited for Kendo, he heard a voice coming from behind him. Voice, Izuku-kun, how nice to see you here. Izuku, that voice. He would turn around seeing Momo holding hands with Todoroki. The freckled boy's expression changed. Izuku, hello Momo-san and Todoroki-san. The freckled boy still felt pain seeing Momo with Todoroki. Momo and Izuku just stared at each other. Todoroki would see this and just make an annoyed face. He would hug Momo and say, What are you doing here, Midoriya? Izuku would just look away saying, Why? Todoroki had hugged Momo on purpose. He knew and had noticed that Izuku liked Yaoyorozu. Izuku would just have his head down. He didn't want to look at the couple because it hurt him a lot. Then he felt a hand intertwine with his. He would look to his side and see Kendo, who was holding his hand and looking at him with a tender smile. Kendo would look at Todoroki and Momo saying, Izuku and I are on a date, as you can see. It seems that you also have a date. We will not take up any more of your time. Izuku and I are leaving. Kendo, come on, Izuku. She would take Izuku by the hand. Momo would have seen that and made a sad face. Todoroki had noticed how Momo had held his hand tightly. Todoroki, love, don't you think Izuku and Kendo make a cute couple? Momo wouldn't answer anything. She just watched the freckled boy walk away, while Kendo held her hand. Momo would just grab her chest. Izuku, thanks Kendo. Kendo, now I know who the girl who rejected you is. It's Yaoyorozu, isn't it? Chapter 7. Izuku would just lower his head. Kendo would see this and say, just as you were there to listen to me, I will be there to listen to you, Izuku. Izuku would just give a slight smile saying, it's a long story. Kendo, I have all the time to listen to her. Izuku would just take a deep breath saying, it all started with a question that Kirishima asked me. At that moment was when I realized that I had fallen in love with Momo, and well, that same day we were walking through the hallways when we heard a question that Mina had asked him. Kendo, that question was if you and she were a thing, right? Izuku, how do you know that? Kendo, to tell the truth, before you and I were close, you were always hanging out and being with Yaoyorozu. At one point I thought you were a couple. That was until I found out that she and Todoroki were dating. Then I realized that you were just close friends. Izuku, I see, that was the question. He would lower his head somewhat sadly and say, and you already know what her answer was. She said that she only sees me as a simple friend and that will never change. Even knowing that, I still confessed to her. I didn't want to regret anything. At least I told the woman that I love my feelings. I prefer to see her happy. I prefer to continue seeing her beautiful smile on her face even if I'm not the one who causes it. Every word the freckled man said was full of sadness. Izuku, but if I'm honest, if it wasn't for you, I would have fallen apart a long time ago. Kendo, what if it weren't for me? Izuku, yes, if you hadn't appeared in my life maybe I would be worse off. Thank you for being in my life, Kendo. Kendo would just give a tender smile saying, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you I would still be sad because of that fool Monoma. Izuku would look at Kendo and say, are you serious, Kendo? What did you see in that idiot? Kendo, even if you don't believe it, he was never an idiot like he is now. He behaves like that when he's with you, but I ended up realizing that he really is an idiot himself. He told me that he had kissed that girl just to see if I would get jealous. He wanted to know if it was true that I was in love with him. Izuku would just give Kendo a hug. This would take her by surprise. Izuku, well, thanks to that idiot I have you. Those words had made Kendo blush. Kendo, and thanks to Momo I have you. You really are my best friend and a very special person to me, Izuku. Izuku, you are also someone important to me, Kendo. Both would just stare at each other. Kendo would just look at the freckled boy's emerald eyes. Izuku would just look at Kendo's eyes and he would give a smile. Kendo, come on, our date isn't over yet. He said this while holding Izuku's hand. Izuku would only have a slight blush. Both would have continued with their date. No doubt Izuku and Kendo had had a lot of fun. Kendo always had a good time when he was with the freckled boy. No doubt the orange-haired boy was happy to be with Izuku. On the other hand, Momo would be with Todoroki drinking a couple of smoothies. The brunette was just lost in her thoughts. Momo was just thinking about Izuku, remembering over and over when Kendo had taken him by the hand, without knowing why that scene had bothered the brunette. Todoroki just looked at his girlfriend and in his thoughts he would say, she's been like this ever since she saw Midoriya. This one would just say, I have to get her away from him. Momo just has to be mine. Izuku and Kendo were now just walking through the streets. The freckled boy accompanied Kendo to his house. Upon arriving, Kendo would just smile saying, thanks for today's date, Izuku. I definitely had a lot of fun. Izuku, I had a lot of fun with you too, Kendo. Kendo would just give the freckled boy a tender kiss on the cheek saying, see you on Monday at the academy. Izuku, see you, Kendo. The orange-haired girl had entered her house. the freckled boy would only be walking towards his house. As he did so, he only remembered Momo holding hands with Todoroki. Izuku, I don't know why it hurts, if I'm supposed to be used to it already. He would give a slight smile, saying, but if she's happy, I'll be fine. He would look at the sky, and in his thoughts say, I wonder if I can go that long without seeing her. Izuku would have arrived home and would be lying alone in his bed, staring at the ceiling of his room. On the other hand, Momo would be in her room lying on her huge bed. The brunette could not get the image of Izuku with Kendo out of her mind. Then the memory of their accidental kiss crossed her mind. She would say, Why don't I feel the same sensation when I kiss Todoroki? That kiss, although it was short, made the brunette feel something very nice and warm. Momo would close her eyes, remembering the freckled boy's confession. Without a doubt, Izuku had been the first boy who had confessed to her. Every word Izuku had said was full of feeling. Momo and Izuku would say, I need to hear your voice. They would both record their phones. Momo would dial Izuku's number. Izuku was about to call Momo when his eyes would open wide, seeing that the brunette was calling him. This one would answer without hesitation. Izuku, hello Momo? Momo, hearing the freckled boy's voice, couldn't help but feel her heart race a little. Momo, sorry to call you at this hour, but I wanted to talk to you a little. Izuku, I wanted to hear your voice too, Momo. Both young people had stayed up late talking. Momo wanted to ask him what relationship he had with Kendo, but she didn't know how to do it. Izuku, Momo-san will continue talking tomorrow. My phone is running out of charge until tomorrow. Rests well. Momo, it's okay Izuku, you rest well too. Both at the same time would say, bye-bye. Izuku would just give a slight smile and close his eyes to sleep. Sunday had passed with complete normality. Monday had arrived. The freckled boy would be leaving his house to go to the academy. Then a black-haired girl would be waiting for him. Izuku, Momo-san? Momo, good morning Izuku. Izuku would only be surprised because he expected to see Kendo, since she sometimes waited for him to go to the academy together. Izuku, I thought you were going with Todoroki. Momo, well, to tell the truth, I want to spend more time with you. Last week I couldn't be with my friend and well, Izuku would just give a slight smile and in his thoughts he would say, how sweet, well I have to enjoy these few moments that I will be able to spend with her. Izuku, before we go to the academy, can we wait a few more minutes? Momo, it's okay. About 8 minutes would have passed and Izuku would see that Kendo was not coming. He would be somewhat worried and in his thoughts he would say, maybe she had to be early and forgot to tell me. Izuku, let's go Momo. Both would start walking. The day was a cool one. The freckled one was wearing the scarf that Kendo had made for him. Momo would say, what a nice scarf. Where did you buy it? Izuku, Kendo made this scarf for me. He gave it to me for my birthday. Momo, oh I see. The brunette would lower her head, as she was sad since she had failed Izuku that day. At that Izuku was hugged from behind. Voice, Baka, why didn't you wait for me? Izuku would turn around looking at the orange-haired girl, who was hugging him tenderly. Izuku, I did wait for you but you never came. Kendo with a smile would say, hee, I fell asleep, sorry. Momo just looked at that scene and in her thoughts she would say, there's that pain in my chest again, why don't I want her to hug it? At that the raven would be taken out of her thoughts. Kendo, good morning Yaoyorozu-san. Momo, gee good morning Kendo-san. Kendo still didn't let go of Izuku. Momo would see how Izuku and Kendo had the same scarves. Momo, Kendo, your scarf? Kendo, do you like it? I made these, mine and Izuku's are one set, he would say with a big smile. Momo in her thoughts. Are they two? No, it can't be, they're just friends, right? The raven wondered. On the way Kendo would talk more with Izuku. Momo only went with her head down. Upon arriving at the Kendo Academy she would give the freckled man a tender kiss on the cheek saying, see you Izuku. He said this while winking at her. Izuku would just give him a smile saying, goodbye princess. Momo had become sadder upon hearing these words. The pain in her chest had grown more and more. Kendo would have gone to his course. Izuku would look at Momo saying, "Come on, Momo, we have to get into the classroom." Momo, yes, you are right. The Raven girl only looked at the freckled man as they walked towards their classroom. Along the way they would meet Todoroki, who upon seeing Momo with Izuku had gotten a little upset. Without hesitation he had kissed Momo in front of Izuku. Izuku would just lower his head and make a fake smile saying, "See you in the classroom, Momo." That kiss had taken Momo by surprise. "Todoroki, if you want, the three of us can go to the living room together after all. You are my princess's best friend," I would say, hugging the Raven girl. Izuku, "No, I don't want to bother the couple. I bet you guys want to be alone." Todoroki had said all that to annoy Izuku. Momo would separate herself from Todoroki's embrace. "Momo, Izuku." "Izuku, see you later, Momo." The freckled man had left. The black man was just a little sad. "Todoroki, is something wrong with you, love?" "Momo, no, nothing's wrong with me." Both young people had entered the classroom. At that moment Aizawa would arrive and say, "Good morning, guys, I have good news. The dormitories are already finished. Your things are already being brought to the academy, so after classes you can go to your rooms." All the boys would be happy. Momo just looked at the freckled man somewhat thoughtfully. Aizawa, "Oh, and it should also be said that in 2 weeks, they will have a new partner." He said this, looking out of the corner of his eye at Izuku, who was just looking out the window. Mina would raise her hand saying, "But sensei, we are already 20 students." Aizawa, "Yes, I know, but soon one of you will no longer be at UA." Everyone just looked at their teacher somewhat confused. Momo would have seen how Aizawa had seen Izuku out of the corner of his eye. The Raven girl had a bad feeling. Classes had passed normally. The day at the academy had come to an end. All the boys were about to leave the room. "Aizawa, Midoriya, and Yaoyorozu. Could you stay a moment? I need to talk to you." Both young men would nod their heads. The rest of the boys had gone to see their new rooms. There would only be Aizawa, Izuku, and Momo in the room. Aizawa would have some boxes with various books among other things that they had occupied during classes, he would say. They could lift and carry these boxes to the storage room. Aizawa would give the door key to Momo. "Aizawa, be careful with the door since it can only be opened from the outside. Don't get locked in, since at this time if you get locked in no one will hear you. After that go to your new bedrooms." Both young men would just nod their heads. Aizawa, "Thank you very much, guys, I appreciate it." Izuku and Momo would be walking towards said room. Momo was happy since she could ask the freckled boy some things. Both had arrived at the storage room. "Izuku, Momo, you stay and hold the door. I'll put these boxes on top of the other things." Momo would just nod. The freckled boy was standing on a small bench lifting the boxes to place them on top. At that, the bench where the freckled man was standing had swayed, causing the freckled man to lose his balance. He would fall to the ground and several boxes would fall on top of him. Without thinking, Momo would go see the freckled boy. Momo would remove some boxes that were on Izuku. "Izuku, ouch, that did hurt me," he would say with a smile. "Momo, Baka, you have to be more careful." Izuku, "Yes." Slam the door. "Momo, what about you?" They both saw how the door was closed. Momo had forgotten to lock it with something. Now they were both locked in the same room. Izuku would just say, "And you call me Baka?" "Momo, this is your fault." "Izuku, my fault?" "Momo, yeah, you made me worried." Izuku would just let out a small laugh. "Momo, what are you laughing at, Baka?" "Izuku, you look really cute when you're angry." Momo would only have a slight blush. She would pout while looking to the side. "Momo, and how are you doing with her?" he asked somewhat sadly. "Izuku, what are you talking about?" "Momo, don't pretend you and Kendo are dating, right?" Izuku would just have a confused face. "Momo, I mean the other day you were on a date, and he even held your hand, so well I thought you two were in a relationship." Izuku, that's it. What's wrong with it? "Momo, just answer my question." This time the brunette just looked at the freckled boy straight in her eyes. Momo would just have her hand on her chest. Izuku would get closer until he was very close to Momo's face. Momo just had a small blush. Izuku would quietly say, "Do you want to hear my answer?" Momo would just nod her head. Izuku, well, here's my answer. Chapter 8. The freckled boy would get closer and closer to Momo's lips. The brunette would have a big blush while her pulse had accelerated. Izuku, being centimeters from the brunette's lips, would say, "I love you so close and yet you are so far away. I swear I love you. I have loved you and I will always love you more than anyone else. But I'm not going to try anymore." Momo's eyes opened wide, her chest hurting badly. "Momo, Aizu." The freckled boy would give Momo a tender kiss on the cheek. He would get up and head towards the door. He would take the side of the door. Izuku would say, "Kendo is someone very special to me. Maybe she can reciprocate my feelings. See you, Momo." The freckled boy would force the door open, and Momo would leave the place alone with a couple of tears on her cheeks. Why did those words hurt him so much? "Momo, why does my chest hurt?" It was to be expected, after all. I rejected it, but still I don't want anyone to take him away from me. Izuku had arrived in his new room. The freckled boy was surprised to see the whole place. He would see that in his room were all his all-might things. Then someone would knock on his door. "Izuku, I'll open it right away." This one would see his friend Kaken. "Kaken, hey, Deku, Kirishima and Mina are in the dining room preparing dinner. Do you want to come and be with us?" Izuku, of course. The freckled boy and Kaken would head to the dining room, where Kirishima and Mina were waiting for them. "Kirishima, hey old man, where have you been? We've been waiting for you for dinner." Izuku, sorry, I was late doing something. Mina, okay guys, sit down, dinner is ready. Izuku, is it just going to be us? Mina, yes, the others left. Izuku, I see. The four friends would sit down to dinner. They would be talking about trivial things, among other things. Mina, by the way, everyone in the class was thinking about Aizawa-sensei's words. Izuku would raise an eyebrow saying, "Words?" Mina, yes. Didn't you hear what sensei said in class? Izuku, I'm really sorry, I was lost in my thoughts. Mina, wow Izuku, you have to pay attention. Kirishima, old Aizawa-sensei said that within a week someone from the class would be leaving and that we would have a new partner. Mina, everyone kept asking who the person who would leave would be. Izuku would choke on his food upon hearing those words and start coughing a little. Kaken, Deku, are you okay? Kirishima, take a drink of water, old man, to calm down. Izuku would take a big gulp of his drink. Mina, are you feeling better now? Izuku, yes, I'm sorry, what happens is that I was surprised by what they told me. Mina, everyone came to the conclusion that Aizawa would take a test or something, and whoever fails it will leave. Well, that's the conclusion everyone came to. What do you think, Izuku? Izuku would look to the side saying, maybe that's it. The freckled man didn't know what to say. He wasn't very good at lying. Kaken would have noticed how nervous the freckled boy had become. Izuku in his thoughts would say, I can't tell them that I'm the one who's leaving. I wouldn't know how to tell them. Kirishima, well, it's better not to think about it, since sooner or later we'll know. Mina, yes, you're right. An hour would pass. The young people had cleaned everything they had used. Everyone would go to rest in their respective bedrooms. A rain had accompanied the night. Izuku would be about to enter his room. Then Kaken would stop him. Kaken, Deku, can we talk? Izuku, of course. Kaken, what's going on? Kaken, I would like us to talk in private. I don't want anyone to hear our conversation. Izuku, okay, let's go to my room. They would enter the freckled man's room. Kaken upon entering would say, I see your room hasn't changed at all. You're still an all-might fanatic. Izuku, yes, you're right. What did you want to talk about, Kaken? Kaken would look at the freckled boy saying, when do you plan to tell the kids that you're leaving? The freckled boy's eyes had opened wide. Izuku, what are you saying, Kaken? Kaken, Come on, Deku, I know you well, I know when you're lying. Izuku would just take a deep breath and say, And how do you want me to tell them? I'm not very good with these things. Kaken would place his hand on the freckled boy's shoulder saying, Don't worry, my friend, I'll be by your side. You know they love you and I don't think it's fair that you don't tell them. Izuku, you're right, Kaken. Kaken, so tell me, where are you going? Because I already know the reason. Izuku, the reason? Kaken, if the reason you want to leave is to forget how you feel about the ponytail. Isn't that right? Come on, Deku, I know you love her. I also know that it hurts you to see her with him half and half. If I'm honest, you are a very good person. You forget her even when she stood you up. I know it will sound really bad, but I think you should be more selfish and think about your own happiness. Izuku wouldn't say anything. Kaken, anyway, whenever you need and want to talk, you know you can count on me, Deku. Izuku, thanks, Kaken. Kaken would be standing in front of the door about to leave. He would say, Thanks to you for never abandoning me, friend. Those words were pure sincerity. Izuku would give a smile and say, I would never leave my best friend alone. Kaken would only leave the freckled boy's room. Izuku had been thinking about his friend's words. No doubt the freckled boy wanted Momo to be happy with Todoroki, but he knew that if he stayed by his side he would only hurt himself more and more. Izuku would only pick up a book called Threads of Fate by author Cismo. Izuku, I will never get tired of reading this story. In Yaoyorozu's room would be the brunette remembering Izuku's words. I love you so close and yet so far away. I swear I love you. I have loved you and I will always love you more than anyone else, but I'm not going to try anymore. Those simple words had brought a couple of tears to Momo's eyes. When Momo looked into the freckled boy's eyes, she could see the sadness in them. Momo would only grab her chest saying, Izuku. The dark-haired girl would take the same book that the freckled man was reading. She would start reading a little, to forget a little about the pain she felt. As the hours passed, the rain outside had intensified more and more. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Both Momo and Izuku were still awake in their rooms. Izuku, I'll go to the kitchen for a glass of water. The freckled boy would leave his room. Upon reaching the kitchen, he would meet Momo, who was wearing pajamas and her hair down. Izuku would blush slightly upon seeing her. Momo would see the freckled boy and the pain had returned. She would ask, Can't you sleep, Izuku? Izuku, it's not that, I just came for a glass of water. What happens is that I stayed reading Fate Threads. Both had said that same phrase. Izuku and Momo would only let out a small laugh. Momo, I guess we both read the same thing. Izuku, I guess so. A silence had overwhelmed the entire kitchen. Izuku and Momo just stared at each other. Izuku, well, I'd better drink my glass of water and go rest. Momo, oh yeah, sorry, I'm moving now to let you pass. The freckled boy would only say thank you. After having a glass of water, Izuku and Momo would return together to their rooms. Izuku would be about to enter his room, at which point Momo would stop him. Izuku, what's wrong, Momo? Momo, blushing a little, would say, do you want to go read a little with me in my room? Izuku would think about it for a bit. The brunette just stared at him in the eyes, waiting for an answer. Izuku, okay. At that, a loud thunder would be heard. Momo would just jump, hugging Izuku. Izuku would just laugh a little, saying, I had forgotten that you are afraid of thunder and lightning. Momo, don't laugh, baka. At that, a lightning bolt would fail, illuminating the entire hallway. Momo would hug the freckled boy tighter. Izuku, come on, Momo, I won't let you go. Izuku would take the brunette by the hand, heading to her room. Upon entering, Izuku saw that it was a luxurious room. Izuku, wow, this is typical of you. Momo, come sit on the bed next to me. Izuku would sit next to the brunette. They would begin to read the book again. The minutes had passed and it was already 3:45. Both young people were still awake for a while. The brunette hugged the freckled boy every time lightning fell, and that Izuku would take his cell phone out of his pocket. He would see that he had several messages from Kendo. Izuku, damn. Momo, what's wrong, Izuku? Izuku, I had been so distracted reading the book that I had forgotten to reply to Kendo's messages. Momo, somewhat annoyed, would say. Ah, I see. Izuku would notice the change in the brunette's voice. Izuku, are you okay, Momo? Momo, yes, why do you ask? Izuku, well, because when I mentioned Kendo your tone of voice was different. Are you jealous of Kendo? Momo would just look to the side saying, oh, of course not. Why would I be? If you and I are just friends. Izuku, ah, I see, if you're right, we're just friends. Momo had heard those words. Izuku, well, I'll go to my room now. He would head towards the door to leave, but Momo would stop him by hugging him from behind. Momo, I don't want you to go, I want you to stay by my side, please, she whispered in a low voice. Izuku would have a big blush. Izuku, Momo, at least until I fall asleep, you know how much I hate lightning. Izuku, it's okay, Momo. Momo, thanks Izuku, you are the best. She would give him a big, tender kiss on the cheek. No doubt they would both be blushing. They would be reading the book again. It was already 4 o'clock. Izuku would feel the brunette's head fall on his shoulder. Izuku, Momo? He would see that the brunette would be sleeping on top of him. He would delicately carry her and place her on the huge bed. Izuku, wow, she looks so cute when she sleeps. He would try to get up to leave, but the brunette who was asleep would hug the freckled boy. Izuku would be very blushing. Izuku would quietly say, Momo-san, please let me go. Momo would say in his dreams, no, I don't want to. Izuku would try to free himself, but the brunette hugged him tightly. Izuku would just take a deep breath, saying, I guess I'll have to go to sleep. He would turn his face looking straight at the brunette. Their faces were so close. Izuku with his left hand would move the lock of hair that covered Momo's left eye. He would place it behind her left ear. Izuku would look at Momo while she slept. Izuku, how I wish you would accept me. He would close his eyes, falling completely asleep. About 20 minutes had passed. Momo would open her eyes, seeing the freckled boy face to face. She would blush greatly, but the brunette would settle down, staying very close to the freckled boy. Momo looked tenderly at Izuku's lips. She would approach the green-haired boy, saying, just one more time. She would give him a tender kiss on the lips. When they separated, Momo would have a blush on her face. She would say in a low voice, if I'm jealous of Kendo, I want you to be mine alone and not one else's. After saying that, Momo would rest her head on the freckled boy's chest, feeling his heartbeat. The brunette would close her eyes, feeling a beautiful and warm feeling in her heart. In that she would feel some arms that surrounded her waist delicately, holding her closer to the freckled man. In that she felt how Izuku's hand began to rise until it reached her hair. He would begin to caress her hair. Izuku, I'm jealous of Todoroki too. The brunette's eyes had opened wide. She would raise her gaze, meeting the emerald eyes of the green-haired man. Momo, I. At that he felt the freckled boy's warm lips on his. Chapter 9. Momo would only close her eyes, reciprocating Izuku's kiss. No doubt they both had a big blush on their faces, but neither wanted to separate from the warm kiss. Momo would wrap her arms around the freckled boy's neck. Izuku would place his hands on the brunette's waist. They had separated due to lack of air. Both stared at each other. They would put their foreheads together while looking into each other's eyes. Momo, Izuku, I. Izuku would give him a short kiss on the lips. When they separated, he would say, don't say anything. The brunette would only place her head on the freckled boy's chest. Izuku caressed Momo's hair. Momo would slowly close her eyes as Izuku. Both young people slept together. The next day it was 7 o'clock in the morning. At that moment Momo's alarm would ring. The brunette would slowly open her eyes and see that Izuku was not in her bed. Momo, was it just a dream I had? She would touch her lips, saying, no, that kiss we gave each other was so real. I don't think it was a dream, and if it was, then I. The black girl would get up, wash her face and wash her teeth. She would dress in her uniform and go down to have breakfast. When she went down to the kitchen, she met several of her companions who were having breakfast. Then the eyes of the brunette would fall on the tangled hair of the freckled boy, who was having breakfast with his little group, which was made up of Kaken, Kirishima, and Mina. She would be about to go greet Izuku. in that she would be hugged from behind by Todoroki, he would say. "Good morning, my princess." "Momo, good morning." "Todoroki, are you okay? You seem a little strange to me." Momo, "And no, nothing happens." Todoroki, "Well then let's go have breakfast together, love." He would take Momo's hand and sit at a table to have breakfast, accompanied by Jairu, Tsuyu, Uraraka and the others. While they were having breakfast, Todoroki would receive a call on his phone. "Todoroki, I'll be right back, love. I have to take a call." "Momo, if it's okay, don't worry." Todoroki would go outside the room. He would be in the middle of the hallways. "Todoroki, tell me." Voice, "Everything is ready. Today we can make everyone hate Midoriya." Todoroki would give a smile saying, "Wow, that was faster than I thought. Well, we'll put the plan into action today." Voice, "Okay." Todoroki, "Well, we'll talk later." This would cut the call. Todoroki, "I'll make you stay away from Momo Midoriya. Momo will only be mine and no one else's." At that point he would receive a message which said, "Hi honey, how are you? I miss you. Can we meet in the afternoon?" Todoroki would reply to the message saying, "Of course, I miss your kisses and caresses too. See you after school." Todoroki would put his phone in his pocket and head back to the dining room. The time to go to class had arrived. All the boys would be in class with Aizawa. Izuku was looking out the window somewhat distracted, while Aizawa was teaching. The classroom door would open, revealing a rodent with white fur and a very elegant suit. "Aizawa, Principal Nizu, what are you doing here?" "Nizu, sorry to interrupt your class, Aizawa, but I'm going to take young Midoriya for a few minutes. I need to talk to him about something very important." Aizawa, "Okay, director." "Nizu, young Midoriya, please accompany me to the address." The freckled boy would stand up and obey the director. They would arrive at the office. Izuku would be a little nervous because he didn't know what they were going to talk about. "Nizu, please take a seat, young man." Izuku, "Thank you very much." "Nizu, please, young man, relax a little. I see you are very nervous." Izuku, "Well, if I'm here I must have done something wrong, right?" Nizu, "No, of course not, young man. The reason I brought you to my office is to inform you that your papers for you to leave with All Might are already ready, but there was a small change. You will leave this Friday." Izuku, "Huh? That will be in 3 days." Nizu, "That's what Toshinori told me. It seems the flights have changed, so I advise you to start preparing your things, and above all I wish you the best of luck on your trip." Izuku, "Thank you very much, director." Nizu, "Well, young man, now you can return to classes. I just wanted to inform you of that. Oh, and by the way, do your colleagues already know that you are leaving?" Izuku, "No, I still don't know whether to tell them or not." Nizu, "I understand. Well, young man, I won't take up any more of your time." Izuku would bow and leave the place. Upon arriving at the living room, the freckled man would sit down and thousands of things would go through his mind. Kaken would quietly say, "Deku, are you okay? Did something bad happen? I notice you're very thoughtful." Izuku, "Oh yeah, I'm fine. I'll tell you later, friend." Kaken would just nod his head. The hours had passed, lunchtime had arrived, all the classes would be in the cafeteria. Izuku would see Kendo who passed by him, but she didn't even look at his face. Izuku would see that Kendo's eyes were watery. Izuku would hold Kendo's hand saying, "Kendo-san, are you okay?" Kendo would just break free from the freckled boy's grip. This would surprise Izuku. "Kendo, don't touch me, don't come near me ever again, I hate you." Several tears would fall down Kendo's cheeks. Izuku would open his eyes wide. "Izuku, Kendo-san, what's wrong with you?" He would approach Kendo, but she would give him a strong slap. "Kendo, you're worse than that idiot Monoma." Everyone in the cafeteria would be witnessing the scene. Then Shinso would approach Kendo saying, "Come on, Kendo, don't waste your time." Shinso would look at Izuku saying, "You've already hurt her too much, just get away from her." Izuku, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Kendo, "I regret having met you." Those words had caused a great pain in Izuku's chest. Izuku, Kendo, tell me what's wrong. Why are you acting like this? If I did something wrong, Kendo, what you did wrong was showing up in my life, you idiot. Kendo would just run out of the cafeteria with a couple of tears. Shinso, I thought you were a good person, Midoriya, but I was wrong. This one would go after Kendo. Everyone in the cafeteria began to murmur things like, wow, after telling him all those things he acts confused. Poor Kendo, Midoriya is a piece of garbage. Izuku would just have his head down. Kaken would hold his shoulder saying, Deku, what was all that? Izuku, I don't know, Kaken, I don't know what I did wrong. At that, Mina and Kirishima approached Izuku. After everyone looked badly at the freckled boy, some insults from Class B were present. Mina, Izuku, come on, let's sit at the table and you tell us what happened. Izuku would leave with his friends. He would tell him the same thing as Kaken, who didn't know what had happened. Izuku would record his phone and send Kendo a ton of messages, but Kendo never responded or opened them. Lunchtime was over, the boys returned to their respective classrooms. The class hours had passed normally, but not for Izuku. He had spent his time thinking about Kendo's words. Izuku didn't know what was happening to him. He didn't know why Kendo had said those words to him. What worried him most was that he had seen that his friend was crying. Izuku didn't like to see his friend cry. The end of classes had arrived. Everyone would be leaving the classroom. Izuku would be the last to leave. Everyone else had left for their rooms. Izuku would be walking with his eyes down when a voice would stop him. Voice, Midoriya, can we talk? Izuku would turn around looking at Todoroki, who had a serious look. Izuku, it's you, Todoroki. Tell me, what do you want to talk about? Todoroki, stay away from Momo. I don't want a person like you to be her friend. After what you did to Kendo, I don't want you to be with Momo. Izuku would frown, saying, I didn't do anything to Kendo-san. I won't get away from Momo either, unless she asks me to. Momo is someone very important to me. Todoroki, I know you like my girlfriend Midoriya. Tell me, what do you want from Momo? You just want her for her money, don't you? Izuku would get angry at that question, saying, I love Momo for who she is. Her money doesn't matter to me. I'm not interested in those things. Todoroki, yes, sure, if I were going to believe you, just stay away from Momo or you'll have to deal with me. Izuku, I'm not afraid of you. Todoroki would give a smile, saying, I'm not going to waste my time with you. You're not worth it. What a pity that Momo will never love you. After saying this, the half and half had left. Izuku had left the place without realizing that someone had recorded everything. Chapter 10. Izuku would arrive in his room. He would take his phone to see if Kendo had answered him. Izuku would dial his number. Izuku, please Kendo, answer me. We can see Kendo, whose eyes were red from crying so much. Her phone would vibrate. Kendo would see that it was a call from Izuku and she would just ignore it. Izuku would call her several times but nothing. Kendo did not answer his calls. Izuku was sad and bad for the words Kendo had said to him. Night had come. The freckled boy had called Kendo for several hours but nothing changed. Izuku would lay down to sleep, trying to sleep as only Kendo's words passed through his mind. A new day had arrived. Izuku would be walking through the halls towards the kitchen. When he arrived, he met several of his classmates. Some looked at him in a bad way, others didn't even look at him. Izuku would notice this. Izuku, guys, is something wrong? No one answered him, everyone ignored him. Kirishima and Bakugo along with Mina would record the freckled boy saying, Come on Izuku, you have to see this. These would take Izuku to a part of the hallway. Mina on her phone would play a video. Izuku, what is this, Mina? Mina, just watch the video please. In the video we can see Izuku, who is in the back part of the school with Kendo. Izuku, but what? I've never been to that place, much less with Kendo. Mina, please watch the whole video. In the video. Kendo, why did you call me Izuku? Izuku, I just wanted to tell you that I don't need you anymore. Kendo, what are you talking about, Izuku? Izuku, just like you heard, I don't need you anymore. You're of no use to me. All this time I was using you to make Momo jealous. thinking that maybe she would realize that she loves me, but she's only with Todoroki. So you are of no use to me anymore. My plan didn't work. Don't talk to me anymore. I don't want you to get close to me either. Kendo would have several tears in his eyes. Kendo, I thought you would. Izuku, what did you think? Did you think I had feelings for you? Please don't be ridiculous. I only have eyes for Momo. You're not as pretty as her. Kendo, but I thought we were friends. Izuku, friends? No, I just pretended to be. I'm surprised at how naive you were. At that, Kendo would slap Izuku and run away with several tears. There the video would end. Izuku would just be in shock at what he had seen. Izuku, I would never say those things to Kendo. She is very special to me, that's why she hates me. Kirishima, yes, we know Izuku, we know that wasn't you. Mina, but this video circulated throughout the school, that's why everyone hates you. Izuku, that's why Kendo hates me and told me all that. Kaken, don't worry, friend, we know that wasn't you. When I find the one who pretended to be you, I swear I'll kill him. Izuku, thanks guys. In that the minutes had passed, now the boys would be heading to the classroom. Upon entering, Izuku would see Momo. He would greet her. The brunette would give him a look of hatred and indifference. Izuku would see this. Izuku would approach Momo asking, Momo, why are you looking at me like that? All the boys would be in the classroom. Aizawa hadn't arrived yet. Momo would clench her fists and holding back her tears would say, Don't come near me. I can't believe you said all that. Get out of my life, I never want to see you again. Several tears fell down the brunette's cheek. Izuku would only have a face of confusion and sadness, and with a broken voice he would say, Momo, what are you talking about? Todoroki would just hug Momo saying, Don't get close to him, you're a piece of garbage as a friend. Kaken would be about to hit Todoroki, then Aizawa would come in and say, Everyone to their places. Everyone would listen to their teachers. Izuku didn't know what was wrong with Momo. Classes had passed normally. Everyone would be about to leave the classroom. Mina along with Kirishima would approach where Kaken was with Izuku. Mina, Izuku, you have to see this. This would show you another video. Mina, this video has started circulating recently, so it must be that Yaoyorozu was like this. In the video, Todoroki and Izuku could be seen in the hallway. Izuku, huh? That was yesterday when Todoroki stopped me and threatened me to get away from Momo. Kirishima, did he threaten you? Izuku, yes. Mina, watch the video, guys. In the video, Todoroki would say, Tell me, what do you want from Momo? You only want her for her money, right? Izuku, of course, money is what matters to me. The video would continue. Izuku, I never said those words. Mina, apparently they altered the audio in their favor. I bet Todoroki made Momo watch this video. Izuku, I have to talk to Momo and tell her that video is not true. Kaken, and how will you do it? She doesn't want to talk to you, just like Kendo. Now you are the most hated person in the entire school. Kirishima, dude, the one who did all this really hates you. Izuku, but who could it be? Mina, we'll find out about that, don't worry, friend. Izuku would give a smile saying, Thanks guys, I thought you would hate me too. Kirishima, of course not bro, we know how you are, you would never say things like that or play with other people's feelings. Izuku, I have the best friends, he would say while hugging the three of them. The school day had come to an end. Izuku had received more insults than before from the entire school. The freckled boy had tried to talk to Momo and Kendo, but they acted as if Izuku didn't exist. Obviously this hurt the freckled boy a lot. Izuku was walking through the school hallways when he would collide with a beautiful light blue-haired girl. Both of them would fall to the ground. Izuku, sorry, I was distracted. He would raise his gaze seeing the senpai Nijire Hado. Nijire, no, this was my fault. I was distracted. Nijire would look up at Izuku. Izuku would extend his hand to help her up. Nijire would take the freckled boy's hand. Izuku, I don't know if senpai was hurt. Nijire would see the green-haired man's eyes which were dull, but he maintained a look full of sadness. but his words emanated immense kindness. Nijire, no, I didn't get hurt, thanks for worrying. Hey, aren't you the guy from the videos? The one who played with the feelings of two girls. Is this your truth? He asked, tilting his head to the side. The freckled man's eyes plummeted to the ground. Izuku, you may begin. Nijire, somewhat confused, would ask. Can I start what? Izuku, you can insult me. I know that your senpai saw the videos, so you can insult me however you want, the freckled man would say with a fake smile. Nijire would see this, and without knowing why, a few small tears fell down her cheeks. The light blue-haired girl on impulse would hug the freckled boy. Izuku would only open his eyes wide. Nijire, I won't insult you. I don't believe anything I saw in those videos. I can see the sadness in your eyes. Your words show a pure feeling of kindness and sincerity. Izuku would just hug Nijire, closing and squeezing his eyes tightly to keep from crying. Nijire would just hug him for a long time. Chapter 11. Izuku would part from Nijire saying, You are the first one in the school who doesn't insult me, thanks senpai. Nijire, I know we don't know each other very well, but if you want, you can tell me everything that happened. I have all the time to listen to you. Izuku would see the warm smile that the light blue-haired girl gave him. Izuku, okay. Nijire, okay, but we won't talk here, come on, let's go to my room. Izuku, blushing a little, would say. And he can't be anywhere else. Nijire, come on, Izuku. She would take Izuku by the hand. Izuku would just follow without opposing. Upon reaching Nijire's room, Izuku would begin to tell her everything that had happened, even about his confession to the brunette, since the freckled boy for some reason had taken a great deal of confidence in the light blue-haired girl. When she finished telling her story, Nijire would only have tears in her eyes. The freckled man's story was undoubtedly sad, but what moved Nijire the most was that the freckled man had given up his happiness to see the woman he loved happy, and now she hated him for something he had never said. Nijire, have you tried talking to her yet, Izuku? Izuku, yes, but both Momo and Kendo act as if I don't exist. Kendo told me that he regrets having met me. The freckled man's gaze was sad. Izuku, I guess it's best to stop trying if no matter what I say they won't believe me. Izuku would stand up saying, Thank you, senpai, for listening to me. I better go get my things ready. Nijire, what are you going to leave for? Izuku, yes, this Friday I will leave the UA. Nijire, Izuku, you know that leaving will always be the most cowardly way to love. Izuku, yes, I know, senpai, but the heart also gets tired of waiting, of being silent, and of trying. And you know what is the worst of all? The worst is that if she came to me tomorrow and told me that she loves me, I would answer that I never stopped loving her. I'm just moving away from her because I realize that she doesn't need me in her life. After saying that, the freckled man would leave Nijire's room, who only had tears in her eyes for those sad but beautiful words from the freckled boy. Nijire would quickly call two people through her phone. Nijire, guys, please, I need your help with something. The days had passed. Izuku had continued trying to talk to Momo and Kendo, but he had not gotten any results. The only ones in his class who spoke to him were Kirishima, Mina, and Bakugo. The rest did not speak to him. Some of they doubted the videos, but others believed in them. Thursday had come to an end. Izuku would be in his room with his suitcases and things ready. Izuku had 2 letters on his nightstand. One of them was in a bag. Izuku had told Mina and Kirishima along with Bakugo to go to his room at 9 p.m. Izuku would be waiting for the boys, and then they would knock on his door. He would open it and see his 3 friends. Izuku would let them into his room. As they entered, Mina and Kirishima opened their eyes wide when they saw Izuku's suitcases. Kirishima, old man, what does this mean? Izuku would have a sad smile on his face and he would say, Tomorrow I'm leaving the UA. Kaken would only lower his head because he knew that sooner or later that day would come. Mina, with her watery eyes, would say, Please, Izuku, don't joke with us. Izuku, no joke, Aizawa-sensei said it, I'm the one who's leaving. Kirishima, why are you leaving? Izuku, I'm going to a place where I can train and strengthen my quirk. And I thought I should tell you. Mina, and there's no way to change your mind? Izuku, I'm sorry Mina, but I've already made my decision. Besides, I think it will be best for everyone. You don't believe it? Mina, and you'll leave tomorrow, right? Izuku, yes, my flight leaves tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Kirishima, this is goodbye then? Izuku, of course not, I swear we'll see each other again. Mina, Izuku, I'm sorry, I couldn't do anything to prove that you're not the one in the videos. She said this while tears were falling from her face. Izuku would just give Mina a hug saying, You believed in me and that's enough for me. Mina would only cry more and more, Kirishima would only have tearful eyes. Izuku, I was glad to have met you guys. Mina and Kirishima would give Izuku a big hug, because they loved their friend, after they had left. Kaken would just say, I hope you write from time to time, Deku. Izuku, of course, friend. In this way the three friends had left the freckled man's room. Each one had such a sad look that they did not say a single word and went to their respective rooms. Before going to sleep, Izuku would go to Nijire's room and slip a letter under her door. Since the light blue film was sleeping, Izuku would quietly say, Thanks for everything, senpai. The freckled man would return to his room and go to sleep. The night had passed, and the day had dawned accompanied by a beautiful rain. It was 8 o'clock. We can see that in the freckled man's room there was nothing left. We can see Izuku, who was in a car with All Might. All Might, are you okay, Shonen? Izuku, oh of course, All Might. All Might, I know what you've been through these last few days. Izuku, don't worry, I'm fine. After all, this is a new opportunity to start from scratch, isn't it? He said, showing a smile. All Might, that's how you speak, Shonen. Meanwhile at the UA we could see all the classes gathered in a single room. Everyone was wondering why they had been gathered there. In the room there was a stage, behind the stage there was a large screen. Director Nizu would be in the middle of the stage with a microphone in his hands. Kirishima, Mina and Bakugo were sad because their friend was no longer with them. Nizu, good morning students, the reason you are gathered here is because the third-year students, more exactly the Big Three, wanted to show you something. At that point the Big Three would go up on stage. Nijire would look for Kendo and Yaoyorozu with her gaze. Nizu would give the microphone to Nijire, she would say. Miss Kendo from Class B and Miss Yaoyorozu from Class 1A, could you please come up on stage? Both girls were confused but they would listen to their senpai's request. Both were somewhat sad. Nijire, now I want everyone to pay attention to the big screen. My friend Tamaki and Mirio are going to show you something. At that point a video would play on the big screen, showing Monoma with Izuku. Monoma, well done, now you broke Kendo's heart. Everything went as planned. Now we have to wait for Todoroki to make his move. In that everyone would see how the supposed Izuku began to transform into another person. It was easy to impersonate Midoriya. Now I want my share of the pay. Monoma would give him a big wad of money. Monoma, now Kendo will be broken and will return to me. Everyone in the room would see this in astonishment. Kendo had only seen all this and would have several tears in her eyes, because she had seen that it was all a trap by Monoma, and she felt bad for all the things she had said to her friend. Nijire, this video proves that Izuku Midoriya was never guilty of stealing Kendo. It was all a plan by Monoma. Monoma would try to deny it. Shinso, Monoma, is that you? Monoma, of course not. In that this would fall under Shinso's quirk. Shinso, I want you to confess the whole truth. Being under Shinso's mind control, Monoma would tell the whole truth, exposing Todoroki. Momo would be surprised by everything. Nijire, now I want you to watch the next video. Todoroki could now be seen in the hallway alongside Izuku. Everyone had seen and heard Todoroki's threat and Izuku's response. Nijire, this is the original video. Now let's put the video that has been circulating recently where Isaac 6U supposedly said other things. When comparing the two videos, everyone would be shocked and at the same time feel guilty, because they had misjudged the freckled man. Momo would just be crying. She couldn't believe that her boyfriend had done all that, but the worst of all was that she had screwed up. She had already lost her friend. Momo remembered how Izuku had tried to talk to her during these days, but she acted as if he didn't exist because she had believed everything in the video. And now she felt like a piece of shit. Nijire, now it is clear that Izuku Midoriya is innocent and that you judged and insulted him without knowing what had happened. All of you only looked at the videos and simply blamed him. Everyone would have their heads down because the light blue-haired girl was right. Mina, Kirishima and Bakugo would only be happy because now everyone knew the truth. Momo would just slap Todoroki hard, saying, "I was a fool to notice you, you're an idiot, don't ever come near me again, I hate you Shoto Todoroki, we're done, I don't want to have anything with you anymore." The Raven girl ran out of the room. Kendo was just crying. Nizu, due to what happened due to manipulation of the truth, Shoto Todoroki and the student Monoma are suspended from the U.A for 3 months. Nijire only had a smile since she had helped the freckled man. At that, Kaken, Kirishima and Mina approached Nijire. "Mina, thanks for helping Izuku." Nijire, "By the way, where is he?" Nijire would notice the sadness on the 3 of their faces. "Nijire, don't tell me he's already gone." Kaken would only nod his head. Nijire would say something sad. "That baka was at least able to say goodbye to me." Nizu, "Well, now everyone can return to their rooms, since classes are suspended for today only." Everyone would begin to leave the great room. Momo would only be in the hallway of the rooms. The Raven girl would only be crying. She would head towards the freckled man's room. Momo would knock on the door saying, "Izuku, please forgive me. I was a fool, I know I hurt you. I'm very sorry, please at least answer me." At that, Kaken would approach the jet girl saying, "He is no longer here." Momo with tears would say, "What are you talking about?" "Kaken, you told him to get out of your life, to never talk to you again, didn't you? Well, that's what he did. I hope you're happy." Momo would only have more tears. "Momo, what do you mean?" "Kaken, Izuku left UA. His flight will leave in half an hour." Momo's eyes had widened. Meanwhile, in the living room, Kendo would remain in the middle of the stage with tears in her eyes. The orange-haired girl only remembered moments she had spent with the freckled man. She knew that she could no longer go back to what she was before. "Kendo, I said I would never abandon him, but I got carried away by my emotions and ended up leaving him. I broke off our friendship. Even though he tried to talk to me, I didn't want to listen to him, I ignored it." Several tears fell from her eyes, at which Nijire extended her hand showing a handkerchief. "Nijire, here is so you can dry your tears." "Kendo, thank you senpai." Nijire, "I'm glad I could have proven Izuku's innocence, he would never do something like what was shown in the videos." Kendo, "I was a fool, I said very cruel things to him, and now I lost him. Even if he doesn't listen to me, I will apologize. I don't expect him to forgive me, but I have to go see him." Nijire, "It's too late for that now." Kendo, "What do you mean?" Nijire, "Izuku has already left UA. He is no longer here." Kendo's eyes had only glazed over with more tears. Nijire, "He went to another place. He told me that he wanted to go with a person by his side, but in the end he went alone." Nijire would look at Kendo saying, "He wanted to go with you?" Kendo would only have tears falling from his cheeks. Kendo, "He wanted to go with me?" Nijire, "Yes, he told me that he had told the person he was going with that he wanted to bring a friend. And that was you. But all this happened, and while you acted as if he didn't exist, Izuku has been suffering in silence all this time. I imagine the courage it must have taken him to leave this morning. He lost the girl he loved. At the same time he lost you, or should I say you lost him." After saying that, Nijire would just leave the place. Kendo would only have his head down with tears wetting his face. Every word Nijire had said was full of truth. She had emotionally hurt her friend. Meanwhile, "Kaken, tell me, what will you do?" Momo would look out the window and see that it was raining. "Momo, even though he doesn't want to see me and I know he hates me, I still want to apologize to him. I know that nothing will be the same again, but I don't want him to go. I don't want him to." Kaken, "Sometimes people have to separate, to realize they need to be together. Sometimes there is no next time. Sometimes there are no second chances, sometimes it's now or never. So tell me, what are you going to do, Ponytail? Are you going to stand here and cry? Or are you going to go get him? Are you going to let him go without telling him how you feel about him? I know Izuku, he can never hate you, no matter where Deku goes, he will still love you. For him you are someone very special, he forgave you when you stood him up on his birthday, he gave up his happiness for you, to see you happy with the unhappy half and half. You know how Izuku felt every time he saw you kiss someone else. You know how it feels, no matter how damaged Izuku is, he will always continue to forgive, even if his heart is broken into 1,000 pieces, he will always forgive you. Momo would see how several tears fell from Kaken's eyes. Chapter 12. Kaken, he's always been like this, he would never abandon or hate anyone, I know that more than anyone. Momo, Bakugo you. Kaken, when I was in kindergarten my quirk had manifested, everyone told me that my quirk was amazing, Deku was the one who told me that the most. The day after he had gone to the doctor to be told what his quirk was, he came to me somewhat sad and told me, Kaken, I don't have a quirk. I just told him that it was nothing, that we would always be friends. But one day I heard several people say that Quirkless are garbage, they are useless. I had also heard a hero say that if someone gets together with a Quirkle you only become weaker. I let myself be carried away by those words and the next day I walked away from Izuku. I told him that I didn't want to be friends with the Quirkle anymore. I insulted him in several ways, along with other boys, but he still stayed by my side. No matter what I said to him he still considered me his friend. One day among my group of friends, we bothered Izuku, we even hit him for the simple fact of being quirks. Something in me had changed, seeing that Izuku did not get away from me. One day with my explosions I caused him several burns, he fell to the ground, tears fell from his eyes, and among my group we had beaten them until almost leaving him unconscious. After that my group and I had gone to a place that was a garbage dump where there were several irons among those things. I went there to test my explosions. In one of my explosions I had hit a barrel which had a flammable liquid inside. That was my worst mistake. I remember that time the barrel had exploded. The explosion had been quite large. I was sent flying far away, as were several friends who were near me. I wanted to get up but I couldn't. My ankle was dislocated. I felt a great pain in my abdomen, and it was no wonder since I had several pieces of glass embedded in my abdomen. They had caused me a deep wound. My shirt was slowly turning red from the blood I was losing. I asked my friends for help but they left because of the explosion and the blood, leaving me to my own fate. If I screamed no one would hear me since it was an abandoned place. I was just expecting to bleed to death, but that wasn't the case. My eyes were slowly closing. I felt someone carrying me and lifting me up little by little. When I opened my eyes, I saw the least expected person. It was Izuku. He was carrying me while he said, "Hold on, Kaken, I'll take you to a hospital." He still had the burns I had given him, and yet he was the only one helping me. After that I fainted from blood loss. When I woke up I saw my mother next to the hospital stretcher. My mother hugged me and said, "I'm glad to see you're okay, son." I asked him, "What happened?" My mother told me, "Your friend saved your life." On my other side was Izuku sleeping sitting up. My mother told me that he had stayed up all night, that he was worried about me. I just looked at Izuku and that's when I remembered how I had treated him. But he never left me. Since that day I have felt like shit like a person. After 2 days I was discharged. I had returned to school. When I entered those I considered my friends approached me and told me they were glad to see me well. I just clenched my fists in anger. They had left me to my fate. Then I saw Izuku who was sitting in the back alone as always. When I approached him I asked him if I could sit next to him. I remember that time he looked at me and with a sad look he said, "I don't think you want to sit with the quirks like me. If you do your friends will make fun of you." Hearing that I could only feel more miserable than ever. I'm not very good at asking for forgiveness. But seeing how the person I mistreated and insulted had saved me and even continued to consider me his friend, from that day on I never left Izuku alone. He became my only and best friend. There is no moment in which I do not regret how I treated Izuku, but he always forgives me and was there for me when no one else was. Kaken would be shedding several tears. Momo would see this and also cry. Kaken, that's why I tell you, he could never hate you, he's always been like that. And if I can contribute in some way to make my friend happy, I will do whatever it takes, so tell me, what will you do? Momo, I'll go get him. Kaken, then let's not waste time. He would take Momo by the arm, both would be outside the bedrooms. Kaken, we're going to the airport, you have to tell Izuku how you feel, I know he wants to see you, so get on my back, I'll use my explosions to get there faster. Momo, you're crazy. Kaken, there's no time. Momo would climb onto Kaken's back, who would begin to rise with his explosions, creating very strong explosions, which allowed him to propel himself several meters. Momo would just hold on tight, Kaken in his thoughts would say, Please, I hope you're still there, Deku. Izuku would be boarding the plane since in 5 minutes they would leave for North America. All might, let's get on the shonen plane. Kaken felt his arms hurt as he pushed himself up, and in his thoughts he would say, Damn, my arms can't take it anymore, I'm at my limit, but I have to get to my friend. He would strain his quirk, he only had 1 kilometer left to reach the airport. Meanwhile, Kendo would be walking to her room. Upon entering, she saw that on her bed there was a very pretty gift bag. She would see what was inside the bag. Kendo's eyes had watered again, seeing that inside the bag there was a letter along with the scarf that she had given to Izuku. Kaken and Momo were meters away from the airport, in which Kaken would fall to the ground. He would record the brunette receiving the impact of the fall. Momo would get up and see that Kaken had a painful face. Momo, are you okay? Kaken, run, catch up with Izuku, don't worry about me. Both young people would be wet from the rain. Momo would thank Bakugo and start running towards the airport. Since it was only a few meters away, Kaken would be under the rain. His arms were shaking, while they had a little blood. Kaken, go get him. Momo would arrive at the airport. Being a Yaoyorozu, she was quite well known, so she was able to pass without problems. She quickly went to the platform of the plane in which the freckled boy was traveling. Upon arriving, Momo would see how Izuku's plane was already taking off from the platform. Momo had lost him. She had arrived late. Izuku would take a look out of the plane window. He would see how the brunette was on the side of the platform. Izuku would quietly say, Goodbye, Momo. The plane had left. Momo would just fall to the ground, bursting into tears. Chapter 13. The brunette only cried inconsolably, because she had lost her friend. She had lost the only one person who loved her until the end. Kaken had arrived walking to the airport. He would see Momo, who was on her knees crying. Kaken understood that they had arrived late. His friend had already left. He would approach the brunette and say, I'm sorry, if only I had held out longer with my explosions, maybe you would have made it. Momo, it's not your fault, it was my fault, I caused all of this alone. It's like you said, sometimes there are no second chances. When I had the opportunity to be with him, I didn't know how to appreciate it. I let the love of my life pass me by. Kaken would only have his gaze down. Meanwhile, only several tears fell down Kendo's cheeks. She would be reading the letter that was inside that bag. The letter said the following. To me, Kendo, thank you for all the beautiful moments you gave me. I will always treasure them in my heart. If you are reading this letter, I will no longer be with you. I'm sorry if I ever said or did something to hurt you. When you said those words to me in the cafeteria, I felt like my world completely collapsed. I wanted to go with you. I wanted you to be on my journey. But I guess life didn't want it that way. Maybe now you hate me for everything that has happened. Maybe you don't believe me, but I swear I would never have told you that. You are and will always be the most important thing to me. Thank you for giving me that beautiful smile of yours. I may never see it again, but to be honest, that smile was the most beautiful one I've ever seen. You told me not to talk to you anymore and that you regretted having met me. I apologize 1,000 times if I did wrong by appearing in your life. I will not bother you anymore. I will always thank God for having allowed me to meet you. I lost the woman I loved and I lost my Kendo for something I didn't do or say. I want you to know that I will always love you even if you are no longer my Kendo. I'm leaving you the scarf you gave me. I feel like I don't deserve it. Goodbye, Kendo-san. Kendo couldn't stop crying. The freckled boy's letter was painful. There was no turning back. The only thing the orange-haired girl could do was face things. She knew she would no longer be able to see her friend every morning. Kendo began to remember how Izuku tried to talk to her, but she simply didn't want to see him or hear him. She would remember Nijire's words. Nijire Izuku always suffered in silence. Kendo would grab his phone and dial the freckled man's number. Kendo would tearfully say, Please answer me, Izuku. I want to hear your voice one last time." Izuku was on the plane. His cell phone would start to vibrate. Izuku would see that it was a call from Kendo. He would just turn off his cell phone. "All Might, are you okay, Shonen?" Izuku: "Yes, I'm fine, All Might." "All Might, I know North America is going to like Shonen." Izuku: "It's a dream to go where you became number one." On the other hand, Momo and Kaken had returned to the UA. Both would be soaked by the rain. Upon arrival, they were stopped by Izuku. Kaken would have taken all the blame. He had said that he himself had dragged Yaoyorozu. "Izuku, just this once I'm not going to punish you. Just change your clothes or you'll catch a cold." Both young people would nod their heads. After that they would both go to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, Mina would be in Nijire's room. "Nijire, what did you want to talk about, Mina?" "Mina, senpai, how did you get those videos to prove Izuku's innocence?" Nijire: "Well, you'll see." Flashback. Nijire: "Guys, please, I need your help with something." After making that call, within 10 minutes Mirio and Tamaki would be with Nijire. "Mirio, what did you want us to help you with, Nijire?" Nijire: "I want you to help me prove Izuku's innocence. I know Izuku is innocent." Mirio: "Speaking of Izuku, I want you to see this." Mirio would show her a video that he had recorded. In the video you could see Monoma with Izuku, who had pretended to be Izuku. Nijire would watch the entire video and say, "This is perfect, Mirio. This proves that Izuku wasn't the one who hurt that girl named Kendo." Tamaki: "Mirio, if you had that video, why didn't you give it to the director to do something?" Mirio: "I didn't have time, guys, because of all the exams we had. I was thinking of showing it to the main tomorrow." Nijire: "But how can we still check the other video? Where Izuku is dating Todoroki?" Tamaki: "You can ask the main for the video from the school's security cameras." Nijire: "That's right. Let's go see the director right now." Mirio: "Don't you think it's a little late for that?" Nijire: "It's never too late. I have to help Izuku." Mirio would give a smile saying, "Okay, let's all go together." Thus the big three would arrive at the director's office, who was leaving his office to go to rest. Then the three boys would stop him. They would make Nizu watch the video. "Nizu, this is perfect. I was just reviewing the security camera videos to help young Midoriya. I know the boy and I know that he would never do something like what was shown in those videos. This is what we will do. Tomorrow I will gather all the courses in the Great Hall, where we will display both videos, so everyone can see with their own eyes who the culprits are." Nijire would be happy because she could finally help the freckled boy. End of flashback. Mina: "Oh, I see. It was thanks to Director Nizu and Mirio." Nijire: "Yes, without them I don't think I could have done it. I'm glad that now everyone knows the truth and that Todoroki and Monoma have received their punishment." Mina: "Too bad Izuku couldn't be present when the videos were shown." Nijire: "You're right." Mina: "Well, thank you very much, senpai, for everything." Mina would be heading to the door to leave, and that she would see how a white envelope was under the carpet of the blue-haired girl's room. Mina would take the envelope and say, "Senpai, under the carpet was this letter." Nijire curiously would say, "Thank you so much." Mina: "Well, goodbye, senpai." Nijire: "Goodbye, Mina." The pink-haired girl had left the room. Nijire would open the envelope, seeing the letter inside. In this it said the following: "For the senpai with the beautiful blue eyes." Reading that, Nijire would blush slightly. "Izuku, thank you for listening to me, senpai. I am very grateful to you for giving me that hug. I definitely needed it. My heart was crying out for someone to hug me. I have always preferred to force a smile and say that I was okay, when inside I was completely collapsing. But you hugged me. I couldn't hold on any longer, and I collapsed. You were the only one in school who didn't insult me. Thank you for giving me that warm smile. I don't know how long I'll be away from Japan, but I'd like to ask you out when I get back to Japan to thank you for what you did for me. Well, only if you want. Forgive me for not saying goodbye personally, but I'm not very good with goodbyes. I wish you the best, senpai. I hope you are happy and that you continue to show that special smile that only you have. I promise that when we meet again I will answer all your questions. Sincerely, Izuku. Nijire would only have a tender smile on her face, and in a low voice she would say, I'll wait for that day to go out with you, Izuku. Upon entering her room, Momo would see a white envelope under the door. The brunette would sit on her bed to see what was inside that envelope. Her eyes had opened wide when she saw that it was a letter. She would begin to read that letter, which said, For Momo. Hi, I knew you didn't love me, but even knowing it, I couldn't stop getting emotional every time you wrote to me, every time you talked to me, every time you looked at me. You were the best thing that could have happened to me. I am writing this letter to thank you. I thank you for having given me so many beautiful moments at your side. I do not regret having kissed you that night. I would like to be able to sleep next to you again, but I know that will no longer be possible. But that day you made me the happiest man in the world. I will always remember the tenderness and caresses of your lips. In the end, destiny took me away from you, and that made me realize that the problem is not your absence. The problem is that I keep waiting for you. I wait for you with the hope that you'll come to my side, but I'm only lying to myself. In my dreams, you're mine, but in my life, you're my dream, an unattainable dream. You're one of those dreams that will never come true. I wanted us to be the best love story, but we were the story of unrequited love. The saddest thing is that I will always have time for you, when you will barely have time for me. The problem was not loving you, it was that you did not feel the same. When my voice is silenced by death, my heart will continue to speak to you, it will continue to love you, even if it has stopped beating. Today I say goodbye to the woman I love. Goodbye, Momo. Momo just cried at those words. She knew that the kiss they had given each other was not a dream. Momo would only say, Forgive me, Izuku. She just cried in her room. Chapter 14. On the other hand, the plane in which Izuku was traveling with all might would be crossing through an electrical storm, which caused turbulence in the plane. Without a doubt the weather was not favorable. There was not much time left before they arrived in North America. The plane would be 10,000 feet high. It would be crossing over a large island which was part of North America. At that a powerful ray would hit the left wing of the plane, causing it to explode strongly, destroying the entire left wing. The plane would be shaken by the explosion. The entire plane would begin to fail abruptly. All the passengers would panic. Izuku and All Might would act quickly. Since much of the explosion was expanding throughout the plane, the entire plane was shaken. The passengers were thrown out of their seats, hitting hard against the top of the plane. The pilots tried to maneuver the plane as best they could. All Might would be in his muscular form. All Might, quick Shonen, we have to get everyone out of here, before the plane crashes or explodes, whichever comes first. Izuku, we have little time. All Might with his great speed would carry several passengers. He as best he could went to where the plane door was. With a kick he broke it. All Might, I will get these people to safety and I will come back. Izuku would just nod. All Might took a big leap, holding each person tightly. Now inside the plane the tastes of air entered abruptly. Some passengers would be unconscious and others were using the emergency masks which all planes had. Izuku would use the one for all on his legs, and at high speed he would carry several passengers. All Might would have fallen on the island over which they were flying. He would quickly leave the people on the ground and take a great leap towards the plane, which was descending faster and faster. It was only a matter of minutes before the plane would crash into the island or explode. All Might would enter through the large hole in the plane. Izuku would pass several passengers. There were approximately 200 passengers on the plane. They had already saved almost everyone. The rear part of the plane would be exploding little by little. Inside everything was chaos. Izuku went down and looked everywhere, seeing if there were no more people to save. It was difficult to move since the plane was falling at high speed. In addition to the fact that Izuku had to dodge parts of the plane that were coming off due to the same pressure of the wind, not to mention that at the height they were, it was difficult to breathe well, without the use of emergency masks. Izuku would quickly go to the cabin to see the pilots, who were unconscious. The freckled man would carry them both as best he could, then All Might would enter the plane. All Might would carry the 2 passengers and jump off the plane again. All Might was already at his limit. Izuku, we did it, we saved everyone. He would see that in the cabin there were 2 parachutes. One was broken and the other was healthy. Izuku would be about to put it on to jump out of the plane, in which he would hear how in the middle part of the plane, a little girl was under the seats asking for help. Izuku would open his eyes wide and quickly went to help her in what was about to come. The right side had exploded. Izuku would receive part of the explosion. The freckled man would have a large part of his right arm with severe burns. The freckled man's shirt would be all burned. A little blood would fall from the freckled man's forehead. Izuku would be stunned by that explosion, still feeling that great pain. Izuku would get up as best he could and went to where the little girl was, who was being crushed by the same seats. Izuku would take her out, but the little girl was unconscious. A large part of the plan would begin to come loose. Izuku would see this and would begin to run with the little girl in his arms towards the cabin. To take the parachute and jump, in which All Might would enter the plane, he would see Izuku. All Might would spit out quite a bit of blood and return to his thin form. Izuku, All Might, are you okay? Tashinori, no, my body is already at its limit. The plane would be falling at high speed, while it caught fire and slowly fell apart. Izuku, we have to save this little girl. Tashinori would see the parachute and say, you have to save yourself along with that little shonen. Get out of here, I'll stay here. Izuku, no, All Might, I won't leave you here. The 3 of us will get off the plane. Tashinori, shonen, the parachute won't hold the weight of the 3 of them. Izuku, then you use the parachute and I'll jump. Tashinori, you have to use the parachute yourself. If you use the one for all and jump, you won't survive the fall. My body can't take it anymore. I won't be able to maintain my muscular form for more than a minute. This one would start to spit out more blood than before. All Might, don't worry about me. Sooner or later I had to go. Izuku would have a couple of tears in his eyes. He would say, you were like a father to me. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Tashinori would only have a few tears for those words. He would say, give me the little one and put on your parachute. There's not much time left. The plane is about to explode. Izuku would just nod. He would take the parachute. Izuku would look at All Might. He would give him a big hug. Izuku would say, tell my mother that I love her very much, and thank you for everything, All Might. All Might would feel like something was on his back. Izuku had placed the parachute on him. Tashinori, shonen, what are you doing? Izuku, goodbye, All Might. This one would push All Might off the plane. All Might would then grab the little girl he had in his arms. Everything would happen in slow motion. Tashinori, as he fell, saw his successor, who was standing, showing him a big smile, just as tears fell from his face. Tashinori, while shedding tears, would say, Shneen. Izuku would look at the side of the plane, in that he would see how a large wave of fire was centimeters from touching him. The plane had completely exploded. Everything happened in slow motion in front of his eyes. Izuku would only close his eyes while tears fell from them. This would say, maybe in another life I can be with Momo. All the memories of his life would pass through Izuku's mind, from when he was born to the last time he saw Momo. Izuku would say, I'm sorry, Mom, goodbye everyone. In that great explosion would consume the freckled boy. The entire plane had exploded. Tashinori would open the parachute, but he would be sent flying due to the shock wave of the explosion. He would be spinning in the middle of the air. While he hugged the little girl, All Might would strain his body, passing into his muscular form. He would fall to the ground at high speed. All Might would have taken the full impact. His body would be giving off a lot of steam. He would watch as pieces of the plane fell. Tears fell from his face. He would kneel down, giving a heartbreaking scream, because he had lost his successor. All Might had grown quite fond of the freckled boy so much that he saw him as his own son, and now he was no longer there. Fate had taken him from his side. First he had lost his teacher, and now his disciple. All Might just cried inconsolably. All the people on the plane had been saved by Izuku and All Might. People would approach All Might and see him cry, because they had seen that he and the freaked boy had saved them. At that point, the little girl's father approached while crying and thanked All Might for saving his daughter. An hour had passed and several helicopters with several rescuers, just as several heroes had arrived at the scene to help the people who were injured. Before the pilots became unconscious, they had already called for help from nearby ports. All Might was still kneeling in the same place. Several tears continued to fall down his cheeks, and in a low voice he would say, "I couldn't protect my teacher or my successor, forgive me, Shonen." This whole accident had happened during the early morning. This accident was reported in all the media. In Japan it was 8 o'clock in the morning, all the kids would be in the arcade, watching TV. Momo had hardly slept at all, the brunette had red eyes because she had cried all night. Those in Class B would also be watching television. Kendo was very sad and like Momo, she had not slept at all. She spent the whole night hugging the jacket that Izuku had given her. At that point they would broadcast the news of the accident. They were passing around the list of people's names. In that they would say that there were 87 injured, 5 seriously injured, and that there was only 1 deceased. Everyone looked at this with astonishment and concern, knowing without the reason Bakuga had a bad feeling, and that the reporter who was telling the news and the events of the accident would say. Unfortunately, a young aspiring hero, who along with All Might saved several passengers, unfortunately this young man lost his life. Everyone upon hearing the name All Might and that a young man was next to him, only one name in particular passed through everyone's mind. Reporter, the name of this young and great hero is Izuku Midoriya. Chapter 15. Hearing that name, several tears fell down Bakugo's cheeks. Mina would only open her eyes wide, she would say, No, this can't be true, it has to be a lie." Her eyes were very watery. Kirishima was just in shock at what he had heard, as all his classmates were. In the Midoriya house there would be Inko accompanied by Bakugo's mother. When she saw the news she felt as if she had been stabbed in the heart. Inko with her watery eyes would say, My baby." She would faint. Bakugo's mother would hold her so she wouldn't fall to the ground. This news was news all over Japan. Momo couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe how the person she loved had died. The brunette felt a great pain in her chest, so much that she couldn't stop crying. Everyone at Yurei was moved and saddened by that news. This news affected Kendo greatly. He couldn't believe that he would never see or hear from his friend again. Nijire was just in shock. Tears kept falling from her blue eyes, because maybe she didn't know the freaked boy completely, but she knew that he was a great person who didn't deserve that fate. After all, he had already suffered enough. Nijire, no, it can't be, maybe they're wrong, he can't be dead, he can't be. The light blue-haired girl's voice was becoming more and more choppy. Nijire was holding back the urge to collapse and cry out loud. Nijire, he can't have left, he made me a promise that he would come back and that we would go out together. Mirio and Tamaki, although they were also surprised by that bad news, quickly hugged their friend to contain her, because they knew that the light blue-haired girl was very sentimental, and when she became emotionally down it was a bad thing, because Nijire was sometimes sad for months. And her 2 friends didn't like that. They were very worried about her. Bakugo was the one who had cried the most among all of them. For the first time all of his classmates had seen Katsuki cry. Kaken couldn't accept the fact that his best friend was gone, knowing what had happened to his soul apart. Aisawa, who never showed his emotions, for the first time everyone saw him shed several tears, because he had grown quite fond of the freckled boy, since he saw how his student always strived to give his best. This news had been a hard blow for Aisawa. Niza was also saddened by the news. The news would tell everything that had happened. It had also been reported that the young hero's body had not yet been found, but the forensic experts assured that it would be impossible to find his body, since the explosion had been quite large, so the young man's body would have been completely consumed by the fire of said explosion. Small parts of the plane had been found. This accident had been something very tragic. Nobody expected all this to happen, but thanks to All Might and Izuku several lives had been saved. A group of heroes, as well as several police officers, among other people, had gathered in the hope of finding the freckled man's body to give him a decent burial. Although they had said that it would be impossible for his body not to have been completely turned to ashes, they still had a minimal amount of hope. The entire Class 1A, students from Class B along with the Big Three, traveled to that island to help with the search. They had spent 20 hours searching without stopping. It was a fairly large island. All the boys searched with the slightest hope of having some result. Kaken would be in an area far from the rest. Without a doubt the whole place was a disaster. On a large part of the sand of that island, a shiny object stood out. Kaken would approach taking that object. His eyes had opened wide, while they watered completely. Because it was the mouth cover of Deku's suit, it was practically burned. Kaken would say, "If only I had arrived at the airport earlier that day, maybe you would still be with us." Tears fell from Kaken's face. He would remember a small memory he had made with Izuku. Flashback. This had happened after Izuku had saved Kaken's life. Kaken would be sitting next to the freckled boy, no doubt still feeling bad about how he had treated him. In that, Kaken would see his friend who was drawing in his notebook. "Kaken, what are you drawing, Deku?" Izuku would show him his drawing. Kaken would only look in amazement at it. It was a drawing of him. Next to it were details of his quirk. "Kaken, why did you draw me?" "Izuku, I didn't just draw you." This would make him see how he had several of his companions. "Izuku, I draw them and write down details of their quirk, because they seem incredible to me." He would turn the pages until he reached the first two. "Izuku, you and All Might are the ones I admire the most. Your quirks are so amazing," he said with a big smile. Kaken had only heard that. He would clench his fists, and with a broken voice he asked, "Why did you save me? I treated you badly, I hid you, I even insulted you in several ways. Why did you save me?" "Izuku, why you are my best friend." The freckled man would show a big smile of pure sincerity. At that moment, Kaken understood Izuku's feelings. From that day on he promised himself to never separate from his friend, to always be with him just as Deku was with him. End of flashback. Kaken with several tears on his face would say, "I lied to you all this time. I always said that I admired All Might more than anyone, but in reality I admired you, Deku. Even though you didn't have a quirk, you were always there for others, yet you continued fighting for your dream. You always showed that big smile even if you were feeling bad inside." Kaken couldn't take it anymore and let out a heart-rending scream, which echoed throughout the island. On the other hand, Kirishima was in another part of the island. There were parts of the plain around him. Then the red-haired man's gaze fell on a small sheet of paper, which was under the sand of that place. Part of the sheet stuck out, and with the breeze of the wind, it made it flutter a little. Kirishima would kneel down taking the piece of the leaf. Seeing it, Kirishima could only shed several tears. Mina approached her boyfriend and saw him kneeling on the sand. Mina saw several tears falling down her cheeks, and she saw the piece of paper he was holding. "Kirishima, this is a drawing of me that Izuku made." Showing the sheet, on it there was a drawing of Kirishima and data about his quirk. Mina would give a slight smile, somewhat sad, and say, "He always carried his hero analysis notebook. He had drawn almost the entire class." They both only remembered Izuku and the moments they had spent with the green-haired boy. Kirishima held the piece of paper with all his strength. "Mina, I still can't believe he's gone." Kirishima would only hug his girlfriend because she had burst into tears. Momo was searching with the others. Her eyes were red. She would remember Izuku's words when he had confessed to her. "Momo, I was a fool to reject him. Why didn't I say yes? In the end I ended up falling in love with him. And now I will never be able to tell you my feelings again. I will never be able to feel your lips again. If I could turn back time I would kiss you as if my life depended on your lips." Momo would be crying again. Kendo searched with the others. Her eyes detonated a great sadness. Kendo would remember the time when Izuku placed his forehead with hers and said, "I want you to be only mine." Kendo would quietly say, Why didn't I tell him that I also wanted him to be only mine?" Everyone was lamenting like never before. Kendo felt a warm hug on her back. She would recognize that warm hug with tears. She would say, "Aizu." Kendo would turn around but wouldn't see anyone. She would just grab her chest saying, "I'm sure that feeling was Izuku. I could never forget the warmth of his hug." Kaken would hear a voice that was already peculiar to his ears calling him. he would slowly raise his gaze and see Izuku, who gave him a smile. "Kaken, did Deku, is that you?" In that Kaken would be hugged, Deku would say. "Take care, friend, you know that I will always admire you." Kaken would only have even more tears, he would reciprocate the hug, Izuku's image would slowly fade away. "Kaken, I guess this is goodbye, friend." The hours had passed, night had fallen, everyone had left that island, they had traveled from end to end but nothing, they had no results. Everyone would be returning to Japan on a plane. All Might blamed himself every second. Aizawa could only comfort All Might, although he also felt bad. Upon arriving in Japan, they would give Izuku a burial. Although they did not find his body, the hero Deku was no longer there. The day of the funeral was a cool day. All the students of the UA had attended the burial, as well as several heroes and teachers. At the place there were only several regrets. Several felt bad for having misjudged the freckled boy, and now they could never apologize to him. Kaken would be at Izuku's mother's side, since both were the most affected and close. Kaken considered Izuku as if he were his brother. Inko couldn't believe how from one day to the next she would no longer have her baby, her Izuku, her little hero. All Might was in his muscular form, even the hero considered a symbol of peace succumbed to tears. All Might's mind would only reflect on the last moments with Izuku, the words repeated over and over in his head. "Izuku, you were like a father to me, thank you for everything you've done for me. Tell my mom I love her so much, and thank you for everything, All Might." All Might, the more he remembered that, the bigger the pain in his chest became. The image of Izuku as he smiled at him while standing on the plane, that image, that memory tore at All Might's soul. Kirishima and Mina were devastated by the loss of their friend. Mina had cried a lot, as they had both spent some nice moments with the freckled boy. Kendo was wearing the jacket that Izuku had given her. The orange-haired girl was crying inconsolably, as was the brunette, each of her companions comforting both of them. On Izuku's tombstone was a phrase that said, "You choose who you want to be." In memory of the hero Deku, may he rest in peace. On the freckled boy's grave there were several wreaths of very beautiful flowers and roses. Nijire just cried in Mirio's arms. Every student had come to say goodbye to the freckled boy's grave. Most of them had left the place. All Might would leave with Izuku's mother, who had fainted from crying so much. Because it was not easy for a mother to face the death of her only son, Kaken would still be standing with several tears. Mina and Kirishima had approached him because, like him, they were hurt by his loss. "Kaken, you guys can go home, I'll stay a little longer." "Kirishima, dude, are you sure? It's getting really cold." "Kaken, if you go, don't worry about me." Both young men would understand and leave the place. Momo would approach the grave and say, "This is my fault, if only I had said yes, he would be with us now." "Kaken, no, this is not your fault. Life has always been like this. It takes away the people who suffer the most in silence, to ease their sorrows." Momo would only have her head down. A silence overwhelmed the entire place. After half an hour both young people had left the place. Chapter 16. All Might would be at Izuku Midoriya's house, he would say. "I'm sorry for everything, this is my fault." All Might would tell him how everything had happened, that the one who should have died was him and not Izuku. While he told the story, tears were present. "All Might, I couldn't protect my master or my successor." "Inko, successor?" All Might would return to his skinny form and tell him the whole story from the beginning. Inko would bow, saying, "Thank you very much for everything. Now I understand why Izuku had returned home so happy that day." Inko, as you may know, Izuku was born without a quirk. All my life I felt bad for not being able to give my little one a quirk. His biggest dream has always been to be a great hero like you, but ever since the doctor told him he didn't have a quirk, my little one was sad. But every time I asked him, he always told me it was okay, that he wouldn't give up, that he would try hard to fulfill his dream. "I'll be like All Might, saving people," with a big smile. At that moment I couldn't tell him that I was very sorry. I knew that a person without a quirk couldn't be a hero. But my Izuku always said that he would do it. One day he came home very happy. He told me that he had met his great hero, that he had met All Might, and that you had told him that he could be a great hero. I remember very well that smile. It was full of happiness. My little one was happy to have met his hero, because I admired him a lot. Thank you for having fulfilled my Izuku's dream. I couldn't understand where he had gotten a quirk from, if the doctor had said he didn't have one. Now I understand everything. Thank you for everything you did for me, Izuku. I know he would be very happy to see me well. You helped him with his dream. My little one saved him because I know that if you died, my Izuku couldn't live knowing that it was your fault. I think it's his way of saying thank you for everything. All Might would just have his head down, several tears falling down his cheeks. Inko would give All Might a hug, comforting him. In this way 3 months had passed since everything that happened. Since Izuku's funeral, Kaken went to his grave every day where he placed several flowers and in the process told him how his day had been. It didn't matter if it was raining or what the weather was like, Kaken always went. Kendo, Nijire and Momo almost always went. They were still greatly affected by the absence of the freckled boy. Kendo always tried to smile like Izuku did, but it was noticeable that her smile was fake. She knew she had lost part of her happiness. Monoma tried to get closer to Kendo, but she hit him several times, until he stopped bothering her. Todoroki apologized several times to Momo, because he wanted to make peace, but Momo simply ignored him. She didn't want to know anything about him. Well, after Izuku's innocence had been proven, several images of Todoroki kissing Kami from Shiketsu's school had started to circulate. Obviously Todoroki tried to deny it, but several of his classmates had seen them. There wasn't a day that went by that Momo didn't remember the kiss she had with Izuku. Kaken had changed his personality a little. Now he was a little quieter than before. The sadness was certainly noticeable in him. He continued hanging out with his little group of friends, with Kirishima and Mina. The three of them always hung out together. Several times they went to places where they had been before with the freckled boy, and they began to remember all the good times. In those moments a smile appeared on the faces of the three friends. Kaken tried harder and harder in training, because he wanted to become the best hero of all. He wanted his friend to be happy with him, since Deku admired him. Kaken promised himself to be the best hero so that his friend would be proud of him. Mina and Kirishima at various times saw Kaken show various aspects just as Deku did. All Might now had a relationship with Inko. As over the months they had fallen in love, Tashinori had never abandoned her, as he had made a promise to her that he would take care of her. Every morning they went to where the freckled man's grave was and placed flowers on it, leaving it very beautiful and clean. Aisawa also went several times. Since what had happened, he now protected his children more than ever. He had already lost one of them, and he would not go through that pain again. If necessary, he would give his own life for his students. On the other hand, we can see a beautiful girl. She was a beautiful girl with brown hair. Her eyes were a beautiful bright blue color. She had a beautiful dress on. She would be going down in an elevator until she reached a large laboratory. She would say, "Good morning, Doctor and Scientist David Shield." "David, good morning, Miss Momo Yaoyorozu. It's nice to see you again." Eli just showed a beautiful smile. "Eli, and where is Melissa?" "David, she is in the same place as always, just like you. She worries a lot." "Eli, thank you for everything you are doing." "David, don't thank me. I would have done this for anyone. I may not have a quirk or be a hero, but I will help people with whatever I can." "Eli, and how have you been?" "David, he hasn't woken up yet, and we also did several tests on him, and the spinal column area suffered quite a bit of damage, and he will most likely never walk again. Also, we don't know if he's going to wake up or not." At that point Melissa would come in somewhat scared, saying, "Dad, you have to come quickly." His pulse stopped. This news surprised both Eli and David. Chapter 17. They quickly went to see what it was happening. Meanwhile a voice would say, "Come on boy, wake up, you have to wake up Izuku." We can see the green-haired man who was in a cylindrical capsule, which was filled with a green liquid. The freckled man was on an artificial respirator. From this body came the characteristic rays of One for All. This would completely break that capsule. The freckled boy would fall to the ground. All the liquid in that capsule began to spread all over the ground. At that moment David along with Melissa and Eli arrived at the place, being surprised to see that the freckled boy was on the ground. The freckled boy would have his torso exposed and had pants made of a strange fabric created by David. Izuku would take off the respirator and start breathing heavily. Izuku, where am I? What is this place? The freckled boy would try to stand up but he couldn't. Izuku, why? Why can't I feel my legs? David would approach Izuku to help him, he would say. Just what I feared, please daughter help me lift him. Melissa would help her father lift him up. Izuku, who are you guys? David and Melissa would place Izuku on a stretcher that was there. Both young women would blush a little when they saw Izuku's torso, since it was a little marked. It was the first time that Melissa saw the freckled boy's body so close. David, first of all, boy, tell me, how are you? Are you feeling okay? Does any part of your body hurt? Izuku, I. At that point he would grab his right arm, feeling great pain and burning in it. Izuku would see how he had a huge scar which started from the back of his palm, until reaching his shoulder and a little higher. On his neck he would also have a large scar. Izuku, my arm and neck hurt a lot, not to mention I can't feel my legs. The freckled man's pained face was noticeable. Eli would only look at the freckled man with concern. David, daughter, give him a good dose of morphine, that will calm your pain, boy. Melissa would quickly give him an injection with the aforementioned substance. Melissa, this will soothe your pain. Izuku would see the blonde's blue eyes. Melissa would be staring into the freckled boy's emerald eyes since it was the first time she saw them. David, let me introduce ourselves. My name is David Shield. This is my daughter Melissa. Eli would come over and say, and my name is Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku, nice to meet you all. My name is Izuku Midoriya. David, Izuku, Miss Momo Yaoyorozu was the one who saved your life. Izuku, I saved my life from what? How did I get to this place? And how did I end up in this state? Melissa, you don't remember what happened? Izuku would try to remember something, but when he did his head hurt quite a bit. Izuku would give a small cry of pain saying, I don't remember anything. Eli, do you remind me of me, Izuku? The beautiful girl with light brown hair and blue eyes would touch Izuku's hand. Izuku, I'm very sorry, but I don't know who you are. Eli would just open his eyes wide. Eli, is it possible that this is amnesia, Dr. David? David, this is strange. In the studies we did not detect any blows to the cranial area. He would see all of Izuku's studies on his computer. David, this is not amnesia. Melissa, why don't you do the tests again, father? David, I'll do that. Izuku, would you mind if I check you out for a moment? Izuku, of course not, I have no problem. The freckled man would be placed in a capsule, which would emit rays that would analyze the area of the skull. After 10 minutes the studies would be ready. David, this is... Melissa, what's wrong, Dad? David would be looking at his computer which showed the functioning of the freckled man's brain area. David, I can see that the part where emotions develop is very affected. Eli, and what would that be due to? David, my hypothesis is that this boy has suffered emotionally and has been keeping all that pain inside himself. And I think he decided to block and forget part of his life. Melissa, it's like a self-defense of your subconscious. David, exactly, maybe he did it to forget several painful memories for him. Eli, I see. So it's not amnesia? David, no, amnesia makes you forget everything, even your own name. But in Izuku's case, he remembers part of his life, but the other part would be blurry for him. This can be fixed, but it's something he has to do himself. Eli, I understand. So what will we do if he doesn't remember anything of what happened? David, well, the main thing would be to let his family and friends know that he is okay. Melissa, and if we don't? David, what do you mean, daughter? Melissa, well, you've seen how Izuku is. I don't think it's a good idea to tell them yet. I say we take care of him until he fully recovers. Eli, if it's about the expenses, don't worry. Momo Yaoyorozu will take care of everything. David, it's not about the expenses, but what worries me are his legs. You already heard Izuku say that he couldn't feel them. Melissa, but there are several treatments to get him walking again. David, yes, I know, daughter, but the percentage of success is 3%. I can't guarantee that he'll walk again. David would look at Izuku and explain the problem he had in his spinal area. He would also tell him that there was a treatment that was a little painful but could make him walk again. David, what do you think, boy, are you going to do? Izuku would have his head down and say, Okay, thank you very much for all your help. He would give his typical smile. Melissa would blush a little when she saw the freckled boy's smile. Eli would only see that behind it there was great sadness. Eli, it's decided, Izuku, you'll stay at my house. Izuku, thank you very much, Miss Ito. What did you say your name was? Eli, my name is Momo Yaoyorozu, doctor. I will take Izuku to my house. I will personally take care of him. You and Melissa can go whenever you want to start the treatment. If you need money to buy something for Izuku, just tell me. I will have no problem giving you what you need. David would smile and say, I understand, thank you very much, Miss Eli. Melissa, I'll get a wheelchair to put Izuku in. David would see Izuku, who had his head down. He would say, Are you okay, boy? Izuku, yeah, well, the truth is I don't know how to feel. I hardly remember anything, and not feeling my legs is something strange. David, boy, you were literally in a coma for 3 months. It's a miracle you didn't die. When Miss Eli brought you here, you were covered in blood. Your entire arm and neck area had a large, severe burn. It's a miracle you didn't bleed to death. Melissa and I used nanotechnology to recreate some of the tissue in your right arm, as 80% of it was damaged. We did the best we could, but you still have that big scar. I promise I will do everything I can to heal you. Izuku, thank you very much for everything, and don't worry about the scar. After all, you healed me. If you hadn't healed me, maybe I wouldn't be here. The freckled boy would show a smile that was warm and kind. Melissa would bring the wheelchair and some clothes for Izuku to wear. David and Melissa would carry Izuku to sit him in the wheelchair. Izuku, thank you. David would ask both girls to go outside, to give the freckled boy space to get dressed. After 5 minutes, both young women would come back in. Melissa, listen to me, Izuku. This chair is controlled by voice command. You tell it where you want to move. It will stop with the word stop. Izuku, I understand. Melissa would give him a smile and say, We'll see each other again. Eli, are you ready to go, Izuku? Izuku, yes, of course. Thank you very much for everything. David, we'll see each other again, boy. Once I have everything for your treatment, we'll come to see you, so I hope you enjoy your stay on island. Izuku, thank you very much. Eli would take Izuku. Outside the building where they were, a limousine was waiting. Izuku, Miss Eli, and that slime? Eli, he's from my family. The driver would help Izuku get into the limo, so the minutes passed. Izuku was excited to see how big island was. Eli would just smile, saying, You haven't changed at all, Izuku. Izuku, somewhat confused, would ask, Have you and I met before? Eli would just sigh and say, I don't know if I should hit you for not remembering me. You're really bad. Izuku, I'm so sorry. Eli, anyway, we met a long time ago. Izuku would see how the brown-haired girl looked out the window, as if she were lost in memories. The minutes passed and both young men arrived at their destination. The driver would help Izuku get out of the limousine, and he saw with great surprise a huge mansion. Eli, welcome to my house, Izuku. Izuku, is this considered a house? I would consider it a palace itself. Eli would just laugh at Izuku's comment. Izuku, well, I'll have to try this chair, go ahead. After saying that, the chair began to move slowly. Izuku, wow, this is amazing. Eli would walk side by side with Izuku. Upon entering the mansion, it was very beautiful inside. Eli's parents were waiting for her. Eli, I'm home now, Mom, Dad. The Yaoyorozu family would have welcomed Izuku with great affection and kindness, since they had seen the news. Eli would tell them that Izuku practically didn't remember almost everything. The girl's parents understood the situation. For some reason, Izuku felt very calm and welcomed in that place. Eli would show Izuku his room. Izuku, somewhat embarrassed, would say, I'm very sorry for the inconvenience I'm causing you. Eli would put his left hand on the freckled boy's cheek. This action would make Izuku blush slightly. Eli, I promised I would take care of you. Doing so is not a bother, on the contrary. After so much time I see you again. And that makes me very happy even if you don't remember me. Izuku, I'm sorry for not remembering you. Both young people just stared at each other. Eli was lost looking at the freckled boy's emerald eyes. Izuku saw how the girl's blue eyes stood out a lot, making her look very beautiful. Chapter 18. The beautiful brown-haired girl still had her hand on Izuku's cheek. At that her gaze changed to one of sadness. Izuku would notice this. He would take his right hand towards Eli's left cheek. Feeling the warmth of the freckled boy's hand, Eli couldn't help but blush a little. Izuku, with a tender look which triggered some concern, would say, "Are you okay? You look very sad." Eli, of course it is. I'm fine. Izuku, are you sure? Eli, yes, of course. Well, what do you think if I show you the whole house? Izuku would just give a smile and nod his head. In this way, a month would have passed since Izuku had started the treatment. We can see the freckled boy who was in a room with Eli and Melissa. Izuku was standing holding on to some bars on both sides of him. Eli, come on Izuku, you can do it. Izuku would start walking slowly, Melissa and Eli encouraging him. Eli, come on, you have to get to the end of the bars. Izuku would make it to the end with great effort. Izuku, I did it. This one would fail, but Melissa and Eli had caught it in time. Izuku, thanks girls. Although he could already walk a little, the freckled boy still had a hard time doing so he still used the wheelchair. During the month that he had passed, Izuku had endured the painful treatment. 3 times a week David gave him an injection in his back, more exactly in the area of the spine. The pain was unbearable, but it was a new medicine that David had created. It was not for nothing that he was a world-renowned scientist, working both in the field of technological advances as well as in the field of medicine. Izuku slowly began to remember things, but they were only small fragments of his memories, which manifested themselves every night in his dreams. He saw himself with other people, but their faces were blurred. Melissa, well done Izuku, if you keep this up you'll soon be able to walk like you did before. Melissa and Eli were very good friends. They both enjoyed taking care of the freckled boy. Izuku had become very close friends with both of them, so much so that he had grown somewhat fond of them. Melissa, well, Deku, I'll see you tomorrow. I have to continue with my project since in 2 months the big event will take place on the island, where several people will come from other places to see our technological advances. Melissa would give the freckled boy a tender kiss on the cheek. Izuku, bye Melissa. Eli, good luck with your project. Melissa would just smile and walk away. She clearly enjoyed spending time with her friends. She would then leave the room, leaving the 2 young men alone. Izuku, thank you for everything you've done for my Lady Yaoyorozu. Eli, I already told you to call me Eli. Izuku would give the brown-haired girl a big hug. Eli would blush a lot but would reciprocate the hug. Eli would separate from Izuku and she would ask him, Izuku, do you still not remember completely? Izuku, sometimes I remember small fragments. I see people but I don't know who they are. Eli, do you want me to help you remember? Izuku, huh? And how would you do it? Eli, well, my quirk can do it. Izuku, huh, really? Why didn't you say it before? Eli, well, I don't know if you'll like the way to do it or not. Eli would have a big blush. Izuku would take her hand and say, please help me remember. Eli, okay, this one's face would be very red. This would slowly approach the freckled boy's lips. Izuku would blush greatly. Izuku, Eli-san, what the? Izuku felt her lips on his. Both of them would be blushing. Eli would wrap his hands around the freckled boy's neck. Izuku would just close his eyes and through Izuku's mind all the memories of his life would pass, even when he pushed All Might off the plane. He would suddenly open his eyes. Eli would separate from the kiss. She would be very blushing. The brown-haired girl would see how several tears fell down the freckled boy's cheeks. Eli, Izuku, are you okay? Izuku, I should have died that time. Eli would give him a big hug. Izuku, my mom, Kendo and Momo, How are the others? No wonder your last name intrigued me. You are related to the Yaoyorozu family. Izuku would hug her and say, Sorry for forgetting you. I owe you a lot, Eli. Eli would just shed a few tears. This one would say, You finally remembered me, Baka. Izuku would hug her tightly. Izuku, you helped me that time. If it weren't for you, my friend Kaken would have died. Flashback. We can see little Izuku carrying his friend. Izuku, hold on, Kaken, please don't die, you're my only friend. A couple of tears fell down the freckled boy's cheeks. Izuku was walking down a not very busy street. At that moment, a limousine would come behind them. Inside the limousine was a little brunette, who was bored looking out the window. The driver would say, Cheer up, Miss Eli, you will soon see your cousin Miss Momo again. Eli, why do we have to go back now? I wanted to stay a little longer. Eli just made a little pout. That's where you would see little Izuku. Eli, driver, please stop. The limo would have stopped. Eli would have rolled down the window and said, Hey kid, what are you doing here? Eli would see how Kaken had a lot of blood. Izuku, please could you take us to the hospital? My friend is bleeding. Eli would quickly open the door for her. She would help load Kaken into the slime. Eli, fast driver to the hospital. Seeing this situation, he would go as quickly as possible. Izuku, thank you very much, miss, for helping us. Eli would see Izuku's worried face. She would place her right hand on Izuku's left cheek, and that was where she saw the part of Izuku's childhood. Eli could see how Kaken had treated him. Several tears fell down her cheek. This would say, Is he your friend? Izuku with a big smile would say, If he is my only friend. Eli saw the humble smile that Izuku had. When they arrived at the hospital, they were treated quickly. Izuku would thank Eli several times. Eli, Izuku, can we meet again another day? Izuku, I would love that. You helped me a lot. I am very grateful. He would raise his right little finger. Eli, what are you doing? Izuku, you have to intertwine your pinky with mine. It's the pinky promise. Eli would smile and touch his pinky with the freckled ones. Izuku, Izuku promised that no matter where you are, I promise to find you and I promise to always be your friend. Eli would only be very happy about that promise. She had undoubtedly liked the freckled man's way of being, since she had seen part of his life. End of flashback. Eli, remember that you made me a promise that we would see each other again, Izuku, that you would be my friend. You promised me that. Izuku, if I did it to you a long time ago, my friends and family must be worried about me. I must let them know that I am alive. Eli, you can't say no to them yet. Izuku, why can't I? Eli, if they see you in this state they will worry more. You have to fully recover so they see you again as the Deku from before. Izuku, you're right. What's your quirk called? Eli, my quirk allows me to see a person's past. I see them as if it were a vision, something like that, and if they lose their memories I can make them recover them completely. 11. I can do it by touching that person. Izuku, when touching? This somewhat blushing man would say. So why did you kiss me? Eli would have a big blush. Eli, well, that was because you forgot about me. Besides, that was my first kiss. I'm sorry if you didn't like it, he said with his head down. Izuku, blushing a little, would say. It's quite the opposite. Your kiss was very warm and kind. I liked it a lot. Eli would have a big blush. Eli, I'm sorry. You went through a lot of sad things. I could see all your memories, even your confession to my cousin Momo. Izuku, well, that's in the past now. Life gave me another chance. I guess I have to start from scratch. Eli, by the way, something was preventing me from seeing several memories. Izuku would make a confused face. Izuku, what do you mean? Eli, well, you see, when you saved those people from the plane, I could see parts of that memory, but I couldn't hear what you were saying, and when the fire was about to consume you, everything went black. Something prevented me from seeing those memories. Izuku, that's weird. Oh, the way in a couple of days it will be Kaken's birthday. Eli, Kaken, he's your best friend, right? Izuku, if his birthday is on August 12th. Note: let's assume that Kaken's birthday is on that date. End of note. Eli, it's almost time. Izuku, yes, it's a pity I can't be with him. Eli just looked at the freckled man, she would say. Do you still love her? Izuku, what do you mean? Eli, do you still love my cousin Momo? I mean, I saw your memories and I know everything you've suffered. I still don't understand how you could endure so much pain. Honestly, if I were Momo, I would have valued you with all my heart. You're a great boy, Izuku. Also, you are cute. Even though she rejected you, you were still there for her. You still loved her. That is very cute. Please answer my question. Eli would look into Izuku's eyes saying, Do you still love her? Chapter 19. On the other hand, at the UE we can see Momo, who was in class somewhat thoughtful. Jairu, hey girl, are you okay? Well, it's just that you're always staring blankly out the window. Momo, sorry, it's just that the sky looks very beautiful today. Jairu, you're still thinking about him, aren't you? Momo would just have a sad look. Momo, I can't think of anything else but him. If I could go back in time, I swear I would have said yes to him. I would have reciprocated his feelings. When I realized that I loved him, it was too late. I lost him forever, Jairu. He will never come back. Jairu would only give Momo a hug of comfort, in that the brunette would feel something on her head. She would raise her gaze, seeing Kaken, who had put a handkerchief on her head. Kaken, wipe your tears, he wouldn't like to see you sad. You know Izuku always wanted to see you happy, so please don't cry. After saying that, Kaken would leave with Mina and Kirishima. Jairu would see this and say, Since Midoriya is gone, he has changed a lot. His words trigger a bit of sadness. As far as I understand, Kaken and Midoriya were good friends. Momo, for Kaken, Izuku was his only friend. The brunette knew Bakugo's story since he had told it to her himself. Kaken had also told his story to Mina and Kirishima. He thought that they were going to stop talking to him when they heard how he had treated Deku before, but on the contrary, they just gave him a big hug. Kirishima, you know you don't have to suffer alone, friend. Mina, you have us, we are your friends too, no matter what you were like in the past. One's past doesn't define you as a person, your actions do. And you were always by Izuku's side, you were there when he needed you. Kirishima, man, you even helped Yaoyorozu go tell Izuku her feelings. You knew Izuku loved her, and you always thought about your friend's happiness. You are a great friend, Bakugo. Kaken would just give a smile and say, Deku was right, you are best friends. The days had passed and Bakugo's birthday had arrived. Kirishima and Mina had wished him a happy birthday while giving him a couple of gifts. Kaken, guys, you didn't need to buy me gifts. Mina, it's not a birthday if you don't get a present. The pink-haired girl would just give him a big smile. Kirishima, Mina is right, old man. Kaken, having them as friends is the best gift. Mina, along with Kirishima, for that brief moment, saw Deku reflected in Kaken's words. These would now be in class with Aisawa, and at the classroom door would open, Nizu would enter accompanied by a beautiful girl with light brown hair and blue eyes. Momo would see the girl and say, Eli, what are you doing here? Everyone would look at Momo and ask, Do you know her? Momo, yes, she is my cousin. Eli would give a slight bow saying, Nice to meet you all, my name is Eli Yaoyorozu. Nizu, sorry to interrupt your class Aisawa, but this is a very important matter. Miss Eli is here to take one of you to In's land, where the great scientist David Shield will make you a suit so you can bring out your best potential. It should be said that Dr. David Shield was the one who made the suits for All Might. Everyone would be surprised upon hearing those words. Eli would look out of all the boys, she would set her sights on Kaken. Eli, you, the blonde boy, what was your name? Katsuki Bakugo, or should I call you Kaken? Kaken would just have a look of astonishment. Kaken, how do you know that nickname of mine? Eli, I just guessed it. Well, you'll come with me. Kaken would just nod. Nizu, Aisawa, student Katsuki Bakugo will be leaving your class at this time, as he will have to go prepare his things, since in an hour they will leave for Island. Aisawa, knowledgeable director. He would look at Bakugo and say, Please take care of yourself, Bakugo. Kaken would just nod his head. Eli, see you Momo. Oh, and by the way, I'll introduce you to my fiancé soon. The beautiful brown-haired girl showed a beautiful smile. All the kids in the class would shout, "No, he already has a partner." Eli would pass by Kirishima and Mina. Eli would quietly say a few words that left Mina and Kirishima speechless. Kaken would prepare a couple of suitcases and stuff. Eli had undoubtedly told Niza everything that had happened, because Niza was not someone easy to fool. Eli asked him to please keep the secret. Niza clearly wouldn't say anything, but he was very happy. Obviously Eli had come in his own private plane. When boarding the plane, Kaken would only be surprised by how elegant everything was inside. They would take off towards island. On the plane, Kaken would ask, "Why did you choose me?" "Eli, you'll find out soon enough, and by the way, happy birthday." Kaken, even more surprised, would say, "How do you know it's my birthday today?" "Eli, I guess that." Kaken just looked thoughtfully at Eli. The hours would have passed, and they had arrived at island. When they arrived, Eli would obviously take him to the place where Melissa and David were. "Kaken, hey, my things were left in your slime." "Eli, don't worry about it." They would be going down an elevator. Both would now be in front of a large door. Eli would quietly say, "I hope he doesn't get angry." They would enter. Izuku would be next to Melissa, who would help him walk a little more, and that the freckled boy would hear a voice similar to him. Voice, "This can't be that you, Deku?" Deku would open his eyes wide. He would turn around. Izuku would smile and say, "Long time no see, Kaken." Chapter 20. Eli would quietly say, "I hope you don't get mad at me." "Kaken, are you okay?" "Eli, if nothing happens." They would enter. Izuku would be next to Melissa, who would help him walk a little further. "Melissa, keep it up, Izuku." At that point the freckled man would hear a voice quite familiar to him. Voice, "No, this can't be. Are you Deku's?" Deku would open his eyes wide. He would turn around. Izuku would smile when he saw his best friend in front of his eyes, Izuku. "Izuku, long time no see, Kaken." Kaken would only have tears in his eyes. "Kaken, no, it can't be real, you died." Eli would touch Kaken's shoulder, saying, "Izuku is alive, don't waste time and give your friend a hug, after all you missed him all this time." Eli knew that because he used his quirk on Kaken and saw his memories. Kaken didn't know how to express his emotions. Then Izuku would start walking towards him. Melissa would help him. Izuku would be in front of Kaken. Izuku was about to speak when he felt his friend hug him tightly. "Kaken, I'm glad to see you again, my friend. I'm sorry for everything I did to you in the past. I could never apologize to you. I couldn't find a way to do it. Thank you for always being there for my friend." Izuku would only reciprocate the hug with several tears in his eyes. "Izuku, happy birthday, friend." Izuku would see Eli and he would give him a smile, saying, Thank you for doing this, Eli." Eli would only give Izuku a big smile. Melissa would only be shedding a couple of tears seeing the scene, because it was very moving. Every word that Kaken said was full of pure sincerity and full of sadness. Kaken would separate from the hug, saying, "I don't understand. How is this possible? We all thought you died on the plane. They never found your body." "Izuku, it's a long story." Kaken would see that on Izuku's arm there was a large scar, which was from his palm to reach his shoulders and a little higher. On the freckled boy's neck there was also a large scar. The freckled man would be wearing a t-shirt that covered only his torso, leaving his arms exposed. "Izuku, if it weren't for Miss Eli and Dr. David Shield and Melissa, I wouldn't be here." Kaken would look at both girls with a smile, and with his watery eyes he would say, "Thank you for saving my best friend. I thank you with all my heart." Eli and Melissa would just smile. Izuku would sit in the wheelchair. He would tell Kaken everything that happened and why he didn't tell them he was alive. Kaken would understand his friend's reasons. "Izuku, well, as you can see, I still can't walk completely well, but thanks to Melissa, Eli and Dr. David I'm making a lot of progress. I owe a lot to them." Kaken would look at Eli and say, "You didn't choose at random, did you?" Eli, you found out, this was my gift for you. Izuku wanted to spend time with you. So I went to look for you, and obviously I had to tell everything to Director Nizu, so he agreed without any problem. Kaken, thank you, I really appreciate it. Izuku, I couldn't tell my mom or All Might either. I didn't want them to see me in this state. It would only make them worry more and more. Kaken, you were always like that. You never wanted to worry others, you preferred to suffer in silence all this time, but it won't be like that anymore, my friend. I will stay by your side and bear your pain, Deku. Izuku would only see Kaken. Izuku, thanks, friend. Kaken, everyone at the academy is sad and sorry for having misjudged you, especially those two. Well, the most affected is her. You already know who I'm talking about, Deku. Izuku with a slight smile would say. I see, that doesn't matter anymore, all that is in the past. Kaken would see his friend. Izuku, I tried to talk to them but they acted like I didn't exist, they didn't even give me a chance to talk, they decided to believe in lies. Kaken, do you hate them, Izuku? Izuku, huh? No, of course not, because why would I do it? I simply understood the lack of trust and how little they knew me. I would never have done anything to hurt them. Well, let's not talk about that. Tell me, how are Mina and Kirishima? Kaken, they are sad too, friends. Mina cried for several days because of you. You are her best friend. Kirishima always carries with him a drawing that you made of him. He says that it is his motivation to keep going. Izuku would just have a smile on his face. Izuku, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to put you through all this. Kaken, this is not your fault, friend, you didn't know what was going to happen. Eli would take Izuku's hand. Eli, your friend is right, Izuku, this is not your fault. Izuku would only see how the brown-haired girl's blue eyes looked at him with great affection. Izuku, you're right, Eli. Eli would just give Izuku a hug. Izuku, by the way, Kaken, thanks to Eli I was able to save your life that time. She was the one who took me to the hospital when you were hurt. Kaken, huh, is that true? Eli would just nod his head. Kaken, thank you very much indeed. Melissa, by the way, Izuku, what you asked me for is already ready. Izuku, perfect, you could show him. Melissa would just nod her head. Melissa would look at Kaken and say, please come with me. Kaken would follow the blonde. Izuku and Eli would be left alone. Izuku, thanks, Eli. Eli, you're welcome, Izuku. They would both just stare at each other. The brown hair itself was very beautiful. Eli, I'm glad to see you happy, Izuku. Izuku, thanks, now I have one more reason to be a hero. Eli, and what is that reason? Izuku, I won't tell you, it's a secret. Eli would just pout and say, it's not fair, please tell me. Izuku, you look cute when you're angry. Eli would see the freckled boy's smile, she would blush a little. Izuku would stand up saying, well, I have to keep walking so I can recover faster. Eli would just extend his hand saying, I promise to be by your side, I will never leave you. Izuku would take the brown-haired girl's hand, he would start walking while Eli held his hand. On the other hand, Kaken and Melissa would enter a workshop where there were several inventions. Kaken, what are we doing here? Melissa, you'll see. There would be a briefcase on a table. Melissa, open it please. Confused, Kaken would open it. The blonde's eyes had opened wide. Inside the briefcase was a hero's suit. Kaken, this is... Melissa, Izuku gave me the design of the costume and asked me to make it for you. It's your birthday present. Kaken, thank you. Melissa, Izuku really admires you a lot. Not a day has gone by where he hasn't talked to me about you. I appreciate you very much. So won't you prove it? Kaken would put on the suit. Melissa would take him to a room where there were several objects to destroy, so that he could try out his suit. Meanwhile, at Yue and Nijire's room, she would be lying on her bed. Nijire would be sad since the freckled boy's death. The blue-haired girl kept repeating to herself, he'll be back, he promised, he said we'd go out together. She would be remembering Izuku, the time when he had told her everything that had happened. Nijire, it's not fair that all this had to happen. At that point they would knock on the door of his room. Nijire would get up and open the door, meeting Mirio. Nijire, ha, it's you, Mirio. What's wrong? Mirio with a big smile would say. Nijire, Isowa-sensei told us that in about 2 months we will go to island. Nijire, to island and what? Mirio, I don't know that yet, but it sounds exciting, don't you think? We'll go with the guys from Class 1A. Nijire, Izuku, if you say so, you just came here to tell me that. Mirio, yes, I don't know why, but I have a feeling that something good will happen there. Nijire, you're always so cheerful. Mirio, okay, see you, Nijire. After saying that, he disappeared, sinking into the ground. Nijire with a smile would say, he is always so cheerful. She would lie down on her bed again. On the other hand, we can see an orange-haired girl lying on her bed. Kendo would be looking at the photos he had with Izuku on his cell phone. Kendo, if you only knew how much I miss you. Why did it all have to end like this? If I could see you even one more time, I would apologize for all the harm I did to you. I know you won't forgive me, I treated you so badly, but even so, I just want to see you one more time. Kendo's eyes would be watery. Momo in her room would be remembering that time she slept next to Izuku. Momo, if you were still here, maybe you and I would be sleeping together like that time. When I had you by my side, I didn't know how to value you. I didn't realize what I had until I lost you. Returning to island, it was already night. Eli had told Kaken that he could stay overnight at his house. Kaken upon arriving said the same thing as Izuku, making Eli smile. Kaken and the freckled boy would now be sitting on a balcony outside the house. They would be contemplating the sky and the beautiful stars. Eli would be in a room with Melissa talking about other things. Chapter 21. Kaken, by the way, Deku, I forgot to tell you, but after you left for the airport, Senpai Nijire showed a couple of videos proving your innocence. Everyone could see who the culprits were. They were the poor half and Monoma from Class B. Izuku, did Senpai Nijire do that for me? Kaken, yes, Director Niza suspended them for 3 months. Izuku, I see, I'll have to thank Senpai a lot. Kaken, you're going to come back, right, Deku? Izuku wouldn't answer anything. Kaken, I see, I don't blame you. I wouldn't go back to a place where they treated me badly either. If she were here, what would you do, Deku? Izuku, well, I would simply continue with my life. She was very clear when she told me to get out of her life. Kaken, you know she went to the airport after watching the videos. Well, I helped her get there. She wanted to tell you how she felt about you, but we were late. Maybe if I had held out longer with my explosions we would have made it. Izuku, you're a great friend, Kaken. You know, I was thinking about what you told me that time. Kaken, and what did I tell you? Izuku, maybe it's wrong, but now I will be selfish and put my happiness first. Kachan, are you and her dating? Izuku, who are you talking about? Kaken, you and Eli? I mean, you'd make a cute couple. It's obvious that he loves you a lot. Izuku, I owe her a lot. Kaken, she's related to Momo, isn't she? Her last name is Yaoyorozu. Izuku, yes, she is Momo's cousin. Kaken, I see. He would sigh and say, I'd love to stay here with you, friend, but I have to go back to UA in 2 days. Izuku, yes, I know, friend. Kaken, Melissa told me that in 2 months there will be a big event here, to which UA is invited. That day you will have to see her, or them, since Kendo is now in our class. Izuku, I see, I'll be fine, Kaken. Please, I ask you to keep the secret that I'm alive, at least until I'm fully recovered. Kaken, of course, friend. By the way, thanks for the suit. Izuku, I'm glad you liked it, Kaken. Kaken, All Might will be very happy when he sees you. Izuku, how have you been? Kaken, he blames himself every day for that accident. He told me everything about his injury and also about One for All. The freckled boy's eyes would open wide. Kaken, he chose a great person. I know you will be the best symbol of peace, Deku. Izuku, sorry, but I couldn't tell you something like that. he asked me to. Kaken, don't worry Deku, I understand his reasons. Both of them would just stare at the beautiful night sky. The 2 days had passed quite normally. Kaken had become friends with Eli and Melissa, as Kaken had changed quite a bit. Melissa told him that if he ever needed or wanted to add anything to his suit, to tell her, and she would gladly do it. Kaken already had to return to UA. Eli would take him in his private plane. Izuku would say goodbye to his friend. Kaken, we'll see each other in 2 months, friend. He would look at Eli and say, I'm really asking for it, Eli. Eli would just nod his head. Izuku would give 2 envelopes to Kaken. Kaken, Deku, what is this? Izuku, give this envelope to Mina and Kirishima, but in a place where no one can see them, and give the other one to Senpai Nijire. Kaken, it's okay, friend. Eli, take care of yourself, Kaken. Kaken, likewise. The blonde would get on the plane and take off towards Japan. Kaken looked out the window one last time, watching as Eli, Melissa and his friend waved goodbye. Kaken would only give a smile. The plane had left. Eli, he's a great person. Izuku, yes, I know. Melissa, guys, I'm going to the workshop. I'm almost done with my project. I'll see you later. The blonde would leave the place, leaving Izuku and Eli alone. Eli, well, it's time for us to go home too. Izuku, you're right. The freckled boy would take Eli's hand. Eli would blush greatly. Eli, Izuku. Izuku, what's wrong? Eli, you're my hand. Izuku, is it wrong that I want to walk hand in hand with you? After all, you said it yourself, I'm your fiancé, right? Eli with a big blush would say. Well, yes, but... Izuku, come on, let's go. The freckled boy would start walking next to the brown-haired girl, who was blushing but happy at the same time. Izuku, if I fall there, forgive me, it's still quite difficult for me. Eli with a tender look would say. If you fall, I'll be there to pick you up. Meanwhile, the hours had passed and Kaken had already arrived in Japan. We can see the blonde arriving at the bedrooms. He would be greeted by a big hug from Mina and Kirishima, who bombarded him with questions. Mina, tell me, what is Island like? Is it big? Is it pretty? What was the suit like that Dr. David Shield made for you? Kaken, I'll answer your questions later, now just come with me. Both friends would follow Kaken to his room. Upon entering, Kaken would place his luggage and suitcases on his bed. This one would close the door of his room. Mina, what's wrong, Bakugo? Kaken would hand over the envelope that Deku had given him. Mina, what is this? Kaken, just open it. Mina would open it, and a small device in the shape of a circle would fall out. A hologram would emerge from this, in which Eli could be seen. Eli, it's already recording. Are you ready? Now speak. That's where they would focus on a green-haired guy. Mina with her watery eyes would say, Hey, that's it. Kirishima, no, that can't be true. Kaken, it's him. Izuku, how have you guys been? I'm recording this little hologram video to tell you that I'm okay. You don't know how much I miss you. Sorry I didn't let you know that I'm alive, but I had several problems. I hope everyone is well. We will see each other again very soon. Now I just ask you to keep the secret. Eli, Izuku, we have to cut the video now. Izuku, okay, I'll wait for you here. Just take care of yourselves. After saying that, the video would cut off. Mina would be crying. Mina, he is alive. Kaken, yes it is. Mina would have a big smile on her face, as she was undoubtedly happy that her friend was alive. Kirishima, old man, did you see it? Kaken, yes, he is in Island. He would proceed to tell him everything that had happened. Mina and Kirishima couldn't help but be happy because their friend was alive, and knowing that they would see him again very soon, endless emotions ran through both of their bodies. Mina, I knew he couldn't have died. Kaken, Izuku asked me to keep this a secret. Mina and Kirishima would just nod their heads. They would leave Kaken's room very happy. The blonde would be with the other envelope in her hand. Kaken, and now I have to give this to Senpai. He would go to Nijire's room, he would ask the third-year students, since Kaken did not know where Nijire's room was. When he arrived, he would knock on the door and a light blue girl would open it. Nijire, it's you, Bakugo. What do you need? Bakugo, senpai, this is for you, they asked me to deliver it to you personally. Nijire, for me? Kaken, yeah, well, see you. Nijire, goodbye, Bakugo. The blue-haired girl would sit on her bed and open the envelope, and from it came out the same object as in the first letter. A hologram would appear. The blue-haired girl's eyes opened wide. It was a hologram video. Nijire, Izuku. Izuku, well, this is for the senpai with the beautiful blue eyes. Nijire would have her eyes watering. Izuku, I want to thank you for everything, senpai. Thank you for proving my innocence with the videos, Kaken told me. The truth is I still don't know when I'll return to Japan. Right now I'm recovering from the accident. For now I'm on island. I wanted to let you know that I'm still alive and I still keep my promise that we'll get out one day. The freckled boy would give a smile. Several tears fell down Nijire's cheeks. Just as a beautiful smile formed on her face, the tears were of happiness. Izuku, so I ask you, senpai, to please wait for me. Once I'm okay, I'll go there. Well, I really appreciate everything you did for me. Thank you very much. I hope to see you again soon. Well, I say goodbye, senpai. After saying that, the video would cut off. Nijire, I knew it, I knew you weren't dead. Nijire didn't know how to express her happiness. She would just lie down in her bed with a big smile on her face. Nijire, I'll wait as long as it takes. At that point she would remember that Mirio had told her that they were going to island, so the light blue-haired girl became happier. Chapter 22. Kaken in his room would be looking at the suit that Izuku had created together with Melissa. Kaken, thanks friend. The days passed and Nijire showed a beautiful smile. Since she saw Izuku's video, the blue-haired girl couldn't help but feel happy. Mirio and Tamaki noticed this and felt very happy for their friend, since they didn't like to see Nijire sad. Mina was also happier than usual. The pink-haired girl couldn't wait to see her friend again. Kaken and Kirishima noticed this. Not doubting the news that Izuku was alive made them very happy. In training, Kaken stood out among the entire class. He tried harder and harder, as did Mina and Kirishima, who followed in his footsteps. On the other hand, on island, more exactly in a training room, we can see Izuku, who was sending one for all throughout his body. While he was recovering, he used one for all. Behind the window of that room, there would be two girls. These were Eli and Melissa, both watching as Izuku did his training. This helped the freckled boy a lot to be able to make his legs more agile after the accident. From the freckled boy's body would come out the characteristic rays of one for all. In the room there were several robots, which had the function of attacking the freckled boy, not to mention that several obstacles would come out from the floor and the walls. Izuku had to maintain his greatest concentration. Melissa through a microphone would say, "You can start, Izuku." After saying that, the freckled man sent one for all to his legs, pushing himself forward with everything he had. Several spheres would shoot out from the walls, which were made of metal and whose function was to electrocute to the point of leaving unconscious, and being hit with such an object hurt quite a bit. Izuku dodged this with some difficulty. Izuku would break the robots with ease. Melissa would see how Izuku repressed his strength. Even so, the freckled boy could only charge 8% of one for all. After defeating the robots, Izuku would be standing. In front of him there was a woman who with tears said, "Please, you have to come back, Izuku." Izuku would see the woman. The woman's appearance was black hair. She had a well-worked body. She had a small mole on her right cheek. At that point Izuku's head would hurt quite a bit. Melissa and Eli would enter the room asking him if he was okay. Izuku looked up and saw Momo for a moment with tears in her eyes. She told him the following. "Please, you have to come back with me, Izuku." Izuku would just open his eyes wide. Eli would put a hand on his cheek looking at Izuku's face. "Eli, are you okay, Izuku?" Izuku would see the brown-haired girl's worried look. "Izuku, I'm fine, don't worry." "Melissa, you did pretty well, Izuku." The blonde would give him a beautiful smile. Izuku just wondered what he had just seen. There were moments when several memories came to his mind. There was one where he and Momo slept under a tree, accompanied by the moonlight. The freckled boy didn't know what those memories were. Izuku didn't say anything about it so as not to worry Eli. Izuku undoubtedly loved her very much. His company was so warm. One day while Izuku was taking a shower, when he came out he looked in the mirror. His eyes couldn't help but open wide as he saw himself in his hero's suit in front of him. The other Izuku would say, "Why come back, if we can be happy here, and she is alive here? Tell me, do you want to come back and live with her absence every day? This is our place now, I don't see any reason to go back." Izuku would just close his eyes and open them again, seeing that image had disappeared. "Izuku, I'm seeing hallucinations now. But it wouldn't be better if you didn't give it any importance." In this way the 2 months had passed. Kaken, Nijire, Mina and Kirishima were happy, because Isawa had informed them that Class 1A was invited to the invention exhibition on the island. Mina was happy because she knew she would see her friend Izuku after so long. Nijire couldn't wait to get to island, because she knew she would see the freckled boy. These were the only ones who knew about Izuku, the others knew nothing. The whole class would be on the plane, along with the big three, and I would see how happy Nijire was. "Mirio, wow Nijire, you look very happy, you're finally back to being the Nijire we knew." "Nijire, the thing is, I can't wait to see that person." "Mirio, hey, don't tell me you have someone you like." Nijire blushing would say. "No, don't say those things, he's just a friend and nothing more." Mirio while laughing said. "Okay, I understand now." All Might and Inko would also be on the plane, as he wanted to introduce him to his friend David Shield and his niece Melissa. Inko would be happy to meet Tashinori's niece. Momo just stared lost out of the plane window, as the day would finally arrive when her cousin Eli would introduce her to her fiancé. Momo would say in her thoughts, "I wonder who the guy she's engaged to is." Kendo was also lost in her thoughts. The hours had passed and they had arrived at Island, where they would be greeted by David Shield and Melissa. All Might would give a big hug to his niece Melissa and his friend David Shield. All Might would introduce David to his class. Everyone was excited to meet him. Melissa on the other hand would see Kaken and greet him. Kaken would reciprocate the greeting. Melissa would quietly say to him, "Then go to the workshop, he's waiting for you there," he said, winning at Kaken. Kaken would just nod his head. Mina would say in a low voice, "Bakugo, where is Izuku?" "Kaken, we'll see soon, don't worry." Melissa would take everyone to the hotel where they would be staying. She had told everyone that there would be a dance that night during dinner. All the girls were excited, except for Momo and Kendo, because for them there was only one person they wanted to dance with. After leaving their things at the hotel, Melissa would take the boys to see the island, while Bakugo, Kirishima, Mina and Nijire went where Melissa had told them. These would be in front of a large door. "Kaken, are you ready?" Nijire was excited, as was Mina. Chapter 23. Kaken would open the big door, meeting the freckled boy who was wearing his new improved suit. He was testing it while making big jumps, in which he would look up seeing his friends. "Izuku, hi everyone, you don't know how much I miss you." He couldn't finish speaking as Mina and Nijire hugged him tightly. "Mina, Izuku, I miss you so much." The pink-haired girl was shedding tears of happiness. "Nijire, Baka, you don't know how sad you made me. I waited all these days to see you, Baka Baka Baka." Nijire hit Izuku on the head several times, while she had several tears of happiness. "Izuku, ouch senpai, that hurts." Nijire would give him a big hug with several tears. The freckled man with a big smile would reciprocate the hug. "Izuku, sorry, I'm sorry for making you both sad." "Mina, that doesn't matter anymore, what matters is that you're alive now." "Kirishima, old man, is that really you?" "Izuku, how have you been, friend?" Izuku would separate from the hug of both girls. Kirishima would have watery eyes. Izuku would give his friend a hug. "Kirishima, yes, it's you." The red-haired boy would correspond to the hug. For Kirishima, Bakugo and Izuku were like his brothers. He was happy that Izuku was alive. Then a voice behind them would say, "I knew you would be here." Mina and Kirishima would turn around looking at Eli. Kaken, hello Eli. Eli, hello Kaken, I see that you were finally able to meet up with your friend. By the way, have you been informed that there will be a dance tonight? Everyone would say yes. Eli, I hope to see you all there. Mina, Izuku, your mom and All Might are on the island, they don't know you're alive. Izuku, is my mom here? Kirishima, yes, that's it, old man. Izuku, I ask you not to tell anyone about this, I want to give you a surprise. Everyone would nod their heads. Nijire, Izuku, after everyone knows you're alive, we'll go out together, right? You promise me. Izuku, of course, senpai. Eli with a smile would say. Well, I see you have a date, good for you, Izuku. Izuku would feel a chill all over his body. After everyone was catching up, Izuku would tell them the same thing as Kaken. After telling him everything, the boys would go to see the island. Izuku and Eli stayed in the room alone. Eli, they missed you so much. Izuku, yes, I have great friends. Eli, Izuku, are you ready for tonight? At the dance, you'll meet both of them. Izuku, yes, I know. Eli, then let's go home to try on the suit I bought you. She would take Izuku's hand. The freckled boy would blush a little. Izuku, Eli, I can walk alone now, you don't need to hold my hand anymore. Eli, at least let me be with you these last moments, since after this I know I won't be able to spend time with you anymore, so this time I'll be selfish too. Izuku wouldn't understand the brown-haired girl's words. Eli with a big smile would say. Come on, this one would take Izuku to his house, obviously without anyone seeing them. Eli was just thinking. Sooner or later this had to happen, but still The hours had passed, the big dance was approaching, all the men were gathered at the meeting point where they had agreed, they would be waiting for the girls. Izuku would be at Eli's house, the freckled boy was wearing a big elegant suit, he would be waiting for Eli to go to the dance together, then the freckled boy's eyes opened wide, seeing Eli coming down the stairs, the brown-haired girl, she was very beautiful. She was wearing a beautiful dress. Eli with a slight blush would say. How do I look? Izuku with a slight blush would say. You look very beautiful, Eli. Eli, thanks. Izuku would extend his hand saying. It's time to go. With a slight smile, Eli would take the freckled boy's hand, intertwining her fingers with Izuku's, feeling her heart race. She didn't want to let go. She wanted Izuku to be only hers. They were blushing, both of them would get into the limousine, which would take them to where the big dance would take place. In the limo, Izuku would ask Eli if he hadn't seen his cousin. Eli, yes I did, well I ran into her with the rest of your class, Melissa was showing them all around the island. Flashback. Melissa was showing the boys the facilities and places. Mineta and Kaminari couldn't help but stop looking at the blonde, because Melissa was very beautiful, and she had a nice body. While the blonde was showing them the island, they would meet Eli, who was heading to the workshop because she knew that Izuku and Bakugo would be there. When Momo saw her, she gave her cousin a hug, because the brunette loved her a lot. Eli would only reciprocate the hug. Momo, we finally see each other again, Eli. Eli, same here. Eli would greet the entire class, who would return the greeting. Kaminari and Mineta would say. He is an angel who walks on earth. Eli would just let out a little laugh at the comment, thanking the compliment. Mineta and Kaminari were blushing at the brunette's beautiful smile. Eli would glance at Kendo, who had a somewhat lost look. Momo with a smile would say. And where is he? Eli him? Momo, yes, I mean your fiancé, you told me you would introduce me to him. Eli would just give a warm smile saying. I'll introduce them to you during tonight's dance. Momo, I see, I hope to meet him. Melissa, promised? Eli, yes, my fiancé. Melissa understood the message and just let out a small laugh. Melissa, I see. Eli, well, see you tonight, I hope you enjoy your stay on this beautiful island. After saying that, the brown-haired girl would leave the place. End of flashback. Izuku, I see. This one would just say. I see that Mineta and Kaminari haven't changed at all. The freckled man would just give his typical smile saying, "Well, they were right, you are a beautiful angel." Eli would just look at him, making his heart race. Eli would just slowly approach Izuku. "Izuku, Eli, what are you doing?" "Eli, please just let me be selfish too." The brown-haired girl's lips were brushing against Izuku's lips. Eli would only close her eyes. Chapter 24. Eli would only close her eyes slowly, hoping to feel the warm sensation of Izuku's lips again, which was what she wanted most. Being just centimeters away from kissing him, the driver would say, "We have arrived, Miss Eli." The warm moment had been interrupted. Izuku would be blushing because he had the brown-haired girl's lips flush with his. Eli would just pull away with a blush. "Eli, well, it's time to go to the party." "Izuku, yes, you are right." Eli would extend his hand to Izuku. "Eli, okay then, does my fiancé want to hold my hand?" Izuku would take Eli by the hand. They would get out of the limousine. Starting to walk towards the entrance of the building, inside all the boys and girls would be gathered, not to mention that there were a lot of people. The hosts of the party were David and Melissa. All Might was the center of attention. He was next to Inko, who was wearing a cute dress. Nijire was very beautiful. She was wearing a beautiful red dress, which matched her hair and her beautiful eyes. Mirio and Tamaki saw her happier than ever. The boys were the closest to professional heroes, so they had been hired as security personnel, but in a discreet way so as not to alert people. As always, Kaminari and Mineta drooled when they saw Nijire's body. The light blue-haired girl was looking for Izuku everywhere just like her friends. "Mina, he hasn't arrived yet." "Kaken, you're right, it must be that they are already coming." The place was very large and elegant. The center of the room was prepared for the grand ball that would take place. David would record a microphone and say, "I want to thank everyone for being here tonight. It is an honor to have the symbol of peace here. Please give it a big round of applause." All the people would applaud All Might. David, well, I hope you were able to enjoy the technological advances on the island. While David was talking, Melissa approached him and whispered a few words in his ear. "David, I understand, daughter. Please, now I want to introduce you to Miss Momo Yaoyorozu. She is an important shareholder in each project. I am sincerely very grateful to her and her family for all the help they have given me. Please give a big round of applause to Miss Eli and her fiancé." David pointed to the entrance door. Everyone was looking, waiting to see the couple. The door slowly opened, revealing Eli in a beautiful dress and her companion with green hair and freckles on her face. Both young people were holding hands. People began to applaud the couple. They began to walk. Izuku's companions were speechless when they saw who was next to Eli. Several tears would fall from Momo's cheeks when she saw who that person was. "Momo, no, can't be possible, that's Izuku." Kendo, like Momo, would have tears in his eyes. Kaken would only give them a smile. While applauding the couple, Mina and Kirishima did not know that Izuku was Eli's fiancé. This news had taken them by surprise. Nijire clapped her hands while screaming in happiness. Mirio and Tamaki were speechless. "All Might, Shonen, is it really you?" A few tears threatened to escape from her eyes. "Inko, Izuku." Inko would approach and touch the green-haired boy's face, caressing his cheek. "Izuku, how have you been, Mom?" The freckled boy would smile, shedding several tears of happiness. Inko would burst into tears, giving her son a big hug. Izuku would only reciprocate. The moment was very moving. Mina cried with happiness at the scene. All Might would approach Izuku. Izuku was about to say something, but then he would be hugged by his hero and mentor All Might, who had several tears of happiness. "All Might, thank God you're alive. Forgive me for all shonen." Everyone just looked at this as a touching meeting, but in Kaken's eyes it was the reunion of Izuku's family. He knew that for Izuku All Might was like his father. Eli would be on the side looking with a tender smile at his Izuku. Inko would look up and take Eli into the hug. Eli would be against Izuku, blushing. But she felt the warmth in her chest. That hug was so warm. At that, Mina would run out and join the hug. Kirishima would do the same and would also take Kaken by force. All Might would hug them all. Momo also wanted to go hug Izuku, but she knew she was the least indicated to do it. How could she look at them in her eyes after everything he had told her? Kendo would just lower her head with some sadness. She was undoubtedly happy that Izuku was alive. But the sadness was not being able to hug him as she wanted so much, because she knew that she had hurt the freckled boy a lot, so she felt that she did not deserve even a hug, and if she went with him, what would she say to him? How would she look at him after everything that happened? After a few minutes they would separate from the hug. Inko, but how did you survive, son? Izuku, it's a long story, Mom. For now let's enjoy the party. I'll tell you later. David and Melissa were happy for Izuku, as he was finally with his family again. David, well, now I invite Miss Momo Yaoyorozu and her fiancé Izuku Midoriya to give us a few words. Izuku would take Eli by the hand, starting to walk towards where Melissa and David were. Momo's heart broke when she saw Izuku take Eli's hand, as if her heart was pressed tightly against her chest, and she was shocked at the same time. The news that he was her fiancé was a hard blow for the brunette, because she felt like she had already asked for it, like he was no longer her Izuku. When she looked at him, she only noticed as if they were strangers. The brown-haired girl would take the microphone saying, "Thank you all very much for being here. I want to thank Dr. David Shield for curing my fiancé after the accident. I have no words to express how grateful I am to him." Tears began to come out of the brown-haired girl. Izuku would only hug her. All Might was just surprised that David had saved him. Izuku, good evening everyone. Well, first of all I want to thank Dr. David Shield and Melissa. Thanks to them I am alive. As some of you already know, I was presumed dead in that tragic accident, but thank God I am alive. I thank them very much from the bottom of my heart for everything they did for me. But I also want to thank Eli for always being by my side, for being there when I was very ill. Thank you for everything. You are and became everything to me, so much so that if I lost you I wouldn't know what to do. Those words made Eli blush, bringing a couple of tears to her eyes. Izuku would lower the microphone looking at Eli saying, "I love you with all my heart. I know I'm not perfect, but I'm very clumsy and a disaster sometimes, but if I am enough for you then please let me be by your side every day." Eli would just approach Izuku and with just one action gave him her answer. Everyone could see that answer clearly. Momo would just bow her head while crying a little. Kendo would also have a couple of tears. She knew why that was. Mina, kaya how romantic. Well, Eli had given the green-haired boy a warm and passionate kiss. Izuku would have only opened his eyes wide, blushing deeply. When they departed, Eli would say, "There you have my answer, Izuku." The brown-haired girl would have a big blush. Everyone would start applauding for the lovely moment and for the beautiful new couple. All Might and Inko applauded with tears in their eyes. All Might, I'm proud of you, Shonen. Melissa was surprised by the brown-haired girl's action, but Kugu would only give a slight smile. Nijire couldn't believe what she had seen. Honestly, she would be embarrassed to kiss a boy in public. David, okay, please now let's start the long-awaited dinner. Everyone would sit at their assigned table. Izuku's little group was at a separate table, where they had a nice view. The big three had their own table. David would be sitting next to All Might, Inko, Izuku and Eli, while Melissa was with the other boys. This was for one simple reason: he obviously knew that Izuku wanted to catch up with his family. Izuku had told them everything he had lived and gone through on the island. Inko was happy to have her son alive. All Might would do a fake cough saying, "Shonen, I'm very happy for your engagement. I never thought the future symbol of peace would have a partner so soon." Izuku blushed a little, just like Eli would give a warm smile. "David, future symbol of peace?" he asked, somewhat confused. All Might, well, young Midoriya is someone very promising as a future hero. It wouldn't be strange if he were the new symbol of peace once I retire. Like young Bakugo, they both have a lot of potential. I'm very proud of both of them. Izuku, thanks All Might. All Might would be drinking some champagne in a glass. Izuku, so you and Mom are together? That question surprised All Might, who spat out the entire drink, while coughing a little. Eli would laugh a little and in his thoughts he would say, Well, I see that the question surprised you quite a bit. Inko blushed at such a question. All might, well, young man, Izuku with a warm smile said. I'm very happy for you. I always wanted to have a family like this. The freckled boy stood up from his place and hugged All Might and his mother. Such action was reciprocated by both. David, Miss Eli, I must say that I was quite surprised by your engagement. Eli, well, it's a long story. David, I see. He would stand up and say, well, it's time to start the big dance. Izuku had a déjà vu upon hearing those words. This one would grab his head. Eli, Izuku, are you okay? Izuku, I just had a little pain, that's all. In Izuku's mind a voice would be heard which said, Izuku, you have to come back, there are people who miss you. Izuku would get up from the table and walk to the bathrooms. Eli was somewhat worried about him. Upon reaching the men's bathroom, the freckled man looked at himself in the mirror and found the image of a beautiful black-haired girl who said to him, Please, Izuku, you have to come back with us, she is worried about you, you know she loves you. Izuku, her? At that the image of the girl disappeared, revealing Izuku in his hero's suit. Izuku, don't pay attention to her, she doesn't love us, she made that very clear. Here we can be happy with our new family. Besides, Eli loves us, she loves us very much, she has shown us that every day. Here our feelings can be reciprocated, this is our life now. Here we are complete. I know we had sad times here too, and part of it was my fault because I let my feelings and fear for her get mixed up, but we're better now, aren't we? You love Eli and she loves us so. Izuku, enough. The reflection of this one fell. Izuku, you don't exist, you're just part of my imagination. The reflection would tell him. Now we are separated because of the plane crash, otherwise we would be together like in the beginning. Izuku, you know you can't forget her and I can't forget her, we both know it. Izuku's reflection wouldn't say anything. Then Bakugo would enter the bathroom asking, Deku, are you okay? Izuku, hey Kaken, I'm fine, don't worry, I just wanted to wet my face a little. Bakugo, are you sure it's just that, buddy? Izuku, yes, come on, let's go to the party, the dance is about to start. They both returned to the party just in time as David was announcing that the big dance was about to begin. Chapter 25. Izuku would approach where Eli was, the freckled boy would extend his hand, Eli with a tender smile would hold it. Both of them went to the center of the dance floor. Momo could only watch Izuku and his cousin as they were about to dance. Izuku would place his right hand on Eli's waist. Such action made the brown-haired girl blush slightly. Izuku would delicately take Eli's left hand. Eli would only give Izuku a tender look. A beautiful melody was playing throughout the room. Several couples had formed around it to dance. Mina asked Kirishima to dance, Melissa asked Kaken, and Irarika asked Ida to dance. And so several couples were formed, but Mineta was left alone, because Jairu had asked Kaminari to dance. Poor Mineta cursed his own loneliness. Well, that wouldn't stop him from looking at the bodies of Nijire, Melissa, Momo, because for him they were the most beautiful along with Eli. Izuku and Eli were dancing in the center of the dance floor, while staring into each other's eyes. Eli asked her while dancing, Are you okay? Izuku, yeah, why do you ask me? Eli, it's just that I see my fiancé a little bad. Izuku, I know you well, I know when something worries you, if something happens to you just tell me yes. Izuku would give her a smile as he said yes. Eli approached him and gave him a tender kiss on his cheek while leaning on his chest. Because Izuku was taller than her, he was a few centimeters taller than Momo. While they danced, a memory passed through the freckled boy's mind. This was one where he was dancing with Momo, but the place was different. The dress Momo was wearing was a beautiful red one, with several loops of embroidery. He saw the brunette crying for a second. He closed his eyes and opened them again, seeing Eli, who looked at him with a couple of tears. Izuku, Eli, are you okay? The brown-haired girl just approached and gave him a warm kiss on her lips, while wrapping her arm around the green-haired boy's neck. Izuku would have a big blush, but he reciprocated the kiss. Izuku, Eli, you? Eli would put his finger on Izuku's lips, saying, Thank you for everything, Izuku. Thank you for giving me these beautiful moments. Now go talk to her. Izuku, with her? Eli, yes, with that orange hair, that is your friend. I know that you do not hate them. You are a very good person. I know that forgiving is what characterizes you the most, Izuku. She was watching you while we were dancing. I can say with complete certainty that she is very sad about everything she did to you as well. You can't stand seeing your friend sad, do you? So go talk to her. I want you to be the Izuku that I like so much. It would be selfish of me to always want to have you for myself. The brown-haired girl gave him a warm smile. Izuku would give Eli a big hug, which was reciprocated with great affection. Kendo would be on one side of the room leaning against a wall somewhat sad, as she was watching the person who was once her friend smiling at another person. Kendo would just turn around to leave the place. She was about to go to the hotel where they were staying, because it didn't make sense for her to be there, since she had no one to be with. Well, the person she wanted to be with hated her, or so she thought. Kendo was about to leave the room when I heard a voice that said, "Kendo, may I have this piece?" Kendo clearly recognized that voice. Tears began to fall from her cheeks, as she turned around to face the pain of her sorrows or the person who caused her that pain. The orange-haired girl met those emerald eyes that once looked at her with so much affection. Kendo would suddenly lower her head. "Izuku, I'm sorry if you don't want to dance with me, then I understand." "Kendo, I can't, I don't even deserve to talk to you." "Izuku, but what things you say." Kendo would have several tears falling down her cheeks, and with a trembling voice she said, I'm sorry for saying all those things to you. I'm really sorry. I'm not asking you to forgive me. If you want, you can hate me, I will understand no matter how much it hurts me. Deep down I know I've already lost you. When Senpai Nijire showed those videos I swear I felt like a piece of shit. I said things to you that I later regretted when I found out about the accident, and that I would never see you again. I thought for several nights that it should have been me and not you. I can't dance with you. I couldn't after the damage I did to you. I can't even look you in the eyes, and besides, we read nothing anymore, right? I said very hurtful things to you, so I'll just leave so I won't bother you anymore. The orange-haired girl raised her gaze as best she could and showed a fake smile. She turned around to leave, but a hand stopped her. Izuku, well, now you can speak the truth, because those lies you told were just told by me when I was facing the Momo thing with Todoroki. Izuku pulled Kendo into a single pull of strength, holding her against him. Izuku would give Kendo a big hug, saying, I want to hear what you truly feel, Kendo-san. If you want to get away from me, then I will follow you wherever you go. After all, I still want you to be my Kendo. Those words were what ended up collapsing the orange-haired girl. Kendo couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears while clinging to Izuku's chest. Kendo, I don't want to lose you again. I don't want to get away from you. You're my best friend. I know I'm asking for a lot. I want things to be the way they were before. I want to be your Kendo no matter if you love another girl. Izuku just caressed the orange-haired girl's hair while showing a smile. Izuku knew that Kendo's words were sincere. After all, he couldn't hate her, not after the nice moments he had spent with her. As Izuku hugged his body, it vibrated for a moment, causing him to remember a scene with Kendo. Izuku, Kendo-san, here is the money for your dad's operation. The freckled boy would only open his eyes wide, Kendo still hugging him. Izuku in his thoughts would say, What are these memories? Kendo had already calmed down a bit. Izuku, so you want to dance with me, Kendo-san? The freckled boy just extended his hand with a slight smile. Kendo was wearing a beautiful dress which made her look very beautiful. The orange-haired girl had smiled again. She would take the freckled boy's hand. Both would start dancing. Kendo was certainly happy that her friend had forgiven her. Without a doubt, for Kendo, Izuku was her world and she didn't want to be without him. After all, even though she didn't tell him, Izuku had slowly gotten into her heart. But when she realized it, it was too late to tell her about her feelings. So she chose to remain silent, the simple fact of having her Izuku in her life was more than enough. She didn't care about the fact that they were just friends and nothing more. The dance was carried out with great tranquility. The moment was very warm and everyone was enjoying it except for a brunette who only left the party when she saw that Izuku had made peace with Kendo. She understood that it wouldn't be the same with her. After all, she was the one who had caused her the most harm, no matter how much it hurt her to know that it would no longer be the same between Izuku and her. Momo understood that she had screwed up. She simply couldn't tell Izuku I love you and just act as if nothing had happened. Chapter 26. The brunette had left the party and would be outside the place. Momo would be about to start walking towards the hotel, but a voice would stop her. Voice: Hey Momo, where are you going? The brunette turned around and found her cousin Eli approaching her. Eli, are you feeling okay? Why are you leaving? Momo would give a fake smile, saying, Well, I don't feel well, my head hurts a little. Eli, are you sure that's it? Momo, if you don't have to worry about me. Eli, wait, you didn't let me introduce you to my fiancé in person. I'll be right back and pick him up. Eli was about to turn around to go for Izuku, but Momo stopped her, saying, No need, I already saw him, he's a cute boy, she said somewhat sadly. Eli, it's true that Izuku is very tender and cute. I was lucky to have him as my fiancé. Momo, hearing those words, a strong pain hit her chest. She knew why. Eli, so you're leaving? Momo, yes, I'll go to the hotel to rest a little. After all, we'll be staying a week on island, so I'll still be able to enjoy the place. Eli, if you want, Izuku and I can give you a little tour of the island. Momo, okay, thanks. Eli, then go rest. Momo, see you tomorrow. The brown-haired girl went back inside with the others. Momo stood in the same place, some tears falling down her cheeks. She would say in a low voice, How can I make this pain go away? How will I see Izuku face to face tomorrow? He probably hates me completely. Why did I have to be his fiancé? Momo wiped her tears and left the place, arriving at her hotel room. The brunette lay down on her bed. Having a sad look, she would remember over and over again how Izuku had taken Eli's hand and how Eli had kissed him. That was what had hurt her the most. It hurt her that someone else stole her Izuku's lips. Momo, I wish this was a nightmare and I could open my eyes and see you next to me, Izuku. The raven's eyes had once again crystallized with a few tears. Meanwhile, at the party, everyone was having fun. Izuku was with his friends talking. He had noticed the absence of the brunette, but he didn't know what to do. The next day, Izuku and Eli would be showing Momo the most beautiful places on the island. The three of them had gone out together. Momo was a little down as she watched Eli hold Izuku's hand. They had toured the entire island. They had spent the whole day outside walking, eating ice cream and stuff like that. Obviously, Eli had never left the green-haired boy's side. Momo was uncomfortable and sad, because since the day had started, Izuku had only greeted her, but he had called her by her last name. After that, he hadn't spoken to her again, as he usually spent his time with Eli. Momo noticed how Izuku showed a big smile next to Eli. She remembered when Izuku showed that smile to her, when he gave her his hugs, and she remembered the kiss they had given each other that night. The days passed, and the whole class had fun on the island. David had improved their hero costumes, so the boys were happy. In the days that had passed, Momo tried to talk to Izuku, but she couldn't find the ideal moment to do it. Every time Izuku saw her, he felt bad. He wanted to go talk to her, but with everything that had happened, he didn't know what words to use. The last night of school on island had arrived. Everyone was walking around the island, since at night the island looked very beautiful. Also that day there was going to be a fireworks show. Everyone was sitting on a nice and beautiful green grass, waiting to see the fireworks. Izuku was sitting next to Momo, since they had ended up sitting together. Eli was next to Melissa and Kaken. The fireworks had started and the whole sky was lit up in different colors. It was honestly very beautiful. Momo was sitting very close to Izuku. Either of them had spoken to each other. This was Momo's chance to apologize to Izuku, but she didn't know how to do it. She was very sad. Although she knew he wasn't going to forgive her, the brunette had nothing left to lose. She would be about to speak, but Izuku would say, It's beautiful, don't you think? Momo, huh? Izuku, the sky is beautiful. It looks like different colors. I never thought I would see something as beautiful as this. Momo, yes, it's cute, Izuku yo. The green-haired man got up from the spot and began to walk away from there. The brunette became sad and understood that he did not want to be with her. Eli had seen this and would give a slight smile. She would approach Momo saying, "Aren't you going to follow him?" "Momo, huh?" "Eli, come on, Momo. I know you have feelings for Izuku and I know he still loves you, but he's still very hurt. He's not sure if you feel the same way about him. If you stay here, you'll lose him forever." "Momo, but he is your fiancé." Eli would just give a smile as he said, "I already told you what I wanted to tell you. Now it's up to you whether you go tell him how you feel or not." After saying that, the brown-haired girl went to sit next to Melissa again. Momo quickly stood up and went after Izuku. Izuku was walking, looking at the ground with his head down, when he felt a hand stop him. He would turn around and see Momo, who was breathing heavily. "Momo, Izuku, please listen to what I have to say, then if you want you can ignore me and hate me if you want." Chapter 27. "Izuku, you know, I wish I could ignore you, just like you ignored me. The worst feeling is being ignored by the person you love the most, and I know what that feels like more than anyone. That's why I couldn't ignore you. Maybe I'm not the person you love the most." Momo would only lower her gaze. Her eyes were watery. "Izuku, I never knew what you wanted, but I was sure of what I wanted. I wanted you with me, just that. Even knowing it was impossible, that was what I wanted most. Even knowing that your heart could not love me, I still loved you with all my soul. My mother always told me to never let go of your dream. I swear I did everything I could not let go. You were my dream, a dream from which I decided to wake up." "Momo, Izuku, do you remember when we first met? It was all so casual. I never thought you would become so important in my life. Do you remember the first time we talked? That time I saw something beautiful in you and something special. Do you remember the first time we went out? That day was the best day of my life, because it was on that day that I ended up falling in love with you. Do you remember when we had our first kiss? Even though it was accidental, your lips were the best feeling in the world. I would like to tell you if you remember the first time we said I love you, but the only one who said that phrase was me, because you didn't love me, you loved someone else. Even though I knew it hurt me, I left everything to see you happy. You don't know how it hurts to have a person in your heart and not be able to hold them in your arms. I would like to feel that I am important to you, that you need me, like you miss me." Izuku would see that the brunette would have tears falling down her cheeks. The freckled boy also had tears falling from his eyes. Izuku would turn around saying, "Goodbye, Miss Yaoyorozu." The freckled man would start walking slowly. At that point he would be stopped. Izuku would see how Momo held his hand. "Momo, forgive me for all the harm I did to you. I didn't know what I had, or rather I didn't know that I had before my eyes the love of my life. I didn't know until I lost you. It was precisely at the moment when you left, when I realized that it was you who made my heart race. That you were the person I wanted to wake up with every morning. That night we slept together was the best of my life. Just one kiss from your lips was enough to want to lose myself in your kisses for the rest of my life." Izuku would just open his eyes wide. "Momo, I know it's too late to tell you this, but I can't just tell you that I love you and that's it. I can't, because Why do I love you, Izuku? I want to be the only one who kisses your lips. I want you to wake up every morning next to hugging me. I want to hug you so that no one takes you away from me. When Eli kissed you, I felt like my heart broke into 1,000 pieces. Now I understand what you felt when you saw me with Todoroki. I'm really sorry. For so long you had to endure this great pain in your heart, and it's all because of me." The brunette's voice became more and more broken, as she was still holding back her desire to cry. "Momo, I swear that if I could turn back time, I would, and tell you that if that time when you confessed to me, I simply don't want to lose you, so please stay with me, Izuku. You taught me to live with you. I don't know how I would continue living without you. I can't take it anymore. I always want you by my side, every day, every night. Every morning, I want you by my side for the rest of my life. Izuku, what if it doesn't work?" "Momo, then we'll try again." Izuku would just give a slight smile. "Izuku, how difficult it is to decide, when your mind tells you to give up and your heart screams for one last try." At that point the freckled boy would take her by the waist and give Momo a passionate kiss on the lips. Momo would blush greatly. Momo would just wrap her arms around the freckled boy's neck. They would both kiss as if there was no tomorrow. When they separated, Momo would say, I love you with all my heart, Izuku. Please let's be together always. Izuku, how could I deny the woman I love so much? Momo would only give Izuku a long kiss. Izuku would only reciprocate. At last the freckled boy's feelings were reciprocated. After having gone through a long road full of pain, now he could finally be with the woman he loved so much. Izuku and Momo would only have their foreheads together with each other's. Momo would have a big smile on her face. Momo, I'm happy to be able to kiss the boy I love the most, the one who made me fall madly in love, so much so that at the end of the day you were my last thought before going to sleep. Izuku, I never thought you and I could be like this. Momo, now we are, and that is the most important thing. Izuku, so you want to be my girlfriend, Momo? Momo with a big smile would say, That's what I want most, Izuku. I want to be only yours. They would both join their lips again, because they could finally be together. Momo, Kaken was right. Izuku, and what was I right about? Momo, he told me that sometimes people have to separate, to realize that they need to be together, and when you left my side, I realized that he was right. Izuku, I swear that for a moment I decided to give up and forget you, but forget you is a word that my heart does not understand. Momo would hold Izuku's hand. Momo, if one day you were to forget me, I would remind you of me. With kisses and caresses, I would remind you that you are always the owner of my heart. Izuku, I think Eli's plan worked. Momo, what are you talking about? Izuku, she told me she would pretend to be her fiancé, to make you jealous and to make you fight for me, and I think it worked. Momo would have a pout saying, Baka, and why did you play along? Izuku, because I wanted to know if you had feelings for me. I honestly didn't want to suffer again. Momo, I was going to fight for you anyway, and now you are mine and only mine. Izuku would take Momo by the waist saying, And you are only mine. Both young people gave each other a warm and passionate kiss under the beautiful and bright moonlight. Both young people did not know that a pair of eyes were watching them, because hidden in a place they would be. Kachan, Mina, Kirishima, Nijire, and Eli, they have heard every word of Momo's confession. Chapter 28 End. Nijire was crying because it had been a beautiful scene. Kaken would only be happy for his friend. Mina would be with a big smile. Kirishima, he always loved her until the last moment. That's for men. This one would be with some tears. Eli would just turn around with tears in her eyes. Kaken would have noticed this. He would touch the brown-haired girl's shoulder asking, Are you okay, Eli? Eli would turn around with a big smile and tears in his eyes and say, I'm happy that Izuku can finally be with the person he loves the most. I always wanted to see him happy, and now that I did, I can't stop crying because of the beautiful scene. Kaken would give his friend a hug. Eli, thank you. Kaken, I'm happy for him too. After all, he suffered a lot. He deserves to be happy. Time skip. Years had passed. Izuku and all his classmates had graduated from UA. Izuku and Mirio had saved Eri. Now the freckled boy was the new symbol of peace. He had defeated all for one along with Kaken. We can now see all the friends inside a church. Because they were at Izuku and Momo's wedding, Mina would be crying, as would Kirishima. Melissa and Eli, like David, had attended the wedding. Nijire had a handkerchief with tears in her eyes. Mirio and Tamaki just looked at their friend, because the light blue-haired girl was very sentimental about these things. Bakugo tried to hide his tears. All Might along with Inko were happy for their son, the father would say. You may kiss the bride. Izuku would lift the veil and give his wife a warm kiss. Momo would wrap her arms around the freckled boy's neck. Everyone would be happy for Izuku and Momo's marriage. Nizu would see that Isawa would be crying, since all the teachers had attended the couple's wedding. Nizu, Isawa, this is the first time I've seen you cry. Isawa, I'm not crying, I just got some dirt in my eye, that's all. Nizu would just laugh. The godparents were Kaken and Kendo. The couple would leave the church happy, because they had taken photos with all their friends. Izuku and Momo had finally gotten married. Izuku and Momo would now be in his house. The freckled boy would lay Momo on the big bed in his room. Momo would only have her hands around Izuku's neck. Momo, I will never stop telling you this, but I love you, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, and I love you too, Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo, no, now I'm Momo Midoriya, now I'm your wife. Izuku would give his wife a passionate kiss, then a female voice would say in Izuku's head, "Wake up, Izuku." Izuku, that voice? The freckled boy would see Momo, who would have tears in her eyes. Izuku, honey, why are you crying? Momo, because this is the end of our dream. You have to wake up. You have to wake up from this world that you created yourself. You have to return to the real me. Izuku, what are you talking about? Momo would give him a tender kiss, saying, "Please, when you wake up, kiss me like there's no tomorrow. Yes, yes, for me you are everything I want, for her the same. So thank you for all these beautiful moments that you gave me. I will never regret having told you that I love you again and again." Izuku's eyes were watery, and that he saw how everything around him began to fade away as if things were disintegrating. He felt for the last time Momo's warm and tender lips on his. Izuku would suddenly open his eyes. He would look around him and find himself inside a bright blue sphere. Izuku, this would bring a smile. Izuku, so I'm back, huh? Yeah, it's true, I can't escape this reality. I can't escape and leave everyone just for my own happiness. Even though I don't have my mother by my side, I swear to her that I would become the greatest hero of all. The characteristic rays of One for All would come out of Izuku's body. Izuku, with a big smile, would say, "There are still people I must protect." He would clench his fist tightly and say, "SSSSSMAESSSHHHH."
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.